Chapter 251 Henry got back the design drawings of the Burj Al Arab Hotel, and planned to build a Burj Al Arab Hotel on Malibu Beach on the west coast of California. Malibu is located in the northwest of Los Angeles, adjacent to Hollywood. The coastline stretches 21 miles, the scenery is magnificent, and it is the most beautiful sea view in the world, making it an excellent holiday destination for celebrities and celebrities from all walks of life. Historically, it was the territory of indigenous Indian tribes. Malibu in Indian means roaring beach, so it is also a paradise for surfers! In addition, as far as Henry knows, the man's house in the movie Iron Man is located in Malibu. Thousands of mansions here can be said to be everywhere. Henry is building a 7-star hotel here, just to attract the rich! However, this matter is not in a hurry, because Henry is already very busy. The bidding for the design of the Williams Center has already begun. Henry is discussing with his own company how to build the company headquarters and connect all the headquarters, and each company's headquarters building is different, so it must be very recognizable and unique and simple. It has become the logo of the company. Everyone knows what company this building belongs to at a glance. Each company's requirements for the headquarters building will finally be summarized on Henry's side, and Henry will personally review and modify them according to his own ideas, and then tell the design company the requirements, and the design company will design according to the requirements. Henry thinks if you are satisfied, you will use it. First of all, Henry felt that with the Williams Laboratory as the center, the stars and the moon all formed a multi-layering shape, and each building was not connected to each other in order to maintain its independence, but both will build a glass channel to connect to the Williams Laboratory. The streets formed between the circles are Commercial Street and Quang Ai Street. Outside of this circle, hospitals will be built, hotels, supermarkets, etc. Together, these will form the Williams Center. Henry predicted that he would have to build at least 40 headquarters buildings, both large and small, with distinct levels, at least more than twice as many as the 19 buildings in Rockefeller Center, and so many buildings stand above the Williams Center. Spectacular! The general idea, Henry has already thought about what the concrete will be built into. It depends on the level of the designer. Henry then announced the request. The major design companies around the world have red eyes, and they have sent the most powerful designers to design, and many companies even turned away other design work and went all out. During this period, the Cisco certification exam began. Henry paid special attention to it and reminded the employees to strengthen the crackdown on cheating to prevent the occurrence of cheating. After that, Henry represented the Silicon Valley Electronics Group to participate in the American Electronic Technology Exhibition held in Los Angeles. This technology exhibition will be held in the hotel lobby. Every company has an opportunity to showcase their company's products on stage. Later, there will be judges to rate the displayed products. Henry's sudden arrival immediately made the people who came to participate in the Science and Technology exhibition boiled with enthusiasm. Mr. Henry Williams, I am very glad to meet you. You are very welcome to participate in the Los Angeles American Electronic Technology exhibition. The chairman of the organizer brought 3 or 4 people to the front and greeted Henry. Hello. Henry nodded and greeted them simply. Not much to chat, and then went to the seat where Silicon Valley Electronics Group is located. Sit behind. Henry found a group of Asian faces sitting in a row on the right. Henry turned his head to ask Harrison, CEO of Silicon Valley Electronics Group, who was sitting next to him, which country are those people from? Japan. Harrison added, it seems to be a representative of Sony. Sony? Henry murmured to himself, suddenly laughing again after thinking of something. At this time, the Science and Technology exhibition has already begun. Each company has 10 minutes to explain its own products. The product that Silicon Valley Electronics Group will show this time is a micro hard drive, which will be the smallest hard drive in the world, only 1 inch! The display of the previous companies on the stage was not very impressive. After an hour, it was finally the turn of the Silicon Valley Electronics Group. Henry walked to the stage with the micro hard drive. Hello everyone, this time, on behalf of Silicon Valley Electronics Group, I will introduce to you a new product developed by our company. This product will surely shock you. Why do you say that? Henry paused intentionally. His eyes swept off the stage after a lap. He said loudly, just because it broke the world record. With that said, Henry took out the micro hard drive and held it in front of him. He smiled and said, "Do you think this thing is a bit familiar?" "Yes, it will certainly make you familiar, because it is the hard drive you are familiar with." As soon as Henry finished speaking, there was an uproar in the audience, and there was a lot of discussion. How is it possible? How can the hard disk be so small? Yeah, it's too small. What did Silicon Valley Electronics Group do to make the hard disk so small? Henry gestured for everyone to be quiet. Later, he preached, "This hard disk is only 1 inch large, but its storage capacity has reached 50 megabytes. In our company, this very small hard disk can be defined as a micro hard disk. The micro hard disk is smaller, but the storage capacity is more than that of the memory. The flash card is bigger, very suitable for cameras, mobile phones and other small electronic products. It must have a great market competitive advantage." Here, I will tell you a little bit. On May 1st, Silicon Valley Electronics Group will use the micro hard drive has made an innovative electronic product. Once the electronic product is released, it will definitely change the way of life of mankind. Definitely, Henry said at the end, emphasizing with certainty. Then Henry walked down the stage calmly with a smile on his face. The major companies in the audience were shocked by the micro hard drive for a while. It can be said that the Silicon Valley Electronics Group made a big splash at this technology exhibition. It is conceivable that the front page news of the next day will inevitably be the Silicon Valley Electronics Group's micro hard drive! Some are happy and some are sad. Japanese companies hate Silicon Valley Electronics Group to death. Not only digging out a lot of their talents, but also with them in the hard disk. Memory, LCD screens and other products are grabbing business, leading to a substantial decline in company performance. Now, Silicon Valley Electronics Group actually launched a micro hard drive. After all the limelight, the company's reputation has greatly increased, and it will become more difficult to deal with in the future. When Henry returned to his seat, some Sony representatives on the right snorted dissatisfied, showing provocative eyes. At this time, the host announced that Sony representatives would be invited to show the products on stage. The Sony representative stood up with a proud face, and made a thumbs down gesture to Henry. The meaning is obvious. It's yours. No, mine. It's great. Cow, you still despise me? When Lao Tzu's MP3 comes out, your Sony Walkman will play like a dog! A sneer and sneer flashed across Henry's face. After the Sony representative took the stage, he looked proud and said to everyone in the audience, "Hello everyone, my name is Ichiro Yamada." The product of our Sony company this time to participate in the Electronic Technology Exhibition is the latest Sony Walkman Main, abbreviated as MD. We use magnetoptical discs as storage media. After 3 years of research and development, we at Sony finally used traditional magnetic disc technology and modern optical technology to combine to create magnetoptical discs. The sound quality of this kind of magnetoptical discs is very good, close to the CD, but the Minutes Walkman is smaller than the CD Walkman, and there will be no music pauses during exercise. Therefore, our Sony Minutes Walkman will be the best one at the moment. Sony representative Ichiro Yamada smiled unconsciously after speaking. At this time, many companies in the audience couldn't help being moved and shocked by Minutes, and secretly said, "Sony is really awesome." Others are still using CDs. It actually uses magnetoptical discs. After enjoying enough vanity, the Sony representative announced loudly, "Our Minutes Walkman will be officially released on May 1st, and the price per unit is only $500 US." When Henry saw this, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "It's so good. It's the same day as the MP3 release, so I don't know how the dead words are written! If you sell it for $500, the Silicon Valley Electronics Group's MP3 will sell for $499. Not only does it disgustingly kill Sony, but it also robs its users! In the US, MP3 will be a mess for minutes player to loose. At this time, Sonos representative Yamada Ichiro walked down, and when he passed Henry, he gave a triumphant glance. Henry shook his head and laughed, and Silicon Valley Electronics Group CEO Harrison also laughed. Harrison smiled at Henry. Chairman, I think, on May 1st, Sonos face will be very exciting. It needs to be said, Henry said. Absolutely wonderful. Harrison and Henry looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the Science and Technology exhibition ended, and the judges' ratings came out. The micro hard drive scored 10 points, ranking first. Minutes Walkman scored 9 points, second. After receiving the award and leaving the hotel, someone came over to contact Henry. Hello, Mr. Henry Williams. I am Johnny Eddy, a director of Kodak Company. Hello, Mr. Johnny Eddy. Hearing that he was a director of Kodak, Henry felt bright and understood what he was looking for. Mr. Williams, I just saw your Silicon Valley Electronics Group's micro hard drive at the technology exhibition. I think it is very good. As you said, it is very suitable for camera products. Therefore, our Kodak company wants to cooperate with Silicon Valley Electronics Group. Launch a digital hard disk camera. Yeah, this is okay. Or else, find a place. Let's talk about it in detail. Henry laughed. Of course it is. Johnny Eddy nodded. Then the two joined Silicon Valley Electronics Group CEO Harrison at a nearby high-end hotel, while ordering meals and discussing business. Henry introduced, at present, our micro drives are limited in production and expensive to build. Therefore, if Kodak wants to buy, we can only provide 10,000 micro drives per month, and the price of each micro drive is $200. Johnny Eddy frowned and said, let's not talk about the output, but the price is a bit expensive. Mr. Williams, you see, the micro hard drive is so small, how can it not cost $200? Mr. Johnny Eddy, maybe you didn't understand it. It is because the micro hard disk is small that it is expensive. In order to manufacture the micro hard disk, we have developed a lot of technologies. The research and development expenses alone are an astronomical figure. Naturally, we too earn money from the micro hard drive. Mr. Johnny Eddy, do you think this is true? Henry smiled and asked back. Johnny Eddy deliberately picked up the glass and tasted the red wine slowly, pretending not to hear. After a while, Johnny Eddy put down the wine glass and said, Mr. Williams, we Kodak is very sincere and really want to cooperate with Silicon Valley Electronics Group. Besides, with our company's camera sales, your micro drives will sell us more. A little company can make small profits but quicker sales. Small profits but quick turnover. Head caught in the door? At present, micro hard drives can be said to be dealing with a monopoly position. If they don't take the opportunity to make money at high prices, they will go for small profits but quick turnover. Kodak has also been the boss in the camera field for a long time, and has been suffering from a horrible disease. It doesn't look at who is sitting in front of him. Mr. Johnny Eddy, a micro drive for $200, no more than a cent. Never give up. If you want to cooperate with Kodak, let's continue talking. If you don't want to cooperate, then stop talking, Henry said firmly. Johnny Eddy's face flushed a little, and he couldn't bear Henry's tone. He suppressed his anger and said, couldn't the price drop at all? No drop, Henry said solemnly. Henry originally wanted to promote micro drives and do hungry marketing. Kodak is a camera company, and there is no conflict with his company's products for the time being, so he is willing to talk to him. However, Kodak is smart and thinks that it can sell. Silicon Valley Electronics Group lowered its head and sold micro hard drives at a low price. But this is never possible. What's wrong with Kodak? I won't sell you micro hard drives. Johnny Eddy's temper is not very good. You reading www.uukansu.com immediately stood up and said, well, Mr. Williams, It seems that Kodak can't cooperate with your company anymore. Goodbye. No. Johnny Edie snorted coldly, slammed the door and left. Harrison whispered, Chairman, in fact, I think we can buy Carl Zeiss and then develop our own cameras. Well, Henry nodded. Carl Zeiss is a German company that manufactures optical systems, industrial measuring instruments and medical equipment, and a world-class company that manufactures camera lenses. Many of Sonos camera technology comes from Carl Zeiss. In this way, you send someone to contact and see if they seem to have the intention to sell the company. You tell them that Silicon Valley Electronics Group is willing to buy their company at a premium of 10%. Well, I got it. Harrison nodded. Chapter 161 Science and Technology Exhibition, Chapter 252 On April 1st, the movie Remains of a Desert Island was released. And in order to promote the movie, Henry decided to use the internet viral marketing techniques to promote the movie. If you were left alone on the island, what do? Henry posted this topic to iZearch, then put it on the top and added it to the top, and then used various vests to leave a message below. If I were left alone on the island, I would sit and wait for death. If I were left alone on an isolated island, I would build my own ship and leave to find an island. If I were alone on the island, I would find a savage sister Ksu. The upstairs is so evil. Please note that it is an isolated island, an uninhabited island. You can go find a Ksu. Subsequently, Henry secretly operated and made iZearch the first place in the search rankings to be the isolated island topic. ECChat software specially set up a short story award based on the hot topic of the isolated island. The topic is If I Am Left Alone in the Isolated Island, and all short stories are scored by accusers. The top 10 will receive $10,000 to 1,000. Bonuses ranging from US dollars. After a period of fermentation, the topic became hotter and hotter, and the major newspapers were unwilling to be lonely and wrote news about isolated islands one after another. Just when everyone was talking about the topic of isolated islands, suddenly, the internet was full of text introductions and movie posters for the rest of the island, and they were also directly connected to the IMDb website. Everyone realized that everything before that was hype, and the real purpose was to promote the movie for the rest of the life on a deserted island. Although people know that it is hype, their curiosity has not diminished at all. On the contrary, they cannot help but enter the website and browse the information of the movie. The IMDb website focuses on promoting the movie, text, pictures, and comments on the page. Celebrities broke the news, etc., attracting people in a variety of ways. At the entrance of IMDb Cinema, posters for the rest of the deserted island were also posted on the bus! The blank on the right side of the iZearch search page was replaced with a poster of Yu Sheng on a deserted island. Click in. Jump directly to the booking system of IMDb website. Nicholas Shopping Network's page launches activities. Spend more than $3. Give away a movie ticket verification code on IMDb website Desert Island Yushing. Subscribe to a movie through the IMDb online booking system, and enter the verification code. You can get movie tickets for free! And by giving the movie verification code, users can learn how to book tickets on the IMDb website and develop consumption habits. In the future, if users want to watch a movie, they may use the IMDb online booking system. Of course, in addition to a lot of publicity on the internet, in reality, there must be no less in reality. The crew members have to participate in various TV variety shows every other time to increase the exposure rate, and at the same time, it's to make the movie famous! Finally, as of April 1st, the number of bookings on the IMDb online booking system has reached 120,000. This number shocked many people. If a movie ticket is $8, it will have nearly $1 million box office. The website booking alone contributed $1 million, which is really surprising. You know, some movies don't have $1 million in gross box office. Moreover, IMDb online booking is still very new. although very trendy. But many people have never even used the internet, let alone how to book tickets. Only 120,000 people have booked tickets now, and there will definitely be more in the future. Then, the proportion of box office brought by online booking will become larger and larger. Under a series of publicity, people are already looking forward to the movie Desert Island for the rest of their lives. On the day of the show, almost all the ticket halls of the cinema were lined up in long queues, and online booking audiences could bypass the queues and go directly to the entrance of the movie theater to enter a set of numbers and then go in and watch the movie. !2 networked machines and keyboards were specially built to verify numbers at the entrance of the screening hall. The mouse, LCD monitor, and mainframe are similar to personal computers, but they look more high-end. At the same time, the machine also carries voice. The user input is correct, and the machine makes a sweet woman's voice. "Welcome, I wish you a happy movie." If the user enters an error, it will prompt, "Sorry, the number you entered is wrong. Please log into email for inquiry." These voices are not synthesized electronically, but after being recorded by someone, they are made into MP3 format. Although there are only 2 sentences, it looks very hungry, doesn't it? Just after an online booking audience finished entering the numbers, they were about to enter the theater, and a person called him in doubt. "Hi, don't you buy a ticket? I have already booked a ticket online, so I don't need to buy a ticket anymore." Booking tickets online? You don't know? It's the IMDb website. They have an online booking system. You can book tickets for upcoming movies in the cinema. After you book your tickets, the website will email you a set of numbers and enter the theater. When you enter this set of numbers, you can go in and watch a movie. The price of online booking is $1 cheaper than the actual price. Is your ticket price $9? Yes, my movie ticket is $9. It's better to book tickets, not only convenient, but also cheap. Is the IMDb website? I'll check it out next time. Soon afterwards, the movie began. The actor Chuck, played by Tom Hanks, is a system engineer for Nicholas Express. Because he is a workaholic, he rarely has time to spend time with his girlfriend Kelly, so their relationship is in crisis. During a business trip, Chuck's small plane crashed and he was trapped on an uninhabited island with poor resources. When he lost the convenience of modern life and the interaction between people, the only purpose of life was to survive. On the contrary, his outlook on life gradually changed. When the pressure of his current life disappeared suddenly, he began to reflect on the purpose of life, and finally had a new experience and understanding of work, feelings, and even life itself. The general plot is like this, many of which are promoting Nicholas Express. First, before the plane crash, Chuck was very conscientious in Nicholas Express, and the entire company was running well, showing a prosperous state. After the plane crash, countless packages fell on the sea. Chuck, regardless of the danger of his life, jumped into the sea, picked up these packages one by one on the shore, and sorted them out, showing the first-class professional quality of the employees of Nicholas Express. This desert island has poor resources and does not have enough food and water. However, several shots in the movie are transferred to a mountain-like package, thus making a hint that there must be something inside: food, water source, clothes. However, as an employee of Nicholas Express, you must have professionalism, and would rather starve to death than move the contents of the user's package. The spirit of Nicholas Express is fully reflected in the actor Chuck. The whole movie is simply a promotional film for Nicholas Express. Novel.com. Despite this, the movie is still wonderful and touching. Tom Hanks' performance shocked the audience, especially the Oneman show on the desert island, which almost made this person live. And the Oscar actor was none other than him! In fact, after the film screening, people praised the film a lot and recognized Tom Hanks' performance. The whole film's reputation was very good. On the IMDb website, Desert Island has a score of 9.5 points, and the box office is even more amazing, with $10 million that day! On the second day, the number of IMDb online bookings increased significantly. It took 2 weeks to book 120,000 tickets, but now it has increased by 100,000 in one day. The box office of the second day was higher than that of the first day, reaching $13 million. According to expert analysis, the movie Remains of Deserted Island may exceed $100 million within a week! The ground is in the cloud. Come, you can get the view. Chapter 253. The release of the rest of his life on the desert island led to a boom in Nicholas Express. Anyone who has watched the movie knows that this is a very responsible and attitude company. Choose a courier company. Of course, you must choose Nicholas Courier Company. All of a sudden, the business volume of Nicholas Courier Company increased dramatically. Chairman, Nicholas Express is a little too busy now, John Chambers said with a little pain and joy. Henry smiled and said, I have encountered this situation a long time ago. It doesn't matter. I have contacted Boeing and learned that their company has just renovated a batch of cargo planes. In this way, we will buy another 50 cargo planes! 50, Gillick said in surprise. Is that much? Henry shook his head. FedEx itself owns 300 planes, and last year it ordered more than 100 planes from Boeing, and the world's largest express carrier and package delivery company UPS United Parcel Service Company currently has a fleet of 470 aircraft. But what about us? The fleet is less than 70. Now I buy 50 more, which is only close to 120. The plane is only a long way to go. After a pause, Henry said, this time, the model of the plane we are going to buy is 7673 OA, which is modified from a passenger plane. The price is not too expensive. An aircraft is only more than $10 million. Of course, Nicholas Express is still weak. I buy so many at once. Maybe I won't need it in a short time, but I will need it soon. After hearing this, Gillick showed a trace of doubt on his face. First, we must. Henry smiled and didn't tell him why. Subsequently, Gillick purchased 50 cargo planes from Boeing in accordance with Henry's request. As a result, Nicholas Express purchased more than 120 planes in total, making it the #1 American Express company in terms of number of planes. 5 companies, but in terms of strength, they are still out of 10. American Express companies are all established companies with deep roots. To UPS United Parcel Service Company, it was established in 1907, and the exhibition has been almost 10 years old. And it is conceivable how many things can be done in this century. How can its strength and heritage be comparable to other companies? Other top 10 courier companies were established relatively early. If Nicholas Courier did not rely on Nicholas Shopping Network's orders and Henry's support, I am afraid it would be difficult to get into the top 10. After buying the plane, the transportation capacity of Nicholas Express Co. Limited suddenly increased. The consigned items can be delivered to customers as quickly as possible. Nicholas Express began to grow rapidly, gradually establishing outlets throughout the United States. At the same time, Nicholas large-scale warehouses in the 7 major cities of New York, Los Angeles, Houston, Chicago, Philadelphia, Detroit, and Atlanta have been established. Can quickly deliver goods to surrounding cities. With the heat of the rest of the desert island, Nicholas Express business is getting better and better. At this time, Henry decided to take advantage of the rapid development of Nicholas Express, speed up the pace and purchase American Express. He had been following the rules before, but he was not like Henry at all. Of course, the initial demand of Nicholas Shopping Network is not large, so there is no need to purchase express companies. Henry decided to spend $2 billion from the group company, or cross-share swaps, or wholly owned acquisitions, through a variety of ways to merge other express companies. Actually, Nicholas Courier Company had already found a good target, and waited for Henry to give an order to take them. As a result, people can see that Nicholas Express has made headlines every 3 days. And today is the acquisition of this express company. Tomorrow is the acquisition of that express company, and the news is all about Nicholas Express Company's annexation of other companies. On April 5, Nicholas Express Company acquired California Wilson Logistics Company. On April 9, Nicholas Express Company acquired the famous express company Niwan in the eastern United States for $200 million, and the shareholders of Niwan Company will hold 25% of the shares of Nicholas Express Company through cross-share exchange. Nicholas Express the group holds 75% of the shares and will still have absolute controlling rights in Nicholas Express. On April 12, Nicholas Express completed the acquisition of Fedon Logistics, the second largest logistics company in Michigan in the northern United States. April 20. Everyone knows that Nicholas Express is backed by the Nicholas Group Company and has strong financial resources. When facing the check, those logistics companies still kneel and lick. Besides kneeling and licking, even if you don't kneel and lick, there are other companies willing to kneel and lick. With more and more companies being annexed, Nicholas Express has expanded its logistics network to the entire United States. Other express companies in the United States, such as UPS and FedEx, can't sit still. They have jointly attacked Nicholas Express. If Nicholas Express wants to acquire a company, they will trick or treat and send someone to buy it. On the other hand, in response to the suppression of Nicholas Express, it stopped cooperating with Nicholas Express in many aspects, causing Nicholas Express to be unable to deliver the goods to customers in time. Particularly serious is the international business. Nicholas Express was caught off guard. Nicholas Business website is already carrying out B2B e-commerce, and foreign business is increasing day by day. The Nicholas Express Company's previous exhibitions were following the rules, did not show their fangs, and did not scare FedEx and UPS. But this time, they were scared. Nicholas Express Go Limited dared to play this way. It was so crazy that it acquired more than a dozen express companies in the United States within a month. Although these companies are large and small, if they continue to do so, will it be back someday? Want to buy yourself? The top express delivery companies in the United States such as UPS and FedEx have taken action, and even broke their faces with the Nicholas Group. Actually stopped providing international logistics services to Nicholas Shopping Network. Henry suddenly understood that he was too fierce. Novel.com easy to be jealous. Subsequently, Henry asked Nicholas Express to stop its expansion, and it has not yet expanded overseas, so it should not be too arrogant for the time being. At the same time, Henry decided to let Nicholas Express Go Limited actively carry out international business while secretly sending people abroad to acquire several express delivery companies. Even if UPS and FedEx turned over, Henry was fearless. Therefore, the next main task of Nicholas Express is to keep a low profile. First, integrate these express companies, systematically and reasonably perform regulation and management, optimize resources, and then develop international business. Other UPS and FedEx saw that Henry had compromised, so they turned to cooperate again. Because they know that if they do not cooperate, Nicholas Group will lose a lot, but they will also lose large customers and lose a lot of money, while other express companies have the opportunity to take advantage of it. It can be said that large companies such as UPS and FedEx will feel helpless and entangled when facing the Nicholas Group. On the one hand, I want to make money, on the other hand, I am afraid that its express company will grab its own market. The ground is in the cloud. Come, you can get the view. Chapter 254. On April 29th, the CEOs of two express delivery companies, UPS and FedEx, came to the Nicholas Group. FedEx CEO Schweider, Henry has met once, about 40 or 50 years old, and he is also the founder of FedEx. Scott Davis, chairman and executive officer of UPS United Parcel Service. Henry is the first to meet, wearing glasses, about 1.75 meters tall, in his 40s, in suits and shoes, dressed as a successful person. Welcome to. Henry greeted with a smile, Mr. Schweider and Mr. Scott Davis. It's been a long time, Mr. Henry Williams. Schweider smiled and looked at Henry. Henry smiled. Yes, it's been 2 or 3 years, Henry said, turning his head and looking at Scott Davis. Mr. Scott Davis and Mr. Schweider came to our company together. It must be there are important things to discuss. Come on, come to my office and talk about it. Scott Davis and Schweider looked at each other and smiled and followed Henry. After a while, Henry and the others came to the office of the chairman of the Nicholas Group. What do you need to drink? I have everything here, Henry said after asking them to sit down. I just have a glass of water. Mr. Schweider smiled. Want? Where is Mr. Scott Davis? Scott Davis smiled and said, I am like Schweider. Henry nodded, motioned a look at the secret, and told her to bring 2 glasses of water. At this moment, Henry secretly guessed in his mind why the two of them came together, but obviously, it must be related to the courier company. Before Henry spoke, Schweider smiled. Mr. Williams, do you remember the request I made to you a few years ago? A request a few years ago? Henry thought for a while, remembering that time. Schweider made it. Want to acquire Nicholas Express? Henry replied, I remember. At that time, you suggested to me that you wanted to buy Nicholas Express. But I refused. What? Depending on what you mean, you still want to buy Nicholas Express today? Schweider smiled. I want to think for sure. But I know you definitely don't want to sell. So, today I am here with Scott Davis, chairman of UPS United Parcel Service Company. Ha ha. If you come together, I'm willing to sell it. Oh, don't get me wrong, we don't mean to force you. We want to cooperate with you. Seeing Henry's face changed, Schweider quickly explained what he meant. Cooperation? Henry smiled. Aren't we cooperating all the time? Of course. We have been cooperating all the time. However, we can cooperate more deeply, said Schweider. Scott Davis nodded to the side and said, yes, we want to cooperate more closely with the Nicholas Group. Form a big interest group. You guys are going to talk about it. What is the cooperative method? Henry pondered for a moment, then asked. Very simple, cross-share swap. Scott Davis said, UPS and FedEx will cross-swap shares to Nicholas Express separately. As soon as Henry heard this, he understood what they were paying attention to, and wanted to complete the joint holding of Nicholas Express through a cross-share swap, so as to influence the development of Nicholas Express. In the future, as long as Nicholas Express Company competes with itself for interest, it will inevitably withdraw from the competition. Let the profit to yourself. Henry is more knowledgeable about this kind of trick, and foreign capital enters the China exhibition to obtain the controlling rights of the company with technology or capital. But in the end, they deliberately brought down the company and sold their own products, because in this way they could earn more, or else they would score a large part of the profits. Although UPS and FedEx do not say that they will destroy Nicholas Express, they can limit Nicholas Express's progress. Henry's face remained silent. Instead, he smiled and asked, how do I exchange shares? Scott Davis smiled at this time. UPS exchanged 5% of its shares for 30% of Nicholas Express, and FedEx exchanged 5% of its shares for Nicholas to see the company's 25% of shares. In this way, everyone holds each other's shares to form an interest team. Henry sneered in his heart, saying it was really nice, and also interest groups. If he is not familiar with the darkness of capital society, he would really be fooled by you. First, you seriously underestimated the market value of Nicholas Express, and second, Nicholas Group will hold absolute controlling rights in Nicholas Express anyway. Especially the last point. It will never change. Henry said in a deep voice. Scott Davis and Schweider frowned upon hearing this. Schweider said, well, we can increase the market value of Nicholas Express a little bit, but as you know, its market value is still a lot worse than our company. After the cross-share swap, the Nicholas Group holds the shares of the company will inevitably fall a lot, so absolute controlling rights are impossible. Scott Davis added on the side, Schweider is right. Absolute controlling rights are probably impossible. However, we can guarantee that Nicholas Group is still the largest shareholder. Besides, through cross-share swaps, the Nicholas Group can also hold the two largest express delivery companies in the United States. Together, the three of us can monopolize most of the US market. Yes, Mr. Williams, please think about it. Sheward said www.mcnovel.com. You should know that if it weren't for the Nicholas Group, our two companies would not care about a Nicholas Express company. After all, its background is still too weak. Henry was silent and did not speak. If this is agreed, it will inevitably lose control of Nicholas Express in the future. It is not easy to get it again. Henry shook his head resolutely and said, if the Nicholas Group can't absolutely control, then there is no need to talk about the exchange of shares. Mr. Williams, why insist on absolute holding? Sheward frowned. Henry said indifferently, just in case our Nicholas Group does not want to be the second Jobs. You should also know how he was kicked out of the company. I have to maliciously speculate whether one day in the future, the company will work together to drive the Nicholas Group company out of the Nicholas Express company. Sheward and Mr. Scott Davis, what do you say? A sneer hung from the corner of Henry's mouth. The ground is in the cloud. Come, you can get the view. Chapter 255. Sheward and Scott Davis were embarrassed when they heard that their calculations were seen through by Henry, but they certainly couldn't admit it on the surface. Sheward said, Mr. Williams, you think too much. How could we do this? Henry shrugged. That might be the case. The so-called peers are enemies. After all, Nicholas Express is in a competitive relationship with your company. Henry said, paused again, and smiled. So, if the Nicholas Group still has absolute controlling rights, I don't mind the cross-share swap. Henry has great ambitions. While ensuring the absolute controlling rights of Nicholas Express, he also wants to infiltrate FedEx and UPS companies through a cross-share swap, and bit by bit cannibalize them. The two companies have a large number of shareholders, and the number of shares held is relatively dispersed. Due to the good development, shareholders are not willing to sell their shares. Therefore, it is impossible to acquire them in a short period of time. Only prepare for long-term acquisitions. When the shares obtained have a huge say in the company, the merger plan of several express companies will be promoted. At present, it is already the world's strongest express company, UPS United Parcel Service Company plus Federal Express Company plus the highly potential Nicholas Express container-level invincible giant logistics company! Sheward and Scott Davis considered for a while, then looked at each other and nodded slightly. After all, Nicholas Express has a great potential for development, and it will not take long to grow and become a courier company close to their level. Therefore, if they exchange shares now, they can take advantage of the low market value of Nicholas Express. Sheward said, all right, then we have a smaller number of cross-share swaps. FedEx will exchange 3% of the shares for 12.5% of Nicholas Express. After Sheward finished speaking, Scott Davis went on to say, then our UPS United Parcel Service Company will exchange 2.5% of the shares in Nicholas Express for 12.5% of the shares. The remaining 75% of the shares, the company Nicholas Group and Ni-One Logistics Company are divided into 1 point according to the shareholding ratio, and you can also divide it to 56.25%, which is an absolute holding. Henry did not agree, but smiled. I don't have 5% of the shares. Then there is no right to speak, Henry said lightly. However, in accordance with the provisions of the company law, shareholders with more than 5% equity are entitled to require listed companies to disclose information, and will have certain voting rights at shareholder meetings, so that they will not be deceived. What do you mean? Sheward asked. Simple. The Nicholas Group is financing the two companies. Henry laughed. In this way, won't I have a 5% equity stake? The two of them frowned slightly, and vaguely saw Henry's intentions, and couldn't help sighing in their hearts that Henry had a huge appetite. However, this matter can't be agreed easily. If a wolf is brought into the room, the company will be controlled by him. Financing is not necessary. Our current UPS company's financial situation is very good, Scott Davis said. Sheward also refused. We at FedEx do not need financing either. Oh, that's it. Let's forget it. It seems that it's worth a trip for you. Henry regretted. Sheward and Scott Davis smiled and said nothing. After that, There was no mention of cross-share swaps. 10 minutes later, Henry sent the two of them out of the company. Henry looked at them from behind, muttered, "If there is a chance, I still have to secretly buy some shares in their company." The weekly box office of the movie Remains of the Deserted Island exceeded $100 million. It was the top box office of the week, which shocked many people. In the following 3 weeks, Desert Island's movie box office was still ranked first. In just 1 month, Desert Island's total box office was $280 million in North America. At the same time, movies have been released overseas one after another, although the box office effect is not as good as that of the United States. But it's also very hot. At this time, the American newspaper reported, the movie Use-I on the Deserted Island was originally run by Warner Pictures. As a result, in order to release the movie Robin Hood, the Prince of Rogue, which was invested by Warner Pictures, it robbed 1,000 screens from the movie Use-I on the Deserted Island. In the end, Galaxy Films goed away and refused to cooperate with Warner Pictures. It seems that the decision of Warner Pictures is undoubtedly a huge mistake. Although the movie Robin Hood is good, the global box office is only $200 million around, but the rest of the Desert Island can completely crush Robin Hood with the North American box office alone. And the global total box office may exceed $500 million. The movie Remains of a Deserted Island came out a few years in advance, and it was really shocking. In addition, the publicity is much stronger than the rest of the life on the desert island, and there are internet viral marketing techniques that make American audiences full of expectations for this movie. Not only that, under the influence of IMDb, the number of screens obtained in the movie Use-I Deserted Island is also very large, totaling more than 5,000 yuan, which is much more than the previous life! Combining the above conditions, it is not surprising that the box office is higher than the previous life. However, Henry was a little surprised when he heard the figure of $500 million. At this time, Warner Pictures saw the box office of the rest of the Desert Island's movies rising steadily, and it really regretted it. However, the bigger blow is yet to come. On April 30, Henry attended the Jurassic Park film conference held by Galaxy Film Company as the original author and screenwriter of Jurassic Park. The preparatory work for this movie has been done for more than a month, and the construction of Jurassic Park has already begun on Braniff Island, the 10th largest island in the United States. Industrial Light and Magic and Galaxy Special Effects have also started to make various dinosaur molds and work in combination with computer special effects. So, on this day, the dinosaur movie that shocked the world has finally arrived! At the conference, big names gathered: the world's billionaire Henry Williams, IMDb Holding Group CEO Marcy Filimon, Galaxy Films CEO Bobby Robin, Industrial Light and Magic CEO George Lucas, and many Hollywood movie stars. In addition to these, Steve Booker, the CEO of Universal, and the famous director Steven Spielberg came. This time, Galaxy Films will cooperate with Universal in Jurassic Park, and the director will be Steven Spielberg, a subsidiary of Universal. Relying on the IMDb cinema circuit, Galaxy Films can have a huge capacity in the United States, but overseas, it is stretched! The movie Jurassic Park will not only shock the United States, but also the world. The box office miracle created is unbelievable, and the surrounding benefits generated are even greater. For Henry's insurance, there is no room for loss. Decided to cooperate with Universal, let it undertake overseas trips, and even the director has not changed. It is still directed by Spielberg. Spielberg originally didn't want to direct this movie. He wanted to make Schindler's List, but Universal didn't want to make such a serious literary film, worried about the box office. But Henry understands what kind of influence this film will bring. This film is about the suffering of the Jews and has won the support of many Jews. In the United States, many Jews are rich and powerful people who invest in this film. A movie can get their favor, and doing things in the United States will be more smooth. Not only that, the box office of Cinderellas List is quite high, with a global box office of $310 million US. So Henry dug the corner. Since your Universal company is not willing to invest in filming, let Galaxy Films invest in filming. In this way, Spielberg also agreed to shoot Jurassic Park! Universal can't ask for it. You Galaxy Films like to be a fool, then be it. Our Universal is not so stupid. As a result, Universal immediately gave in and agreed to let Galaxy Films invest in Cinderellas List! Henry snickered www.mentalnovel.com and waited for 2 years. Who is stupid? The conference started. As a Jurassic Park film production company, Galaxy Film Company CEO Bobby Robin took the stage and gave a speech. You are welcome to participate in this Jurassic Park movie conference. Although the film has not yet started, but we have done enough preparations. Our movie special effects will be jointly created by Galaxy Special Effects Company and Industrial Light and Magic Company. The North American film will be jointly run by Galaxy Film Company and IMDb Holding Group, and the overseas film will be undertaken by Universal. In addition, we want to tell everyone that in order to make this movie, we spent hundreds of millions of dollars to rent the entire Baranof Island in Alaska and open it, and the film will be shot on site here. Baranof Island is the United States. The 10th largest island is magnificent and majestic. I think that after the filming of the movie, it will definitely shock everyone. The reporters in the audience were shocked when they heard this. Nema, so hungry. It cost $100 million US to rent the entire island to make a movie. After that, the opening cost is definitely not cheap, and then I want to make a movie, and it is a special effects blockbuster. Damn, how much does it cost to finish filming a Jurassic Park movie in Nema? The ground is in the cloud. Come, you can get the view. Chapter 256 PS. QQ Group, 424,930,141. 2 updates a day, 6,000 words, usually save the manuscript, and then break out. So, how much does it cost to make a Jurassic Park? Bobby Robin smiled, seeing everyone's surprised expressions, and announced loudly, this time, our Galaxy Film Company will invest a total of $300 million to make this movie, so this will be the most expensive movie ever invested. There was a sudden boom in everyone's mind, and there was nothing but the word $300 million US in their minds. Bobby Robbie said that, of course, the cost of renting the island was also included. At the same time, the money for the development of the Jurassic theme park was naturally included. Otherwise, it would definitely not cost so much. Henry predicts that it will be enough to spend $100 million US in the early stage of the Jurassic theme park. First, to meet the film shooting work, and when the film is finished, then invest tens of billions of US dollars to build a Jurassic theme park. Disneyland is stronger! Disneyland has more than $10 billion US in revenue a year. However, that is the combined revenue of several Disney parks. If Henry wanted to build Jurassic Park, he had to make it the most profitable park in the world, with an income of at least $10 billion US. Henry decided to build the entire Baranof Island into a Jurassic theme park. By then, the Jurassic theme park will become the largest park in the world! Using the 10th largest island in the United States as a park, isn't this amazing? The movie Jurassic Park has spread all over the world, plus such an amazing theme park. At that time, people from all over the world will not flock to it! At that time, ticket money, hotels, catering, toys, all kinds of consumption, are making money every day! Just imagine, from outside the island, can you not stay? Millions of tourists stay one night a day. What will the income be? At least $100 million. This income alone can reach more than $30 billion in a year. This is not even other income. Eat, buy toys, play expenses, etc. too much money, Henry can't count it. Just know that it is very profitable, more profitable than making dozens of movies! Exclamation mark. And so, this time the Jurassic Park movie is also more carefully crafted than in the previous life. Only in terms of special effects, Henry is willing to spend $100 million to create the most amazing and shocking special effects. Be sure to let everyone scream when they see the dinosaurs appear! Exclamation mark. Kill all men, women and children. No one can be calm. No one can be calm under the $100 million special effects! Exclamation mark. That moment, the whole world is crazy about it! Exclamation mark. As soon as Bobby Robbie finishes talking, he will invest $300 million to make a movie. The media reporters in the audience were shocked for a while before they reacted, with extremely excited expressions on their faces. This news will surely shock the United States and the world. $300 million to make a movie, unprecedented. The last blockbuster invested $100 million, and it was also Terminator 2 inches directed by James Cameron, which was invested by Galaxy Films. This time it was even more exaggerated. Actually invested $300 million to make a Jurassic Park! Exclamation mark. Why is this Galaxy Film Company so awesome! Exclamation mark. Movies are all big shots, which shocks people to death. This time $300 million, which is $200 million more than the $100 million last time. The span is also too large. Even though the reporters are time tested and belong to the calm generation, but when they encounter this incident, they will be calm. The reporters really couldn't bear it, and immediately screamed madly and rushed up to question Bobby Robin, CEO of Galaxy Film Company. The security guards couldn't stop them. At this moment, Henry stepped onto the stage and shouted, "Everyone, be quiet, don't be impulsive." The reporters saw, oops, Henry Williams has come on stage, quickly move the bench, sit down quickly, there is another big news. With Henry's shout, everyone was honest. Dear media reporters, Galaxy Film Company will not only invest $300 million for filming, but also build a Jurassic theme park at the same time. The initial investment is estimated to be $100 million. But Henry paused without saying. At this time, the reporter underneath shouted, "Mr. Williams, we all know that you must spend more than $100 million to build a Jurassic theme park. It must be $10 billion, right?" Exclamation mark. Henry glanced at the reporter. "Nyank Sippy, how did you guess it?" Exclamation mark. This reporter, you have said everything I want to say, I have nothing to say now. Huh? It's really $10 billion? Oh, God, I just said nonsense just now, but I didn't expect. Mr. Williams, are you kidding me? Henry shook his head and said, I'm not kidding. As you said, I will indeed invest $10 billion to build a Jurassic theme park. However, the first investment of $100 million will be divided into several stages. Click. The camera flash suddenly flashed wildly. Exclamation mark. Williams always said one thing. Williams has always been a daughter. Since Henry Williams has admitted that he will invest $10 billion to build a Jurassic theme park, he will definitely invest $10 billion to build a Jurassic theme park. Exclamation mark. The reporters are convinced of this. Exclamation mark. The local tyrants are really awesome. Exclamation mark. At this time, Henry raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet and stop taking pictures. Then he continued, the Jurassic theme park will be the largest park in the world, and the entire Braniff Island will be used as a park. 4,162 square kilometers, the total area of all Disney parks is less than 1% of it. This will be the most shocking dinosaur park in history. When you come to Braniff Island, what will you experience? It's the Jurassic era. What is a dinosaur? After Henry finished speaking, the reporters in the audience could not help screaming. Henry saw the crazy crowd and had to wave his hands, and once again signaled everyone to be quiet. As you all know, Jurassic Park is a novel I created, and now I will adapt it myself. The story will definitely make you guys thrilling. The next day, news about the movie Jurassic Park has been slaughtered in the United States! $300 million to shoot the blockbuster Jurassic Park. $10 billion to build Jurassic Park, the largest park in history. With the entire island as Jurassic Park, this is the game the super rich should play. The famous writer and world's super rich Henry Williams decided to personally adapt his own work Jurassic Park. The American people have been stunned. The news is really shocking. People around the world have been shocked. Money is not so much spent. Spend $300 million to make movies. Can we not do that if we spend $10 billion to build a park? Brother is still eating instant noodles. You are all so extravagant. Local tyrant, make friends. After Warner Pictures saw the news, his bowels were regretful. Originally, it still cooperated well with Galaxy Film Company, but now the relationship has froze. Otherwise, this movie can also share a share of it. I'm afraid that Universal's mouth is laughing. In fact, Universal did laugh from ear to ear. Jurassic Park has not yet started filming, but its popularity has become popular all over the world. This is a movie that will definitely be a big hit! The release of this movie will surely make the Universal company a lot of money. Universal also did not expect that Galaxy Films and Henry's handwriting would be so big that it will ignite global topics. Newspapers, TV, the internet discuss the movie Jurassic Park everywhere, and the park with islands as a unit. And at this time, the barriers of the Galaxy Film Company were almost broken. Hollywood's big-name movie stars flocked to interview movie roles, and even show off their faces once. Henry met many celebrities backstage, and these celebrities came to say hello one after another. Among them, young girls are even more blatantly teasing, suggesting that they can have at night. Mr. Williams, how about coming to my room for a cup of coffee at night? Mr. Williams, I heard that your bed is very big. I haven't seen such a big bed yet. Would you like to take me to see it? Okay. Mr. Williams, you choose me to be the heroine, I will do whatever you want in the future. Mr. Williams, my skills are very good. Do you want to try it? Henry touched his sweat. These female stars are too direct and explicit. They really dare to do anything for the sake of the upper ranks. The star who usually stands high in front of everyone can only kneel and lick in front of him! For Henry, playing with female celebrities is at your fingertips. There are countless female celebrities who take the initiative to dedicate themselves. However, the more so, the less interested Henry, because there is no sense of conquer. Henry walked out of the Galaxy Film Company, and then threw a dozen business cards scattered all over the floor. Go to Silicon Valley Electronics Group, Henry said to the driver in front of him in a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Okay, Mr. Williams, the driver replied, started the car very neatly, and drove smoothly and quickly. This driver is called Anthony Martin, in his 30s. He is a retired American racing driver. He has won 2 championships in American professional racing and a runner-up. Henry heard his name and asked someone to drive him. Although Henry can drive, but driving himself by himself obviously loses value. It took less than 20 minutes for Henry to come to Silicon Valley Electronics Group. The MP3 player will be officially launched tomorrow. Although the arrangements have been made, Henry still has to come over and preside over the overall situation personally. The car drove into the company gate. Henry got off the car and went straight to the MP3 development department, and at the same time called CEO Harrison over. After a while, Henry walked into the MP3 laboratory. Accompanied by the staff, Henry walked inside, picked up the MP3 player, and started playing. The MP3 is quite big, a little smaller than the current Motorola Big Brother mobile phone. It can be held with one hand and can be put in a trouser pocket. There are 7 buttons on it: the power button, the sound plus and minus buttons, the confirm button, the return button, and the up and down buttons. Turn on the power, the screen lights up, a very simple interface appears on the LCD screen, the main page displays music catalog, press the enter button, you can enter to view songs, up and down buttons to select songs, press the enter button after that, enter the playback interface. The image of the playback interface is a stereo, and the song name is written below it. To adjust the volume of the sound, you can press the sound plus and minus key. To change the song, you can directly press the up and down keys, or you can press the back key to find a song in the display. This MP3 player is equipped with a built-in speaker, which can play external sounds, and also supports headphones. Henry tried it, and the sound quality of the external sound was a little worse than that of the earphones. With headphones on, the sound quality is not bad, not much different from a CD, and most people can't hear it. How long is the battery life? Henry put the MP3 on the table. Metalnovel.com asked. 5 hours. The technician replied from the side. Well, it's okay. Henry nodded. 5 hours, enough in front of him. At this time, Harrison also rushed over, and Henry looked at him and asked, how many MP3 players have been produced at present? More than 10,000 units. Harrison hesitated for a while after finishing speaking, and said, Chairman, we have produced more than 10,000 units. Although not many, it is not too few, but we have no sales channels. If the number is listed. Henry smiled and said, why not? Nicholas Shopping Network, isn't it? This time, we are going to sell our MP3 players through internet marketing. Harrison frowned when he heard it. Obviously, he didn't agree with this approach. In fact, Henry has no way. If he can own many physical stores like Apple, he will not learn how to sell mobile phones online by Xiaomi. Chapter 257 regarding the online marketing of MP3 players. Henry has already greeted Nicholas Group Geely Hut. At that time, he will put the advertisement on the home page, open a special channel, and make a snap purchase. Henry asked Harrison about the situation of the Sony Walkman. Harrison, what is the situation with our competitor Sonos Walkman? Chairman, Sony has spent a total of $10 million on advertising, and the Walkman is being promoted on TV, the internet, and in newspapers. It seems that they are ready to do a big job. Well, Henry nodded. I guessed it. Sony will definitely spend a lot of money to promote their latest Walkman. It's time to sniper them. Henry said coldly, this time, I will not only let Sony's advertising costs go to waste, but also let the Walkman sink into the sand. The inventory in the American warehouse is all sold. Stay home. Harrison, the production capacity of MP3 should be increased as soon as possible. At least 500,000 MP3 units must be produced a month. At the beginning of the hungry marketing, thanks to the excellent MP3 players, it will be very popular. Then, naturally there will be dealers. Look for us. When the time comes, our supply of goods must be sufficient. You can only take care of the production now, and I will personally take care of the network marketing. Yes. Harrison nodded. Henry then took an MP3 player and left the Silicon Valley Electronics Group. On the way, Henry suddenly remembered a poem. Suddenly, like a night's spring breeze, thousands of trees and bare blossoms bloomed. After tonight, the internet is full of MP3 player advertisements. I don't know what Sony will think after seeing it. There are already tens of millions of internet users in the United States, and the internet is no longer unfamiliar to the American people, and its influence is growing. The internet backbone network laid by Cisco has monopolized more than half of the United States. There are already more than 8 million Cisco users connected to the internet. Coupled with the number of users of its internet provider, I am afraid that the number of users who just open the internet is almost close. With 20 million people, the total population of the United States is just over 200 million. It can be seen that the number of people who have opened the internet has reached 1 in 10! However, there are many more internet cafes in the United States than in previous lives, and tens of millions of people who do not have internet access in their homes will go online in internet cafes. In addition, American schools generally have computer courses, and the computer room is also connected to the internet. Therefore, in the United States, it is over 12 years old. Most students under the age of 25 have access to the internet. The target users of MP3 players are at this age! MP3 player is a fashionable music product. It is the favorite of young people. This time, Silicon Valley Electronics Group will not only sell MP3 players, but also use USB universal converters. Through this big sales of MP3 players, the USB standard will be erected, and then the world will collect patent fees! At the same time, Everyday Music Client and www. MP3, the website will start to make a substantial profit. Only if you download the music first, you can copy the music to the MP3 player. While downloading music requires music currency, recharge of music currency requires PayPal. To recharge PayPal, you need to become an online banking user. PayPal will recommend Williams Bank. A series of chain reactions will greatly benefit many companies under Henry's name! In order to prevent piracy, a background recognition function is set up in the MP3 player software, and only Tantion Music Client and www are available. MP3. Only the songs downloaded from the website can be played normally on the MP3 player, otherwise, music format error will be displayed on the MP3 player. The MP3 format has not yet been fully standardized. Everyday Music Company has decided to create its own MP3 standard, so that no one will jump out in the future and say that it will charge a patent fee. This hurts. Therefore, the music format of Tantion Music Company will be partly different from other pirated MP3 music. The MP3 player manufactured by Silicon Valley Electronics Group will be the world's first MP3, which is of great significance. And so, choosing a name is very important. Henry named it Tino MP3. Tino is the highest state of music, and the sound is very beautiful. MP3 players use this name and complement each other! Henry took the Tino MP3 player out of the Silicon Valley Electronics Group. The capacity of the micro hard drive is 50 megabytes. The software used 7 megabytes, and there is 43 megabytes left to store songs. The current MP3 music is only about 1 megabyte. So there are 40 songs in the Tino MP3 player. The micro hard drive is not considered as the research and development cost, but the manufacturing cost is less than $100. The MP3 decoder chip is not considered the research and development cost, only the manufacturing cost is not expensive, as long as $50. However, for external sales, the micro hard drive will cost at least $200. And the MP3 decoder chip will cost at least $100. After the output is large in the future, the manufacturing cost will be reduced. Therefore, the total manufacturing cost of a Tino MP3 player is less than $200. However, Silicon Valley Electronics Group sells a complete set of MP3 players, including Tino MP3 players, Tino headphones, Tino chargers and USB universal converters. All in all, the price is approaching $300. If Silicon Valley Electronics Group sells for $499, it can make $200. Although Henry does not know the cost of the Walkman, it is definitely higher than the Tino MP3 player. At 5 o'clock in the evening, Henry did not go home, but went to a high-end restaurant nearby for dinner. Henry wore headphones while listening to music while enjoying food. He was accustomed to his previous life and liked to put his mobile phone on the table, but he did not expect that he accidentally put the MP3 player on the table. It would attract the attention of others. In fact, as soon as Henry walked into this restaurant, everyone present recognized him, and then saw him take out a gadget to listen to a song. Everyone couldn't help but feel extremely curious about the MP3 on the table! What is this? Can you listen to songs too? It feels so small, much smaller than Sonos Walkman, and the appearance looks very fashionable and cute, like a slightly larger Matchbox. especially the shell is actually plated with a layer of white metal, which must have a very good texture to the touch! Exclamation mark. Huh? The screen will still be bright. In the end, there was a little beauty about 14 who couldn't help but curiosity. She walks over and greeted Henry boldly. Mr. Henry Williams. Hello, Diana. Hello, Miss Diana. Henry looked at the little beauty who wanted him to say hello. Although he is young, he has a well-developed identity, and has blonde hair. With long legs, fair skin, and wearing a famous brand, she is obviously a rich girl. I take the liberty to interrupt you. Please. Is that thing on your desk a Walkman? Diana asked curiously with her big eyes open. Oh, you said this. Henry pointed to the MP3 player and said, no. That's not a Walkman, it's an MP3 player. MP3 player? I don't seem to have heard of it. Diana was puzzled. Of course, this is the latest product of Silicon Valley Electronics Group, which is not yet on the market. It does not need to buy a CD, but downloads songs from the internet, and then puts them in the MP3 player. You can play songs. What song do you want to listen to? Just download any song. It's much cheaper than buying a CD. Henry laughed. However, the number of MP3 players produced by Silicon Valley Electronics Group is limited and will not be sold in large quantities. However, tomorrow will be a limited time purchase on Nicholas Shopping Network. There are only 10,000 units in total. If you haven't snapped them up, you can only wait for the next week to buy them on the website. While Henry was speaking, many people gathered around. After hearing what Henry said, everyone can't help but increase their interest in MP3 players. Miss Diana, I'm leaving. This MP3 player is for you, Henry said with a smile when he was about to leave, while handing the MP3 player to the little beauty of Diana. Thank you, Mr. Williams, Diana said with a little excitement, and then rushed to give Henry a sweet kiss. Henry was stunned. The little beauty is so open? Diana looked at Henry's astonished expression, her face blushed, and she said shyly, sorry, Mr. Williams. I was a little too excited just now. Well, anyway, I was kissed by a beautiful woman, and I didn't lose it. It seems that I still earned it, Henry joked. With that, Henry smiled and walked past the crowd to the outside of the restaurant. Bill, please. Of course there are hands to check out. Henry never carried any money. As soon as Henry left, several of Diana's friends immediately surrounded her and said in surprise, Diana, you are amazing. You kissed Williams. Williams himself is so handsome, talented and rich. He is my idol. When he gave me the MP3 player, I was so excited that I couldn't help but kiss him. If now he's standing in front of me, I would definitely not dare. You don't know, when you stand in front of him, you will feel an aura in him. I can't tell you exactly what it is. Anyway, I just stand in front of him. When Diana said this, she stopped, thinking about what words should be used to describe. Did the usual fierce tigress become an honest and docile little tabby cat? You are the little tabby cat, Diana said in a huff. Okay, I'm not kidding you. Hurry up and get it. What? Of course it's the MP3 player that Williams gave you. Novel.com. I'll just play it, and listen to the sound quality. You wait, I haven't heard of it. At this time, a strong bodyguard in black came to Diana and handed a box to her. Miss Diana, this is the accessory for the MP3 player that Mr. Williams explained to you, including charger and USB universal converter, and a manual. Oh, please thank you Mr. Williams for me. Diana took the box in her hand and thanked it. Okay. The black bodyguard responded and turned to leave. The meal at the restaurant was just a small episode, but it was secretly photographed by reporters. The headline of the unscrupulous newspaper the next day actually wrote that Henry Williams' mysterious girlfriend suddenly appeared, with pictures as evidence. A picture of Henry Williams being kissed by his girlfriend. Chapter 258. On the evening of April 30th, the headquarters of the U.S. branch of Sony Corporation. Tomorrow, our Minutes Walkman will be officially launched, Yamada-san must prepare champagne to celebrate the big sales of Minutes Walkman, said an old man in 60s. Hi. Yamada. Ichiro nodded loudly in response. Afterwards, Ichiro Yamada approached the old man in 60s and whispered, Miss Chiba Minister, you are coming here from Japan. You must be exhausted. I specially arranged 2 American girls to wait for you. Well, haha, Minister, then I won't bother you. Yamada Ichiro bent over and respectfully exited the door, and then 2 tall, fair-skinned blonde bunny girls walked in. At this time, Henry is holding a high-level joint meeting in the Enterprise-level ICQ group. Nicholas Group, Geely Hut, Global Online CEO Jonathan Jackson, new CEO Bill Joyce, ICQ company Tanshwai, and 360 Holding Group Eugene Kaspersky's top 5 CEOs are all online. Geely Hut asked, Chairman, what is your MP3 player's name? Temple. Wait. Henry Reed suddenly felt wrong, suddenly remembered that there is a Dongfeng Nissan Tina car in later generations, although there is no such car now, but Henry feels a bit awkward when he reads Tina. It's numb, it's hard to choose a name, just call it iPod. Anyway, Apple can't escape its palm sooner or later! Stanley is no longer called the iPod player. Henry finished typing and sent it out. The current MP3 player produced by Silicon Valley Electronics Group is compared with Apple's iPod. The capacity is small and the shape is frustrated. It's simply nothing compared. However, it has already met Henry's requirements for MP3. The first product. You can't do it perfectly, otherwise, what about the next upgrade? The 4 of them saw Henry give the MP3 player the name, but none of them understood what it meant. iPod? What is this? Tanshwai asked. Chairman, what does iPod mean? Does I have something to do with Apple? Their products start with I, and pod seems to refer to the compartment of a spacecraft. The name iPod is indeed incomprehensible, and Henry reluctantly explained, we are not only selling MP3 players, but there will be some of them in the future. For example, computers. So, here, I first propose one to you. The concept of their digital hub strategy is that we will produce our own computers in the future, and the computer will become the hub or connection point of many small devices. Just now Tanshwai said that pod refers to the compartment of the spacecraft. And this is exactly the same as me. The proposed digital hub strategy is very similar. Our computer is a spaceship, and an MP3 player is a compartment, and the compartment needs to be returned to the spacecraft for replenishment. What is the replenishment? Of course it is a song. So, our MP3 player is just like it's called iPod. Henry didn't care whether they accepted this explanation or not. Anyway, when Jobs chose the name, it was the meaning. Okay. The name of the MP3 player is so determined, it's called the iPod. Next, let's discuss how to promote the iPod. Henry typed. Geely Hut typed and said, Nicholas Shopping Network will promote the iPod on the home page. Global Online CEO Jonathan Jackson. The Global Online portal will give each Global Online email user a letter of recommendation, plus a tweet on the home page. Bill Joyce, the new CEO of iZearch. If you use iZearch to search for music, the first one must be the iPod. ICQ CEO Tanshwai, ICQ chat interface cover promotion, plus pop-up window. Everyday music client and www.mp3.com website are released. Eugene Kaspersky, 360 McAfee Security Guard and 360 Netscape browser double pop-up window. Henry looked at the words they typed out with emotion. This combination is almost equal to the later generations of Alibaba, Baidu 60, and NetEase jointly fighting in China. One can imagine how big a sensation it can cause. In one day, the whole network will know the name of iPod! The rush time for iPod music players is set at 12 noon. No matter how much it can sell in the end, the purchase channel will be closed after 10 minutes. Henry typed, it was announced after closing that within 10 minutes, there will be 10,000 iPod music players. It's all sold out, and then tell them that next week, that is, April 8th, 12 o'clock noon to buy again. This way, we can create the illusion that iPods are extremely popular and very popular, which will arouse people. They're extremely curious. They would think that this product is so popular that it sold 10,000 units in less than 10 minutes. So the next time they snap up the purchase again, they will join it. And in the second snap purchase, the number of iPods has increased to 50,000. But after 5 minutes, the purchase channel will be closed, and then it will be announced that 50,000 iPods are sold out. When everyone saw what Henry said, they were all stunned. This marketing method is awesome! Afterwards, everyone chatted about the details again, and it took an hour before the meeting ended. Henry turned off the computer, took a hot bath, brushed his teeth and went to sleep. However, these shows have to work overtime and arrange for employees to prepare to put up the advertisement at 6 o'clock tomorrow. Silicon Valley Electronics Group's iPod music player is still produced in its own factory. However, if the demand increases in the future, it is necessary to find an OEM factory. Hongnian Technology Co. Limited is a company of Cisco and is currently developing towards Electronic Foundry. Silicon Valley Electronics Group has made a strategic investment in Hongnian Technology Company, injecting $10 million, taking 50% of the shares, and each holding half of the shares of Cisco. In the future, Silicon Valley Electronics Group will only retain factories that produce high-end products, and simple production and processing will be delivered to Hongnian Technology Company for completion. Harrison has sent technicians from Silicon Valley Electronics Group to the factory of China Hongnian Technology Company to help them establish an iPod foundry and conduct worker training. Labor costs in China are much cheaper than in the United States. Once more iPods are produced, Silicon Valley Electronics Group can save a lot of money. Not only China, but also India, Vietnam and other Southeast Asian countries have very low labor costs. With the rise of China, workers' wages have increased. In the future, the world's factories will be transferred to India again. India has an overwhelming population and is closely following China. The unemployment rate is among the highest in the world, and the wages of workers are really pitifully low. India's sanction is so painful that they can be asked to work overtime every day! Since Silicon Valley Electronics Group does not have its own chip production plant, so, for the time being, we are also looking for other companies for chip foundry. However, it will not be long before the Silicon Valley Electronics Group will establish its own fab. The next day, early in the morning, when people turned on their computers, they suddenly discovered that almost all of the internet was advertising a product iPod music player! What is this? So, click in and take a look. After reading it, surprised, you don't actually need to buy a CD to play music. Instead, you can download your favorite music in MP3 format via the internet and copy it to an iPod music player to play music I rely on, so to speak. You can save a lot of money by buying an iPod music player! With a capacity of 43 megabytes, it can store 40 songs. You can delete the songs you don't like at any time, and the free space can be used to copy other songs in. A dozen songs are also on an album CD. Not only the capacity is not as large as the iPod, but also some of the songs I like. But I don't like some songs, but I have to spend money to buy the entire CD, which is really uneconomical! In addition, CDs are not easy to carry and easy to damage. The Walkman is also larger than the iPod, so it can be held in one hand or put in a pocket. And this iPod metal casing is fashionable and high-end, so it is more face to take out! See how much? It's only $499! Paralyzed. The minute Sony Walkman, which has been advertised on TV recently, is compared with the iPod. It is simply scum. The iPod is only sold for $499, but it dares to sell for $500! Sony is crazy about money and money! Minutes Walkman is also worth $500! Exclamation mark. What? Exclamation mark. If you want to buy it, buy an iPod music player. Never buy a Minutes Walkman. If you buy a Minutes Walkman in the future, you will have to spend a lot of money on a magnetoptical disc! Exclamation mark. I continued to look at the iPod information, and I couldn't help sighing that Silicon Valley Electronics Group is really generous. I bought an iPod for $499 and gave me iPod headsets, iPod chargers, and other USB universal converters, although I don't know what a USB universal converter is for the time being. But when you hear this name, you know that this thing is a bunker! Exclamation mark. Otherwise, how can it be called a universal converter? Drag down the web page a little, and there is information about USB universal converter. Through universal converter, iPod music player can be connected to all computers on the market today. Amazing! Sure enough! Exclamation mark. Even this point is also considered, so no matter what computer you have at home, as long as you buy an iPod and have a USB universal converter, you don't have to worry. The iPod can't be connected to the computer and you can't copy music! Exclamation mark. The rush to buy iPod music players, April 1st at 12 o'clock noon. Still need to snap up? Is it too exaggerated? When I moved my gaze to the only click purchase, I found that only 10,000 iPods were left in the brackets. Oh, how do you divide 10,000 iPods? There must be many people who want to buy it too! Exclamation mark. Mad. It really needs to be snapped up to get it. What stupid company of Silicon Valley Electronics Group? If you have money but don't make money, you don't know how to put out a little more iPod to sell. Buy! Exclamation mark. Minister Chiba, it's not good. Ichiro Yamada rushed into the room where Minister Chiba went down the tower, yelling, panic on his face! Exclamation mark. As a Japanese old man in 60s.novel.com last night, Minister Chiba fought alone, one enemy too. It was really hard, and now he has weak legs and lethargic spirit. He wanted to sleep well and replenish his energy. Who know, I was awakened. Minister Chiba was angry and scolded, "What is your name? Look at your panicked look, how decent you are." As the manager of Sony's US branch, you can't keep calm and be a little calmer? Yes. Minister Chiba taught the lesson. Yamada Ichiro nodded and said yes. Minister Chiba asked while getting dressed, "What happened?" Minister Chiba, "I'm afraid we won't be able to sell the Sony Minutes Walkman." From 7 o'clock in the morning to 11:30 now, only 800 units were sold in the United States, and 700 of them were sold before 9 o'clock. After being sold, only 100 units were sold in the next 2 hours. I guess there will be fewer people buying in the future. Nanny. Chapter 168. Before the player is on the market. Chapter 259. PS. The new week has begun. Ask for subscription, monthly pass, recommendation, and reward. Minister Chiba's pants were halfway through, and suddenly fell off again, revealing the red underwear. However, he didn't care about this, and instead asked loudly, "How can the disc player be so good? How can it be only sold so little?" Minister Chiba, I originally thought that the disc Walkman would be a big hit. Ichiro Yamada shook his head and said, "But who thought? Silicon Valley Electronics Group actually launched a product similar to ours, and immediately grabbed our customers." Gone. What? Minister Chiba said angrily. What is it? How much is it sold now? Minister Chiba, the product launched by Silicon Valley Electronics Group is called an iPod music player, and no one has been sold yet. When Minister Chiba heard this, he was furious. This Yamada Ichiro dared to make a joke in front of him. Since Silicon Valley Electronics Group hasn't sold one of those iPods, how could it take away the customers of the mini disc? Exclamation mark. Minister Chiba was very angry. But at this moment, he felt chilly underneath. He looked down and fucked. He didn't wear pants yet. Minister Chiba grinned and quickly put on his pants. Then he stared at Ichiro Yamada, who stood in front of him angrily. Ichiro Yamada, are you taking the wrong medicine? Since Silicon Valley Electronics Group has not sold an iPod music player, How can it steal our customers? Is it you? Too incompetent, so shirk responsibility. Chiba Minister, it's not that I am incompetent, but they are too cunning. Yamada Ichiro quickly defended himself. The iPod music player they launched does not need to use CD at all, but directly downloads MP3 from the internet. The music can then be played in the iPod. Disc Walkman requires a separate purchase of a magnetoptical disc to play songs, which costs much more. Therefore, customers will naturally choose iPods and discard them. And what? Minister Chiba came to Yamada Ichiro. Seeing him hesitating, he was really out of breath, and shouted at him. Minister, their iPod music player sells for $499. It's only $1 cheaper than the disc player. Upon hearing this, Minister Chiba kicked the chair in front of him angrily, and the other party clearly priced the Sony disc player! Yamada Ichiro whispered, Chiba Minister, there are iPod news everywhere on the internet, or you can take a look. Okay, take me there quickly. Minister Chiba gave an order, and Yamada Ichiro hurriedly led the way. After a while, he came to a computer that was turned on. At this time, the screen was showing the website of Nicholas Shopping Network specially opened for iPod. Chiba Minister, look at the pictures above. This is the iPod. Yamada Ichiro pointed his finger at the screen and said, not only is it smaller than a disc, but it also looks more fashionable. Very popular. Many people commented below. All want to buy one. Minister Chiba leaned close to the computer, staring closely at the iPod's picture, and a haze flashed in his eyes from time to time. 2 minutes later, he browsed the entire website, and then the whole person became uncomfortable, and he became more and more old-fashioned. Ichiro Yamada, you are right, it's not that we are incompetent, but the opponent is too cunning. Minister Chiba couldn't help sighing. Said, prepare to lower the price. If the mini-disc player does not lower the price, I am afraid it will really not be sold. Minister Chiba, our product hasn't been on the market for a long time. We suddenly cut the price. Isn't it too that? Yamada Ichiro looked at Minister Chiba cautiously. He didn't dare to say the word council directly, but changed it. A euphemism. Minister Chiba's eyes widened, and then he taught Ichiro Yamada, you idiot. Don't cut the price. Don't let the mini-disc Walkman rust in the warehouse. Haven't you seen the iPod coming so aggressively and causing much loss to the disc? Take advantage of it. Now that it is not known to more people, we have to hurry up and sell the mini-disc as quickly as possible. Therefore, lowering the price is the fastest way. Hi. Yamada Ichiro nodded and responded loudly, but then said again, what about the customers who bought the mini-disc player before? They will definitely come and complain. Look, do you want to compensate them? Well, how much is the price reduction, then how much money to replenish them? Minister Chiba said lightly. 1. Then how much is appropriate for us to lower the price? $100. Time was approaching 12 o'clock a little bit. At this time, Henry came to the Nicholas Group company to monitor the data with the background technicians. The countdown starts. 1 0, 9, 8, 7, and when the last count reaches 0, the Rush viewing channel is officially opened! At this time, internet users across the United States frantically clicked on OnlyClick Purchase. OnlyClick Purchase is a patent of Nicholas Shopping Network. The scope of this patent is too wide. As soon as the map gun is opened, almost all e-commerce websites will shoot you when you are lying down and sleeping. You have to pay the patent fee obediently. The normal online shopping process is to first put the goods into the shopping cart, and then fill in the delivery address. But OnlyClick Purchase directly completes this, saving a lot of time, and then just choose the payment method. Is this also a patent? That's right, it's a patent. Chairman, 700 people completed the transaction in 1 minute. The technician exclaimed excitedly. Henry smiled and said, calm down, isn't it 700? A total of 7 minutes passed, and the technician exclaimed excitedly, Chairman, the iPod is half sold. Henry was dissatisfied and said, half sold? Within 10 minutes, I won't be able to sell 10,000 units. The technician looked stunned, and sold 5,000 iPod music players in 7 minutes. It was already very impressive. Well, I have never seen anything sold so hot! Then, time passed by 1 minute and 1 second, and finally 10 minutes later, Henry immediately shouted, "Close the purchase channel immediately." Yes. The technician responded and clicked a close button of the background program. The purchase channel was immediately closed. At this time, netizens who were still rushing to buy suddenly saw a message popped up on the website. "I'm very sorry, 10,000 iPods have been sold out in 10 minutes. Customers who want to buy iPods, please make a snap purchase at the same time next week, April 8th at 12 o'clock noon. And during this time, Silicon Valley Electronics Group will vigorously produce iPod music players. By then, there will be more iPods waiting for you to buy. Please save your money. Don't buy other products. Be sure to wait to buy iPod music players." In addition, tell everyone about one. The good news is that users who purchase iPod will give $1 music currency to buy songs. The iPod music player currently only supports the Tension Music client and MP3 under Tension Music Company downloaded songs. Other pirated music are not recognized. This point, please pay attention to iPod users. As for the exchange rate between music currency and the US dollar, the exchange rate is $1 and $1 music currency. In order to benefit the people, Tension Music Co. Limited allows the majority of iPod users to spend cheaper money to listen to more songs. The downloading of songs requires $1 music currency, which is reduced to $2 music currency. That is to say, from now on, you can buy 5 songs for $1. And with the $1 music currency we gave you, you can buy 50 songs. The reason for giving music currency is one, promotion, and the other is to cultivate users' genuine consumption habits. The money is not in a hurry. You should look farther. After the netizens read the news, those users who snapped up the iPod were immediately overjoyed, and those who didn't snapped up the iPod immediately became discouraged and vowed to grab the iPod next time! At this time, in the comments on the website, someone shouted, $6 for an iPod. If you are interested, please contact my account XXXXXXX. When other netizens read this message, Nima, that's okay, and quickly leave a message in the comments. $65 for an iPod. If you are interested, please contact my account XXXXXXX. $7. I am $1,000. Account number is XXXXXXX. Local tyrant, I just grabbed an iPod. Is XXXXX. If you want to buy it, add my friends, talk slowly, and the higher price will get. Haha, I also grabbed an iPod, but I am determined not to sell it. There are so many people buying iPods, who knows if they will be so lucky next time. Ha. If you can't get the iPod, I cried to death. Fucking, what's the situation? I can't grab the iPod as soon as I soak in the urine? You urinated for 10 minutes? Haha, so hanging. Fuck. Don't you use the toilet to walk? The toilet in his house is broken. I go to the toilet on the first floor. In a Japanese-style hotel, Minister Chiba and Ichiro Yamada both had gloomy faces. Selling 10,000 iPod music players in just 10 minutes almost scared the two of them to pee. Then, seeing countless people in the comments asking for a lot of money for purchases, my heart suddenly became cold and cold. After the price of Yamada Ichiro's disc Walkman has been reduced, how many units has it sold? Minister Chiba, after the price cut, we sold 200 units. After saying this, Minister Chiba and Ichiro Yamada looked at each other, and no one could say anything. In April, the wind in California was warm and not cold at all, but when a gust of wind blew, Minister Chiba and Ichiro Yamada only felt the cold wind. The news of buying 10,000 iPods in 10 minutes naturally shocked the United States. Major newspapers have reported. www.metalnovel.com TV stations have also followed up the report, interviewing many users who have purchased iPods. And there are also heated discussions on the internet. In the next 2 days, The iPod was delivered home. After using the iPod, the user liked it so much that he couldn't put it down. The relatives and friends around could only envy and hate. In school, whoever is listening to a song with a Walkman will be out and take an iPod out to save face! For a time, iPod has become the most popular, fashionable, and most popular product among young people nowadays! Excellent quality, only iPod. At this time, Silicon Valley Electronics Group established an iPod flagship store on Nicholas Shopping Network. The most conspicuous place is this sentence: "The ground is in the cloud. Come, you can get the view." Chapter 260. After the iPod music player became popular in the United States, distributors from all over the world came to Silicon Valley Electronics Group one after another, wanting to obtain the agency rights. But Henry deliberately hung them and didn't immediately agree. He has to wait for the second week's panic buying activity before talking to these dealers. At that time, the bargaining chips will have more weight. Another point is that as time goes by, more and more dealers will come. As there are more dealers, won't the competition increase? Naturally, Silicon Valley Electronics Group can get greater benefits. During this period, the Silicon Valley Electronics Group's factories all started, and other production was stopped, and workers were arranged to produce iPods. At the same time, China Hongnian Technology Company is also actively producing iPods. In Shenzhen, 5,000 workers have already been recruited to start training! In fact, there is nothing to train except for a few skills that require some technical work. Other things such as assembly and OEM, you can get started when you come. The first batch of users grabbed the users and soon exchanged music coins for songs. 100 music coins seem to be a lot, but if you use them, they are not enough. Because no matter how good the song is, you will get tired of listening to it. After listening to it, you will naturally buy other songs. The profit situation of Tanshan Music Company is not obvious for the time being, but the trend is obvious. With the big sales, it will definitely be able to make a lot of money. At this time, the record company also began to realize the development potential of Tanshan Music Company. However, the record company is still weighing which way to make more money. After all, selling a record is more than $10 more expensive than selling a song. The record company actually prefers to cooperate with Sony. But when it came out, the Sony Walkman was suddenly destroyed. Although the latest Walkman fans are outstanding, they have made breakthroughs in their size, appearance, and sound quality. But compared with iPod, it is really inferior. It was born out of nowhere and shocked the world. Silicon Valley Electronics Group did not take the usual path, and was able to come up with a combination of MP3 format music and hardware on the internet to form a new type of music player! To this end, Silicon Valley Electronics Group even developed a micro hard drive! At present, whether it is a memory card or flash memory, its maximum capacity is only a few MB, and it is completely impossible to store songs. The only thing that can store a lot of songs is the hard disk. But the current hard disk is too big in size. If it is made into an MP3 player, it is not convenient to carry. Silicon Valley Electronics Group overcame various difficulties and finally produced a very compact but large storage capacity. Once on the market, it was immediately welcomed. Its popularity has made the record company dumbfounded. They originally had the idea of cooperating with Sony, but now they seem to have to switch camps and cooperate with Silicon Valley Electronics Group! The number is still small, but once the iPod sells millions of units, even tens of millions of channels, the record company will make a lot of money. Therefore, the key to the second panic buying campaign. If it is popular, the record company will join the Silicon Valley Electronics Group lineup without hesitation. Otherwise, it will support Sony Walkman fans! A little bit of time has passed, and April 8th will soon arrive. With the anticipation of countless people, the iPod snap-up activity officially started in the second week. This time, the level of attention is many times stronger than the last time, and it can be said to be the world's attention. For a time, the traffic of Nicholas shopping network increased by 150% in vain! Everyone does not yet know how many iPods will be sold in this panic buying event. And so, when they saw that there were 50,000 units, everyone was surprised. They feel that this time there are so many, they must be able to grab one. However, the fact is, millions of people across the United States are rushing to buy. Those with poor internet speed or slow actions are not able to grab them. In less than 5 minutes, a full 50,000 iPods were sold out immediately! This time, Henry did not let people take the initiative to close the trading channel, but 50,000 units were really snapped up within 5 minutes! Countless are not snapped up. Suddenly downcast, regretful. Damn, last time 10,000 units were 10 minutes. But this time 50,000 units have been reduced to 5 minutes. This is too exaggerated. Sister wants to buy an iPod. Is there a beauty upstairs? I have an iPod. I am a beauty, a big beauty. Hee hee, add me ick. Let's talk slowly. Henry returned from the Nicholas Group to the Silicon Valley Electronics Group. At this time, distributors across the United States have been blocked at the company's door. Mr. Williams is here. At this time, I heard a shout from the crowd, and immediately, everyone rushed towards Henry. Mr. Williams, I want to act as an iPod music player. Mr. Williams, I want to act as an iPod music player. The bodyguard stopped them 2 meters away. Henry got out of the car, waved to them, and said loudly, "Don't worry, come to the company and talk about it." Everyone responded and followed Henry. Chairman, the reception hall has been set up. After Henry walked into the company, Harrison came to him and said. Henry nodded slightly to him, and led a group of people to the reception hall. Due to the excessive number of dealers, Silicon Valley Electronics Group also deliberately arranged a very large living room that can accommodate 100 or 200 people. Henry sat directly on the rostrum, and the seat below was the dealer's seat. Henry looked around. It was densely packed, almost full of seats. After everyone was seated, Henry asked, "Do you know about the iPod music player's second week of rushing?" "No," the dealers said in unison. www.mentalnovel.com. Henry heard the words and smiled. "Since I know, then I won't be nonsense. You should also know how popular the iPod is now. Therefore, it is not easy to get the power of agency." At this time, Henry looked at Harrison. Harrison immediately stood up and said to the microphone, "If you want to get the agency right, you must pay a certain amount of agency fees. According to the situation of different states, the agency fees of each state are different." Same. In a moment, we will send you a document with the price clearly marked and the agency fee for each state. In addition, the Silicon Valley Electronics Group has the right to revoke the cooperation relationship with those agents with extremely poor performance. After Harrison finished speaking, the employees of Silicon Valley Electronics Group came to the lobby and handed out documents to the distributors. The dealers who obtained the documents looked carefully. The agency fees in New York and California are extremely expensive, with an agency fee of $25 million, while Alaska is the cheapest, with an agency fee of only $2 million. At this time, Henry said, "The agency fee on the document is only for reference. If you want to get the agency, you must pass a bid to make a decision. Everyone writes the agency rights you want to get on paper, and you will hand it in later. For mobile phone users, please visit Chapter 261 PS. Xiangfei 123 inches leader is mighty. We must add more today!" When many distributors heard that the agency fees are so expensive, they couldn't help but frown and discussed with each other. For a while, the reception hall was noisy, and it was not much different from the vegetable market. Quiet. Henry shouted loudly, his stern eyes swept across the crowd of people in the audience, and said coldly, "If you want to stay, you can leave immediately. If you don't want to." Everyone shut up as soon as they saw Henry boom. Of course, no one wants to leave. The iPod is so popular, It is obviously a profitable business. Although the agency fee is a bit expensive, it can be earned. The dealers are all shrewd businessmen, and this is a good idea. Henry habitually picked up the water glass and drank his mouth water, thinking that if it weren't for a large number of people in the United States who don't use the internet, otherwise, he would not choose a dealer to sell the iPod. For each additional sales link, a portion of the money must be allocated. Because the Silicon Valley Electronics Group has a single product, it is not very cost-effective to go to various parts of the country to establish exclusive stores for an iPod. Therefore, we will talk about the specialty store later. At the very least, after having 2 or 3 products, opening a store is decent! In the reception hall at this time, the dealers had already filled out the information on the paper, then walked onto the stage and handed it to Henry. When all the dealers handed in the paper, Henry informed them to come back tomorrow. Subsequently, Henry asked the employees to save the paper, and then conduct a selection process to select the one with the highest bid for the agency fee in each state. The statistics work lasted for an hour. Henry took a look and nodded involuntarily. The United States is composed of 50 states and a Washington, District of Columbia. Alaska is the largest state in the United States, but its population is small. The second largest state in the United States is California, located in the western United States. It is the most economically and most populous state in the United States, accounting for almost 10% of the population of the United States, and neighboring Mexico to the south. On the west side of the Pacific Ocean, the geographical position is excellent, so it is also called the Golden State. Undoubtedly, the iPod agency fee in California is the most expensive. It's not bad. California has an agency fee of $40 million, followed by New York State with $35 million. As for other states, the minimum fee ranges from $3 to $20 million. This time, just rely on I'm afraid I made a lot of agency fees. Huh? The total is more than $500 million. Henry couldn't help laughing. These dealers were afraid that they were stunned by the popularity of selling 50,000 iPods in 5 minutes, thinking they were making a lot of money. Otherwise, how would you be willing to pay so many agency fees? This time the agency rights are only 2 years. In 1993, Silicon Valley Electronics Group will take over the rights from them. At that time, the network of professional stores established by Silicon Valley Electronics Group across the country should also be improved. Once they have their own sales channels, naturally they no longer need to rely on local distributors. And in these 2 years, let the dealers work tirelessly to open the market and promote the iPod, making the iPod more famous and becoming a well-known brand in the world. Immediately, Silicon Valley Electronics Group came to pick peaches. The next day, the distributors came to Silicon Valley Electronics Group Company again. Henry smiled, ready to announce the results of the bid loudly. Let me declare Alaska first. In the audience, most people had an indifferent expression. It seems that Alaska has a small population. The environment is a bit bad, not popular. Henry cleared his throat and said loudly, "Congratulations to Mars Company for obtaining the agency rights in the state. The agency fee is $3 million." Off stage, an obese man stood up excitedly. The Mars Company is just a small company. It was a little overjoyed to be able to obtain the iPod agency rights in Alaska. Henry smiled at him. "Pod is very popular." This gentleman stood up with excitement. "All right. Please sit down. Now is not the time to sign. After announcing the results of the bidding, we will sign contracts with you one by one." After the obese man sat down, Henry went on to announce the results of the bid. He announced from the beginning with the lowest agency fee. At first, many dealers didn't care about it, but the later, the more nervous they became. When Henry was about to announce California's agency rights, everyone stared at Henry motionlessly. Ahem, California's agency gainer is. At this time, everyone's heart suddenly raised their throats, and they were so nervous. Seeing their nervous look, Henry secretly smiled. and then announced, California's agency is the Broad Brothers Company, and their agency fee is $40 million. Many people in the audience took a sigh of relief. They were so courageous that they actually paid $40 million in agency fees. A pair of middle-aged brothers are proud of their faces. The savvy Broad Brothers decided that the iPod would sell well, so they won the California agency at a high price. They have carefully analyzed and calculated that an iPod is priced at $499, and the agent only needs to get the goods for $38, which is a price of $12. Even if they only earn $50, 800,000 iPods can be earned! As for whether they can sell 80,000 iPods within 2 years, the Broad Brothers have no doubt! The annual sales volume of Sony Walkman in California can reach more than 500,000 units. Isn't the iPod so popular that it sells more than the Sony Walkman? Moreover, with the development of the Internet, the iPod will become more and more popular, and its trend to replace the Walkman is very obvious. Therefore, if you win the iPod, you will definitely make money! After Henry announced the bidding, let those who did not obtain the agency rights leave the field, and then greet others to come to the stage to sign one by one. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Silicon Valley Electronics Group signed a contract with the distributor. Immediately, Henry asked Harrison to hold a press conference at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Media reporters gathered at the gate of Silicon Valley Electronics Group. Harrison announced, "This afternoon, Silicon Valley Electronics Group has signed contracts with major distributors in the United States. Therefore, in 1 month, there should be iPod products in shopping malls across the country. By then, welcome customers to come and buy." The reporter asked, "Mr. Harrison, why do you invite distributors to join the iPods that are selling so hot at the moment? Doesn't this share the benefits to them?" "This question is a good question," Harrison laughed. "It is indeed a loss of profit in the short term. But have you ever wondered how many internet users are currently available and how many people are willing to buy iPods through online shopping? Of course, we will not give up online shopping to sell iPods. But when online shopping becomes saturated, we have to find other channels and actively explore the market, so relying on distributors is inevitable." Silicon Valley Electronics Group currently strategically invests in a manufacturing plant in China, and each holds a 50% stake in the factory with Cisco. Silicon Valley Electronics Group will transfer most of the production of iPods to this factory in China for production, and it is expected that the production capacity of iPods will be greatly increased, increasing monthly to 500,000 units. Other reporters asked, "Then, Mr. Harrison, what is the total amount of agency fees that Silicon Valley Electronics Group received this time?" 2 years of agency rights, a total of $500 million. As soon as Harrison finished speaking, the reporters were shocked. TSK, charge agency fees, all make a lot of money, which is equivalent to the Silicon Valley Electronics Group selling 1 or 2 million iPods. The reporter thought for the first time in his mind, are the dealers crazy? Give such a high agency fee? After a while, you were reading www. The shock on everyone's faces at uukanzu.com did not diminish. "Mr. Harrison, the dealers give so much money, can they still make money?" Harrison smiled, did not answer, but said, "We expect to sell 10 million iPods in 2 years. Of course, there may be more. I think if you sell so many, the dealers will definitely make money." It's full of pause. "Mr. Harrison, you only expected it, but what if you didn't sell that much? Or, what about only 1 or 2 million iPods? Then wait and see." Harrison was full of confidence. Chairman Henry Williams revealed to him that after 1992, the Internet will flourish. Although I don't know what the situation is. However, since the chairman is so convinced, there are natural reasons. At that time, netizens will increase sharply, and MP3 music will be hot. With the chairman's position and influence on the Internet, the sales of iPods will surely increase! Harrison finished the news conference. The ground is in the cloud. Come, you can get the view. Chapter 262. The next day, After the news conference of the Silicon Valley Electronics Group spread, users who wanted to buy iPods were extremely happy, and the US Walkman market was suddenly sluggish. On the internet, Nicholas Shopping Network will hold an iPod panic buying event every week. But the number of iPods is small, only 1,000. The purpose of this is to create an atmosphere of panic buying, so as to highlight that the iPod is very popular! Therefore, the number cannot be too much. If the quantity is too large, the time for rush to buy will be longer. 1,000 iPods are not too much, but not too few. Often, as soon as the time comes, they will be sold out immediately, even less than 10 seconds. This is really shocking. When other people look at it, they subconsciously think that iPods are too popular, and too popular. Since so many people are buying them, they should buy one too! Propaganda on the internet is enough. Since the iPod is also going to be sold offline, there must be no less offline advertising. The main thing is to advertise on TV. Therefore, Henry prepared to shoot an advertisement short film. The theme of the advertisement is fashion and fashion. Therefore, it is necessary to invite some energetic young men and women to participate. After Silicon Valley Electronics Group announced that it needed to recruit 5 or 6 short film actors, it didn't take long for the recruitment office to be full of people outside the office gate. From 9 o'clock in the morning to 4 o'clock in the afternoon, 6 candidates were finally selected. 3 men and 3 women, handsome men and beautiful women. Harrison took them to Henry's office, let him take a look, and if satisfied, it was okay. If you are not satisfied, replace it again. Boom boom boom. There was a knock on the door. Henry was working on the file, and he answered, "Please come in." Harrison brought 6 people into the office and said, "Chairman, the actors for the commercials are here." "Yeah?" Henry replied and looked up at them. His gaze swept across the 6 people, and suddenly an acquaintance appeared. He was not actually an acquaintance, but only met once. Everyone hurriedly asked Henry to say hello, "Mr. Williams." "Hello, nice to meet you." "Hello," Henry replied, then looked at one of the women and smiled. "Miss Diana, you also come to sign up?" "Yes, because I like iPods very much," Diana said slightly nervously. Henry nodded. At this time, Harrison asked, "Chairman, what do you think of these people?" When the other 6 heard this, they all looked at Henry very nervously. With the popularity of the iPod, the actors who appeared in the commercial short film will surely be famous for it. Even if it is not well known, increase the exposure rate! What's more, the salary this time is very high. Everyone can get $10,000. This is a rare opportunity. Henry looked at them with scrutiny eyes, and the man quickly passed by. "Looks sunny and handsome, it's okay." Audiences like to see beautiful women, so they have to do what they like. Henry therefore looked at these 3 women most carefully. Henry could not help but comment on his skin, figure, and looks. The beauties were flushed by Henry's stare. "It's okay," Henry said, "there are only 6 of them. You can ask Galaxy Film Company to help you design and shoot a short commercial as soon as possible." "Okay," Harrison replied, then turned his head and said to the 6 people, "You can go now. Come to the company tomorrow." "Okay, Mr. Harrison." Everyone responded and left the office. Harrison also left the office with him. Unexpectedly, Diana actually knew Mr. Williams. "Otherwise, I would have to pick her up." Haven't you followed the latest Gossip Entertainment newspaper? Mr. Williams appeared in a restaurant and kissed his mysterious girlfriend. The woman in the photo is Diana. Damn, really? Will Diana be Mr. Williams' girlfriend? I don't know about this. But think about it. If the commercials are shown on TV, and those gossip newspapers report again, the iPod commercials must be very popular. At that time, will we also follow the fire? Yes. On the Galaxy Film Company, the casting of Jurassic Park for the movie has ended, and the entire crew has gone to Baranof Island, Alaska, and is about to start shooting. Harrison brought Diana to the Galaxy Film Company the next day. In the future, the shooting of the commercial short film will be completed in the studio of Galaxy Film Company. After seeing Bobby Robin, Harrison conveyed Henry's meaning. Bobby Robin immediately said that he would arrange for the best team to come and shoot the iPod ads. Regarding the iPod commercials, Henry, the shopkeeper, just made some requests. How to shoot it is their business. If you are not satisfied, then go back and reshoot. At this time, Tom Wright has found a suitable place for Henry to build a manor. It is located in Sonoma County, California. It is a famous wine-producing region in the United States. It lies on the Pacific Ocean and San Pablo Bay, and is less than 30 kilometers from San Francisco! The place is mild in winter, dry and warm in summer, and the climate is perfect! Moreover, the climate of each valley will vary according to the distance between the valley and the ocean, whether there is mountain shelter, and the altitude of the vineyard. Tom Wright talked about a series of advantages of the place in Henry's face, and Henry nodded again and again. The climate is good, close to the sea, there are vineyards, and the distance to the big cities in California is very good. How much bigger is the place than Michael Jackson's Dreamland? Henry asked. Although when I ask this, it looks like a mobster, but do you dare to say that the world's rich is a mobster? Choose the biggest one, it should be taken for granted! It's twice as big. mentalnovel.com. Mr. Williams. Tom Wright said, there are woods, grasslands, lakes, rivers, a large area of lavender production, 2 large vineyards, covering an area there are a total of 5,000 acres. Here are some photos, please take a look. Henry nodded, picked up the photo and flipped through it. While watching, nodded. The photos are really beautiful. Under the sunset, the grassland is golden, 3 or 5 big branches are luxuriant, and the host and hostess are standing under the trees, hugging each other, looking at the charming scenery in the distance. Or a flaming, endless vineyard. Or being in the middle of purple lavender, it seems like a fairyland. Or a beautiful lake with blue water and clear water. Henry quickly read the photos, and immediately said, Tom Wright, you can tell me how much money it must cost to buy here. I bought them. The ground is in the cloud. Come, you can get the view. Chapter 263. Henry quickly read the photos, and immediately said, Tom Wright, you can tell me how much money it must cost to buy here. I bought them. It costs $100 million to buy the vacant land alone. The other 2 vineyards are not too big. They add up to 100 acres and sell for $35 million. A lavender field costs $5 million, for a total of $140 million. Tom Wright said. Henry nodded, well, I decided to buy it. You ask them to come over to sign, and I will write them a check. Okay. Tom Wright reminded, but, Mr. Williams, do you really plan to buy such a large place? The subsequent construction will probably cost hundreds of millions of dollars. And such a large place needs to be requested. Human maintenance is also a big expense. Henry waved his hand and said, it's okay. Money is not a problem. The Soviet Union is about to disintegrate, and Henry has money. Well, then he'll go to inform the farmer and the owner of the vineyard now to ask them to come and sign the contract. Tom Lay I said. Okay. Henry responded, and then said, this time, you are the chief designer, and I will arrange 20 designers for you. We must design the manor to become the best manor in the world. I will do my best and I will definitely not disappoint Mr. Williams. Tom Wright said excitedly. Mr. Williams, don't you know what design requirements you want to make? Design requirements? Yes. Henry thought for a while and said, it is best to combine technology with classical style. If you add a little Chinese style, it will be even better. Stadiums, playgrounds, racecourses, zoos, etc., are all built. In addition, it needs special attention is to build a large airport in the manor. I want to place airplanes. I want to build a large wharf so that yachts can be parked in the future. A large underground vault is also to be built. I want to store collections and gold. So much for the time being. What will come to mind in the future? I'll talk to you again. Tom Lay I nodded. The next day, Tom Wright led 4 or 5 people to Henry. They were the farmer or the owner of the vineyard. Henry greeted them to the living room and chatted briefly. Just completed the transaction with them and bought their land assets. After it was over, Tom Wright took Henry to Sonoma County in person. Along the way, Henry could see many vineyards, which was spectacular. After half an hour, Henry came to his site. At this time, the managers of the farmer and the managers of the vineyard came here to greet him. "Welcome to Mr. Williams. From now on these people will be the employees he hired." Henry smiled slightly. "Hello." Subsequently, Henry learned that the manager of the farm owner is called Bill Belloc. He has been doing management work for the owner of the farm for 5 years. He is 48 years old this year. The 2 vineyards are adjacent to each other, separated by a river. The water is gurgling, and the bottom is clear. Willow trees are planted on both sides of the river. Yangliuyi, the most tender and shy. Henry merged the 2 vineyards to manage, and the manager selected a slightly more stable middle-aged man from the original 2 vineyards. The man is called Tony Lidd, 42 years old. Each of these 2 vineyards has built a vineyard winery nearby and sells wine to the outside world. But after Henry bought the vineyard and winery, he immediately stopped this action. He said to Tony Lind, "From now on, the winery will be called Williams Winery. The wine produced will be called Williams Wine. Don't sell red wine to the outside world. Pack it up first, change it to a high-end wine bottle, and set the cap on the bottle with diamonds and gold. We will sell them at the most expensive price of red wine on the market in the future. In addition, the rare thing is the most expensive. The wine sold every year must not exceed 10,000 bottles." After listening to Tony Lidd, his face was stunned. The new boss in front of him has a very unusual style. Is he still setting the bottle cap with diamonds and gold? Is this selling wine or selling diamonds? However, if it is sold as he said, can anyone sell it? Tony Lind is very suspicious. The wine in the manor used to sell for only $50 a bottle. Could it be possible to sell it for 10,000 by changing a bottle? Moreover, only 10,000 bottles of wine are sold a year. So what should I do if there is so much wine left? No way! Exclamation mark. The boss doesn't understand red wine, so it's nothing more than fooling around. As the manager of the vineyard, he has to give advice. Tony Lind said bitterly, "Boss, you can't do this. If you change the bottle to sell so expensive, no one will buy our wine. In addition, only 10,000 bottles a year, the rest of the wine wasted. It's in the wine cellar. What's wasted? Believe me, it will be more and more valuable in the future. As for whether anyone will buy it, just wait and see," Henry said with a smile on his face. Seeing Henry's insistence on this, Tony Lind was helpless and could only do things according to the boss' orders. Henry usually drinks wine, although it is the most expensive, but he can't feel it. There is no big difference between $1,000 and a few $100. He feels that the taste of drinking and drinking is worthy of face. Why are you embarrassed to go out to drink and pick up girls without ordering a more expensive bottle? Henry was not short of money, and never expected to make money by selling wine. Since there is a winery, since you can't drink so much wine, then sell the wine by the way. But as a world-class rich, his own winery only sells a bottle of tens of dollars. Wouldn't it make people laugh? Look, the billionaire Henry Williams drinks this cheap wine at home! Exclamation mark. Therefore, Henry decided that since he was selling wine, he would sell the most expensive wine. As the saying goes, selling wine is not wine, but taste! Exclamation mark. In the future, if you entertain guests for dinner and pretend to have some wine, don't order Lafite 1982, which is too vulgar and is forced to be low. If you want to order wine, order Williams wine! Exclamation mark. High-end atmosphere and top grade, the diamond cover is the most awesome. Pour a glass of wine, raise your head, look up at the sky 45 degrees, and then faintly said, "Please allow me to drink a glass of 91-year-old Williams wine." After Tony Lind left, He was going to implement Henry's order to find someone to redesign the wine bottle. Metalnovel.com, and then the bottle cap was set with diamonds and gold. He already wants to drive. Anyway, his boss is rich, so he can do whatever he wants. Henry rode a handsome tall white horse, dangling about his territory. He was led by someone in front of him, and several horse trainers followed closely behind him. "Mr. Williams, please rest assured, this horse is very docile and won't hurt you," said the man leading the horse. "That's good, that's good." At this moment, Henry was wearing a helmet on his head. His legs clamped the horse hard. His hands clasped the reins tightly, and he was leaning forward, looking a little nervous, worried that the white horse would throw him out. Henry had never learned to ride a horse in his previous life. Horseback riding is a fashionable sport. In today's intense urban life, it is a comfortable and romantic enjoyment to run on the grassy horse farm. Riding a horse can not only exercise your will and physique, but also enjoy the beauty of nature and breathe fresh air at the same time. It's a man, and I must be longing for the refreshment of galloping on the grassland! The ground is in the cloud. Come, you can get the view. Chapter 264. If you have a monthly pass, please vote for a little bit, so as not to have bad results. In addition, readers who are watching pirated editions, hurry up and support it. I know that your strength is very strong. Psha needs support, subscription, monthly pass, recommendation. Thank you very much Xangf 123 inches for rewarding a leader and becoming the first leader of Silicon Valley King. In order to express my gratitude, 4 changes today, and 3 changes every day for the next week. Taking advantage of the opportunity of this single chapter, I also want to thank all those who support Psha. Because there are too many people to write down one by one, just mention a few names. Kelshan Divine Emperor, Dongfeng Mobai, Na, Great the Black Shark, Zhang Jui, Teng 1861, Bing Bingy Inja, Xiao 13, Lonely Soul and Remnant Wolf 1, Xia Zenzan, Xishan Amusement Park, Lord Yam Yam, In the Wind Silence, Heng Dao Sees Love, Super Immortal 12356, The Period in the Soul, The Last Free and Easy, G222, Monsieur Bug, Boiled 2, Arc Year, Wine Vortex Control, Interstellar Weight Cavaliers, Guards Against the Sky, I Am Very Funny, Prosperous Try Dreams, A Clear Day, Kendo, Love to Run Tune, 7 Years, Cattle Squad, Iron-Blooded Officers, Single Travel A, Vitamin B0, Mountain Village Taoyuan, U Minutes, At, Chief of Different Tribes, Uninhibited Freedom, Uni Uhanmo, A Generation of Great Book God, Peeping Uncle, There is an Artifact Under the Crotch, Happy Angel, Xiofin Kanman 1, Alan, Smile, Funny Me. To be continued. Chapter 265 PS. Ask for support, vote monthly, subscribe. Henry studied on the racecourse for half an hour, and then he can gallop alone on the racecourse. Drive. Henry yelled from time to time, quite energetic, as the horse got faster and faster. A gust of wind blew on his face, and the gust of wind carried a fragrance of grass, which made people feel refreshed! Henry ran more than 10 laps on the racecourse in a row. After getting off the horse, he felt comfortable all over, as if he had done a lot of health care! Where can I find a good horse, and buy some in the future? Henry said to the steward of the racecourse while wiping his face with the handkerchief handed over by the servant. Mr. Williams, the British Thoroughbred horse is the fastest horse in the world with the best body structure. It is brave, sensitive, stubborn, and has a passion for blood. It is the best horse racing, but it is delicate and not suitable for other purposes. Arabian horses are the most beautiful horses. They are blood-blooded and originated in the Middle East. Although they are not as good as British Thoroughbred horses, they have great endurance and elegance. There is also a kind of horse called a Kal Golden Horse, also known as Khan Blood BMW, native to Turkmenistan. This kind of horse has a high head and a thin neck, slender limbs, thin skin and fine hair, light pace, great strength, fast speed, and strong endurance. The sweaty BMW has thin skin, and it has blood when running. It is easy to see the flow in the blood vessels. In addition, the sweat glands of the shoulder and neck of the horse are large. When the horse sweats, it is often wet first and then wet. For horses with maroon or chestnut hair, the local color will appear more vivid after sweating. It gives people the illusion of bleeding, so it is called a sweaty horse. The steward of the racecourse gave Henry's question eloquently, in great detail. Henry's eyes lit up after listening. "Buy them all," Henry said loudly. "In this way, you can buy some of the top 10 horses in the world." When the steward of the racecourse heard this, he was immediately stunned. Henry frowned and patted him on the shoulder. "How? Difficulty?" Only then did the steward of the racecourse react, and hurriedly responded, "Mr. Williams, it is indeed difficult." Henry frowned and said, "Is it the money?" "It's not a question of money. Mr. Williams is the richest man in the world." "How can there be no money?" The administrator complimented, and then said, "People who can raise famous horses are generally rich and rich. They will not sell horses easily." "Yeah?" Also Henry said in silence for a moment, "In this way, you can buy whatever horse you can buy. Cubs are fine too." "Okay, Mr. Williams." Henry nodded, turned into a car, and returned to San Jose, Silicon Valley Electronics Group. Earlier, Harrison suggested to Henry to acquire Carl Zeiss, a German company that manufactures optical systems, industrial measuring instruments and medical equipment, and a world-class company that manufactures camera lenses. Henry has also admired this company for a long time, and he can't wait to let Silicon Valley Electronics Group take it immediately. With the technology of Carl Zeiss, the computer camera is introduced. Mobile phone cameras can be even more powerful! The camera lens of Carl Zeiss has the advantages of sharp resolution, fine description, uniform aperture, hardening of multi-layer film shooting, etc., making the image look very clear and natural. Currently, Carl Zeiss camera lens technology is the best. In addition, Carl Zeiss is an old company with a history of more than 100 years. As a result, the acquisition of Silicon Valley Electronics Group was blocked. The German authorities did not agree to the sale of Carl Zeiss to Silicon Valley Electronics Group. Henry heard the news as soon as he arrived at the company, and was suddenly furious. The German government is really full and has nothing to do, so what is it doing? Fuck. Henry first got a temper. Then his heart sank. Think about how to respond. I am not without a backstage. The United States is the biggest backstage. If you pay taxes every year, the United States can't always eat dry food and don't do anything. There are thousands of days of raising soldiers during the war. Use troops for a while. Now it is also a war, a business war without gunpowder. America, it's your turn. I can't support you for nothing! Subsequently, Henry put pressure on the US government through various relationships, and even organized a demonstration near the White House, asking the US government to come forward for the Silicon Valley Electronics Group, support the market, complain to the German government for breaking the rules and obstructing market liberalization and competition. The US government is under pressure on the one hand, and on the other hand, it really wants to support Silicon Valley Electronics Group and help it acquire Carl Zeiss. The optics and camera technology of Carl Zeiss is very powerful. The acquisition of Silicon Valley Electronics Group means that the United States has these technologies. Therefore, the United States is happy to see its success. It didn't take long for the US government to pressure the German government and warn it. But, after all, Germany did not burden the United States very much. Lao Tzu's own country, the United States is too wide-ranging. Germany is powerful, so naturally there is no need to be afraid of the United States, and the United States is unlikely to go into war because of this trivial matter. However, Henry's support from the US government played a significant role in opening up German relations. Since ancient times, the fort has been breached from within. Since ancient times, money beauties are the most popular. Henry said that some high-level German officials will be carried out to tackle key problems. Sean Houston. This is Henry Williams. Henry dialed a call. Boss, hello, do you have any instructions? Send people to Germany, pay close attention to the activities of senior German officials, and then send beautiful spies to set up bait and take pictures. Yes, I know. Subsequently, the Blackwater Company immediately launched an action and sent people to Germany. In the next week or two, many high-ranking officials caught the net one after another, unexpectedly digging a big fish! German Vice President Dylan Bobby was in his 50s, he was greedy for money and lustful, and he was recruited in one go. The Blackwater Company investigated that this person often went to some high-end clubs, and what he gave birth to. Naturally, it is not difficult to guess. The people from the Blackwater Company mixed in, and then tried a few tricks. Dylan Bobby was overwhelmed by the Blackwater female spy and couldn't help it. As a result, an indecent video was secretly filmed. When Dylan Bobby saw the video, his face was panicked. "What are you doing?" Dylan Bobby pretended to be calm. "You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Since you set a trap to let me drill, you must ask me." Mr. Vice President, you are calm. However, if the video is posted, I don't know if you can be calm like this. The person from the Blackwater Company laughed. "I'm afraid your deputy, the position of the president, is about to disappear." Dylan Bobby's face changed, and he said in a low voice, "What do you want me to do?" Snapped. With a snap of his fingers, the person from the Blackwater Company placed a bank card in front of him. There is $1 million in the card, the Swiss Bearer Bank card. The password is 4 8s and 5 9s. This is Dylan Bobby has a different color on his face. "Money for you. The ground is in the cloud. Come, you can get the view." Chapter 266 PS. Great! Today, 3 changes are guaranteed, and if the code word is strong, 4 changes! Please support me! Dylan Bobby was stunned for a moment, and then realized that he wanted to buy himself. Dylan Bobby's face remained silent, but one hand dragged the bank card into his pocket, thinking that since he had a handle in their hands, it would be okay to have one more. "Come on, what can I do for you?" What you have to do is very simple. You must try to prevent the German government from intervening in Silicon Valley Electronics Group's acquisition of Carl Zeiss. "Are you from Silicon Valley Electronics Group?" "No." The person from the Blackwater Company shook his head, and then warned Dylan Bobby, "We are only collecting money to do business. You better not inquire about our origin. You can see that you are like mercenaries." Dylan Bobby said, "Mr. Vice President, now is not the time for you to be curious about our identity." The person from the Blackwater Company said solemnly, "Can you do what we ask you to do?" "This matter is a bit difficult." Dylan Bobby frowned. Carl Zeiss camera lens technology is the world's leading. As a large international company with a century of history in Germany, it has great symbolic significance. In addition, Carl Zeiss cooperates with the military close. It is impossible for the German government not to intervene. Even if I am the Vice President of Germany, I am not so capable. Upon hearing this, the people of Hai Shui Company suddenly looked unhappy. "If you say that, you are useless." When Dylan Bobby heard the words, his heart slammed. If they are worthless, they will expose their scandals, and then they will be ruined. Dylan Bobby was anxious, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind within the electric flint. Germany does not allow companies from other countries to buy Carl Zeiss, but when Dylan Bobby said this, he paused and then organized the language. Silicon Valley Electronics Group wants to acquire Carl Zeiss because it wants to acquire its technology. If there are other ways to acquire its technology, why bother to acquire Carl Zeiss? Other ways? What do you mean? Dylan Bobby smiled at this time. Sony of Japan is now in the camera field. It is also world-class. But before that, it was cultivated by Carl Zeiss. Sony cooperated with Carl Zeiss to launch the Sony digital camera. The lens used is Carl Zeiss, And Carl Zeiss not only provides camera lenses, it also licenses its technology to Sony. Sony has stolen the teacher and learned the skills, and the technology of the camera lens has also caught up. You mean, let the Silicon Valley Electronics Group follow the example of Sony, and also cooperate with Carl Zeiss, and then get their technology authorization? Yes, that's right, Dylan Bobby said. In this way, the German government's boycott process can mediate and help Silicon Valley Electronics Group and Carl Zeiss to reach a cooperative relationship. After listening to the people from the Blackwater Company, can't help nodding. Mr. Dylan Bobby, in the evening, we arranged for you a beautiful woman from Brazil. Is there a camera installed again? How come? We already have a video. There is no need to secretly record another one. You say yes, Mr. Vice President. Dylan Bobby did not speak, but agreed with him. At this time, the people from the Blackwater Company left the room, and a girl with an extremely coquettish dress and dark skin came in. After she came in, she took a few sultry poses, and Dylan Bobby instantly surged in male hormones. Group leader, you really didn't install a camera this time? How is it possible? Everyone is watching the movie together at night. Okay, I'll just say it. How could the team leader not have a camera installed? Damn, what do you mean? Turn around and scold me, right? No, absolutely not. Henry was answering the call from the members of Blackwater at the moment. Boss, German Vice President Dylan Bobby told us the German government will definitely intervene in the Silicon Valley Electronics Group's acquisition of Carl Zeiss. Therefore, the possibility of acquiring Carl Zeiss is extremely low. However, he said that you can learn from Sony, under the guise of in the name of the camera. I will find Carl Zeiss to cooperate and let them license the technology, so as to get the technology of Carl Zeiss. Henry pondered for a while, then nodded, and said, well, if that's the case, it can only be this way. Since Sony can steal the camera lens technology of Carl Zeiss through this kind of cooperation, so can Silicon Valley Electronics Group. Can Sony do it, but Silicon Valley Electronics Group can't do it? Henry curled his lips, picked up the phone, and dialed Harrison's office. Chairman, hello. Come to my office, I have something to talk to you. Henry said, come here now. With that, Harrison hung up. A few minutes later, Harrison came to Henry's office. Chairman. Harrison greeted him when he came in. Sit. Henry waited for him to sit down and said, you must also understand the situation of Carl Zeiss in Germany. At present, due to the intervention of the German government, it is difficult for us to acquire it. Therefore, the intelligence personnel in Germany suggested that we change it to another. The way. Harrison also knows that it is difficult to acquire Carl Zeiss, and is having a headache at the moment. What's the way? Harrison asked hurriedly. Under the guise of producing cameras, I got the technical authorization from Carl Zeiss. Henry said, Sony did that before. Now, Sonos optical technology is not much worse than Carl Zeiss. Chairman, I have a question. What question? It's that Carl Zeiss has been fooled by Sony before and finally cultivated itself a strong competitor. So, will it still be fooled now? Harrison said. Well, what you said is very reasonable. Henry nodded. We want to get the technical authorization of Carl Zeiss. I am afraid it is not easy. But I believe that as long as the conditions we give can impress them, there must be a trace opportunity. Henry paused and commanded, you will send someone to Germany later, and someone will take over there. In addition, German Vice President Dylan Bobby has agreed to give us some help when the time is right. Harrison was shocked when he heard the words. The chairman of the board of directors was so magical that even the vice president of Germany could handle it. Henry looked at him in shock and did not explain. How can I say it with the embarrassment of using a beautician that is not so glamorous? Harrison quickly reacted, and he asked, Chairman, what kind of terms should we offer to Carl Zeiss? You first contact carlzeiss.metalnovel.com to see what they mean, and then make a decision. Henry said, okay, then I will arrange it now. Yeah? Henry responded. On the same day, Silicon Valley Electronics Group established a camera department and announced that Silicon Valley Electronics Group is about to manufacture micro-drive digital cameras. As soon as the news spread, The industry was shocked. There are already many camera companies looking for cooperation with Silicon Valley Electronics Group, wanting to buy micro hard drives to produce cameras. However, they were all rejected. Nowadays, Silicon Valley Electronics Group wants to produce its own cameras, which undoubtedly makes companies in the industry feel that the wolf is coming! The news quickly spread all over the world, and Carl Zeiss naturally also received the news. Within a few days, the headquarters of Carl Zeiss suddenly ushered in the negotiator of Silicon Valley Electronics Group. The ground is in the cloud. Come, you can get the view. Chapter 267 PS. 4,000-word chapters are presented. Carl Zeiss, welcome everyone. Carl Zeiss's CEO Victor smiled. A few days ago, the Silicon Valley Electronics Group just announced that it would produce cameras. In a blink of an eye, they came to Carl Zeiss. The purpose is obvious. It is to get the optical technology of Carl Zeiss! Hello, Mr. Victor, this is Frank, the manager of the camera department of Silicon Valley Electronics Group. Frank stretched out his hand and smiled. Oh, Mr. Frank, nice to meet you. Please come with me. I will take you to the reception room. Okay, Victor asked tentatively as he walked. Mr. Frank, Silicon Valley Electronics Group still wants to buy Carl Zeiss. If so, I am afraid you will be disappointed. Not only our company's shareholders do not agree, but the German government would not agree. Frank smiled and said, Mr. Victor, you are misunderstood. This time, our Silicon Valley Electronics Group sincerely wants to cooperate with Carl Zeiss. Ha, don't mention the acquisition. Our company is a civilized company with an attitude. The company will not conduct hostile takeovers. Therefore, we are second to none and want to reach in-depth cooperation with Carl Zeiss. Frank paused and continued, you know, a few days ago, our Silicon Valley Electronics Group announced that it would produce micro hard drive digital cameras. However, our company's technology in camera lenses is not perfect yet. So, we found Carl Zeiss, because we know that Carl Zeiss optical technology is the world's first-class level. We Carl Zeiss have been engaged in lens research for more than 100 years, and optical technology is naturally leading the world. Victor smiled and said flatly, seemingly unmoved by flattery. Frank chuckled and flattered. He. Of course. Victor led Frank and others to the reception room. Two teams of the company sat in a row. Set up a battle, ready to fight. Frank laughed and said, Mr. Victor, let's talk less gossip. This time we are here to get the authorization of Carl Zeiss camera lens technology. Oh, no, Mr. Frank, I don't think this plan is very good. Even if we license the technology to you from Carl Zeiss, you may not be able to make Carl Zeiss camera lenses exactly the same. The manufacturing technology and materials will be extremely good. Big limiting factor. So, I suggest that your Silicon Valley Electronics Group place an order with us, and our Carl Zeiss will produce the camera lens, and then deliver it to your Silicon Valley Electronics Group. After Victor finished speaking, he looked at each other with a smile. Frank replied, if this is the case, shouldn't our Silicon Valley Electronics Group completely rely on Carl Zeiss? In the event of any accident or the influence of uncontrollable factors, then our Silicon Valley Electronics Group will suffer heavy losses! After everyone was asked, Frank went on to say, however, Mr. Victor is also right. Even if we get technical authorization, we may not be able to make the same camera lens as Carl Zeiss. So, I think, the best both methods are used. On the one hand, Carl Zeiss licenses the technology to Silicon Valley Electronics Group. After a period of research, the technology will definitely improve. On the other hand, it produces orders from Silicon Valley Electronics Group. Isn't this the best of both worlds? Oh, this Victor and others are reluctant to license the technology. In the past, it was a problem with Tigers that brought up Sony. Now Silicon Valley Electronics Group is not an idle company. If it also licenses the technology to it, who knows, will there be a second Sony in the future? Victor said, Mr. Frank, you are really too worried about what accidents and uncontrollable factors can happen to Carl Zeiss. Since our establishment, Our company has always been able to complete customer orders in real time. You can absolutely rest assured." Frank shook his head and said, "Nothing is absolute. Our company has to maintain a cautious attitude. If your company really cannot license the technology to us, then we can only find Sony to cooperate. After all, Sony's lens is more expensive than Carl Zeiss is much cheaper." Although Victor knew that Frank had said this deliberately, he came to blackmail Carl Zeiss. But he had to deal with it carefully, in case it really pushes Silicon Valley Electronics Group to Sony. It will undoubtedly cause heavy losses to Carl Zeiss. The stronger the enemy, the weaker and smaller oneself. The micro hard drive of Silicon Valley Electronics Group is a very good gimmick, with the capacity of a far memory card. If it is used in the production of cameras, it will definitely receive a lot of attention and customers' love. If Sony cooperates with Silicon Valley Electronics Group, it will not only increase revenue, but also expand the influence of Sony lens. Mr. Frank, we, Carl Zeiss, need to consider carefully about the technical authorization. We can't reply you clearly for the time being. Otherwise, 3 days later, we will continue to sit down and negotiate," Victor said. Frank nodded. "Okay, then talk about it in 3 days." After leaving Carl Zeiss, Frank reported to Henry on the negotiations. "Chairman, Carl Zeiss is not willing to license the technology to us, but is worried that we will invest in Sony. It is difficult to make a decision at the moment, and we are ready to start the second round of negotiations with us in 3 days." Frank said. "Well, I got it," Henry answered faintly, then hung up the phone. After thinking for a while, Henry laughed. Then he called the person in charge of the German Blackwater Company and issued an order to him. "Immediately ask German Vice President Dylan Bobby to come forward and speak for us. In addition, find a group of people dressed as Sony and go to Frank and others to stay the hotel. Pretend to negotiate, so that Carl Zeiss mistakenly believes that Sony wants to cut it out." Yes. The next day, Dylan Bobby was not awake when suddenly a telephone rang. "Mr. Vice President, it's time for you to go out." A very low voice came from the other end of the phone. Dylan Bobby was so excited that he knew who the other party was and understood what he meant, so he hurriedly responded, "Okay, I get it." The other party didn't say anything, but hung up the phone. When the weather was clear, Dylan Bobby came to Carl Zeiss as the vice president to show his condolences. "Oh, welcome, Vice President Dylan Bobby." Victor stepped forward and shook hands with Dylan Bobby. "Hello there." Dylan Bobby was a human being in front of others, with a smile on his face and an official temperament. Victor and others invited Dylan Bobby into the company. I took him around and introduced the company. Dylan Bobby never said anything between Silicon Valley Electronics Group and Carl Zeiss, until more than an hour later, Victor was about to leave Carl Zeiss. "Victor, I heard Silicon Valley Electronics Group wants to get your company's technology license?" Dylan Bobby asked casually, pretending to be inadvertent. "Yes," Victor nodded, "they want to get the technology license, but we dare not agree to it easily. The Silicon Valley Electronics Group is very powerful, and we are worried that once the Silicon Valley Electronics Group gets our technology license, he will catch up. You can't have this kind of thinking." Dylan Bobby suddenly waved his hand and interrupted. "Carl Zeiss has been around for 100 years. If it was afraid of competition, it would have gone bankrupt. Silicon Valley Electronics Group has obtained technology authorization and can how? Look at Sony. They don't also get technical authorization, but in the most cutting-edge lens field, Carl Zeiss has always been the leader. What's more, even without Carl Zeiss technical authorization, can the Silicon Valley Electronics Group's camera lens technology not be displayed? Seeing that Sony has dominated the mid-range market, it is ready to advance to the high-end and challenge Carl Zeiss' position. In that case, why not support Silicon Valley Electronics Group and let them fight against each other? Dylan Bobby said something reasonable, and everyone was a little moved by what he said. At this moment, an employee came over, said, "Mr. Victor, Someone just notified me of a major news. The representative of Sony suddenly went to the hotel where the representative of Silicon Valley Electronics Group was staying and talked in detail for 2 hours in the hotel. Dylan Bobby was shocked immediately. Sony wants to cut it. If Silicon Valley Electronics Group cooperates with Sony, it will cause Carl Zeiss to lose a major customer. But Sony can be powerful because of this, and challenge Carl Zeiss. Victor was a little confused inside. The Sony people are here, and if you don't make a decision, the Silicon Valley Electronics Group will go to them. Carl Zeiss not only failed to make money, but instead allowed his opponents to increase their strength. Victor gritted his teeth, said, I immediately invite the Silicon Valley Electronics Group to say that Carl Zeiss wants to start the second round of negotiations immediately. Yes, an employee responded, and immediately ran out, preparing to contact Silicon Valley Electronics Group. At this time, Victor nodded to Dylan Bobby and said, Vice President Dylan Bobby, you are right. Instead of letting Sony take the opportunity to grow, it is better to support the Silicon Valley Electronics Group by Carl Zeiss and let them fight each other. Carl Zeiss can still get huge rewards. Yes, it should be like that. Dylan Bobby smiled, thinking that his task is finally completed, and the secret video can also be collected. Some Villa team leader, Dylan Bobby just called and said that his task has been completed. We must keep our promise and return the secret video to him. No problem, just give him the first one. As for the secretly filmed videos later, he doesn't know anyway. Okay. Carl Zeiss is very eager to cooperate with Silicon Valley Electronics Group, starting negotiations one day early. Frank smiled. Mr. Victor, did Carl Zeiss decide to license the technology to Silicon Valley Electronics Group? Victor replied, we have already considered and will license the technology to you. However, Silicon Valley Electronics Group needs to buy from Carl Zeiss before it is unable to produce qualified camera lenses. Mr. Victor, are there any specific requirements for your so-called qualified quality? Frank quickly noticed the trap in the text and couldn't help asking. At least 80% of the level of Carl Zeiss camera lens. Otherwise, the camera pixels are too poor, and the customer thinks that our Carl Zeiss technology is not good. Frank thought about it for a moment, then promised, no problem. Well, now we will talk about the technology licensing fee and the purchase price of the camera lens. Victor introduced, Carl Zeiss has a variety of technologies, and the licensing fee for each technology is different. The camera lens depends on what you want. The price of which model is used is naturally different. I have listed more than a dozen tables, please take a look. With that, Victor took out a stack of forms and handed them to Frank. Frank is a technician himself. He took the form and looked at it seriously. Zoom technology, chromatic aberration correction technology, macro lens technology, aperture technology, lens coating technology, etc. Frank watched for more than 10 minutes, took a deep breath, and secretly said that Carl Zeiss is indeed a veteran world-class company with a lot of technical storage. Frank believes that this little technology is definitely not the best technology of Carl Zeiss, and it will definitely leave it alone! Drunkard's intention is not to drink. For which model of camera lens, Frank didn't care too much. With technology, you can produce good camera lenses by yourself. Frank watched for more than 10 minutes, selected more than 20 technologies, and marked them with a pen, and then said to Victor, the price is okay, we want these technologies to license. Victor's eyes gleamed, and he secretly said, the other party's eyesight is good, choose some good techniques! Okay, what type of camera lens do you choose? Victor gritted his teeth and said, with so many technologies, I am a bit reluctant to license it to other companies. This is not bad. Frank pointed to a camera lens that Carl Zeiss launched in 199. Although it is a bit more expensive, it works well. Victor saw that he had chosen a more expensive camera lens. Metalnovel.com and felt a little more comfortable. Okay, this one costs $25 each. Frank smiled. Money is not a problem. Victor didn't want to have dreams at night, and Sony was still outside, so he immediately signed a contract with Frank. I hope the two companies cooperate happily. Frank closed the file and stretched out his hand. Happy cooperation, Victor said with a handshake. Hee, Mr. Victor. There will be a period later. Frank smiled deeply and left Carl Zeiss with the negotiating team. Within a few days, Victor suddenly became furious. He received news that Sony had not sent a representative to Germany to talk to Silicon Valley Electronics Group for cooperation. Therefore, those people must be impersonating. The ground is in the cloud. Come, you can get the view. Chapter 268 PS. After coding this chapter, my eyes are a little tired. Take a rest for one night, and continue to do more tomorrow. Even though Carl Zeiss knew that Silicon Valley Electronics Group had been playing tricks at them, the contract had already been signed and they could not do anything about it. But then again, cooperating with Silicon Valley Electronics Group is not necessarily a bad thing. When Carl Zeiss announced its cooperation with Silicon Valley Electronics Group, the stock price rose 9% that day. The industry is generally optimistic about the cooperation between Carl Zeiss and Silicon Valley Electronics Group, and believes that through this cooperation, Carl Zeiss will join forces with Silicon Valley Electronics Group's micro hard disk and Carl Zeiss's lens technology to further seize market share and establish a brand reputation. This time, Silicon Valley Electronics Group spent $150 million to obtain more than 20 technical licenses from Carl Zeiss. Although the price is a bit more expensive, Henry is still very happy that camera lenses and cameras will be widely used in the future, such as computers, mobile phones, surveillance, etc. The market potential is endless! So, after getting the technology, Henry asked Williams Lab to set up a lens technology research institution, simply named it Lens Technology Research Institute, and then recruited outstanding talents in the lens technology field to join and spend a lot of money. Focus on the development. Now that he has the technical support of Carl Zeiss Lens, Henry can use the technology to apply it to more places, such as film shooting. In the future, it will become the world's top film equipment company, Panavision, who has accumulated a lot of expertise and will soon emerge. Founded in 1954, the company is a large international company and a brand that independently manufactures photographic equipment, including photographic equipment, lighting equipment, and mobile machinery equipment. Among them, it is the leader in the field of camera lenses. Be in a leading position in the world. Henry decided to acquire this company because it can strengthen the strength of Williams Labs in lens technology! In addition, Panavision Corporation was acquired. In the future, Henry will be able to get the most advanced shooting equipment for shooting under the name of Galaxy Film Company or ATV. The natural shooting effect is far superior to other companies, which undoubtedly enhances the competitiveness of the film company! If a worker wants to do his job well, he must first sharpen his tools. Henry's layout in the pain entertainment industry really needs helpers like Panavision. Although Panavision was established early, but the current market value is not high, Henry has great confidence in acquiring it. The real takeoff time for Panavision is next year. They transformed the Sony 900 camera into a new device, which is extremely popular, become the new symbol of North American digital cinema that year! Afterwards, another product of Panavision, was a handy tool for the second generation of filmmakers, and was adopted by Warner to shoot the latest movie Superman Returns. Since then, Panavision has been promoted to a world-class film equipment company! However, Panavision is very powerful. It is always only rented but not sold. But the business is very hot, often in short supply. It doesn't matter if some small film companies don't have money. Don't even think about using Panavision's shooting equipment. For such a company, it is natural to acquire it before the fire. Without further ado, Henry sent someone to the Panavision company. You are going to buy Panavision? The shareholders of Panavision were surprised. The Panavision company has not yet become popular. Even more because it only rents movie equipment, so the money that can be made every year is not much. Generally speaking, large film companies have their own film equipment. There is no need to rent from outside. Only small film companies rent film equipment. But the small film companies have no money in the first place, and they probably won't make much money from them. What's more, there are still many competitors, so they make less money. Henry sent someone to investigate and learned that the current profitability of Panavision can only be regarded as average. The annual income is only about $30 million, but the profit is less than $5 million. Staff salaries, equipment maintenance and development, etc. are all a lot of expenses. Among them, equipment development accounts for the highest proportion. Panavision does not buy all its equipment from film equipment manufacturers like other equipment rental companies. Instead, insist on independent development or transformation of film equipment. Yes, let's make a price. Which company are you? Silicon Valley Electronics Group. Everyone heard the words. Could not help but be slightly shocked. Not long ago, Silicon Valley Electronics Group reached a partnership with world-class camera lens company Carl Zeiss. In a blink of an eye, it is coming to acquire Panavision. It seems that Silicon Valley Electronics Group wants to make a big splash in the field of camera lenses! This matter, we need to think about it, said the CEO of Panavision. Of course it can. Before coming, we have invited a professional appraisal company to evaluate Panavision. They think your company's market value is $50 million. Several major shareholders of Panavision company flashed a little bit of irritation, and they were obviously not satisfied with this valuation. Panavision's profit is not high, but it has 3 branch companies and large film equipment. In addition, Panavision also owns some technology patents. How can these things add up to only $50 million? The negotiator of the Silicon Valley Electronics Group smiled. However, our Silicon Valley Electronics Group is willing to spend $80 million on the acquisition of Panavita. This price is $30 million higher than the price given by the evaluation company, which is enough to see our sincerity. Of course, if a Panavision corporation accepts financing, it can be. However, Silicon Valley Electronics Group will hold absolute controlling rights in Panavision Corporation. As for the company's daily management, it is still handed over to the original management. Silicon Valley Electronics Group will not casually intervene. Think about it. Please reply to me tomorrow. This is my business card with my phone number on it. After speaking, the representative of Silicon Valley Electronics Group handed the business cards one by one to the executives of Panavision. Goodbye. Representatives of Silicon Valley Electronics Group are coming soon. Metalnovel.com and going there too. What to do? Sell the company, or accept financing? The company's major shareholders discussed. Sell it. They give a lot of money. I think it is better to accept financing and let Silicon Valley Electronics Group take a share. We only need to hold a part of the equity. I think that with the support of Silicon Valley Electronics Group, Panavision can develop rapidly. In the future, maybe we have shares in our hands. It will be more valuable than it is now. Well, that's right. Everyone looks farther and accepts financing from Silicon Valley Electronics Group. Didn't they say that although they will hold absolute controlling rights, the daily management of the company will still be handed over to us? Vote everyone. Chapter 269. The next day, the headquarters of Panavision, the representatives of Silicon Valley Electronics Group and the shareholders of Panavision officially signed a contract. Silicon Valley Electronics Group raised Panavision for $50 million, holding 75% of the shares. After signing the contract, the representative of Silicon Valley Electronics Group said, "Daily operations are as usual, but there are a few points to note. First, increase the research and development of photographic equipment. Second, the company's products will be given priority to brother companies in the future." Brother company? The person in charge of Panavision Company asked puzzledly. There is Galaxy Film Company in the United States and Asia Television Limited in Hong Kong. These companies are all under the name of Mr. Williams. Oh, I see, it's okay. Well, that's good. In the future, Panavision's patents will belong to Williams Laboratories. At the same time, Williams Laboratories will provide more and more advanced technology to support Panavision to make it competitive in the industry. Far ahead. No problem. The representative of Silicon Valley Electronics Group then left Panavision and prepared to return to San Jose to report to Henry. Henry is now drinking wine from his own estate. The two previous vineyards planted different types of grapes. One is white grapes and the other is red grapes. Therefore, two wines are produced, white wine and red wine. White wine, the color is almost colorless, the taste is sweet and sour, and the fruity aroma is strong. Red wine, the color is natural ruby color, fragrant and full-bodied. The color and taste are very good. Henry nodded, and then asked, "How much does a bottle cost?" Tony Lind, the manager of the winery, said, "According to your instructions, we have repackaged the wine. The bottle is crafted by the world-renowned jewelry designer Jose Davalos. The exterior is plated with 24K gold and pure white gold. In addition, it is set with 6,666 perfectly cut real diamonds. The whole bottle of wine looks like a magnificent work of art. It only costs more than $1 million US. Therefore, we decided to sell for $2 million US. After Henry listened, "I don't feel confused. I asked you to be more luxurious, but I didn't ask you to be so luxurious." "Forget it, since it has been done. So be it." "Well, you can. But I will sell 100 bottles every year from now on," Henry said to Tony Lind. Tony Lind nodded, hesitated, and said, "Mr. Williams, actually, we also designed another wine." Henry looked at him suspiciously. Tony Lind quickly took out another bottle of wine from the box he brought over. "Mr. Williams, look," Tony Lind said, pointing to the wine on the table. "This bottle was also designed by jewelry designer Jose Davalos, but it is much simpler. The combination of sterling silver costs only over $1,000. And we can sell a bottle for $5,000. Henry nodded. "That's not wrong. Let's do it." In the future, the manor will produce two brands of wine. The previous one was a luxury brand called Williams I. Well, it's called Williams. Henry thought to himself, Williams I can just represent himself, and if he has children in the future, they will be Williams too. Good. Tony Lind nodded with joy. In his opinion, the luxury wine of $500,000 cannot be sold at all, and he acts as the management of the winery. Try to find a way not to make the winery lose money every year. The boss' request was to create a luxury brand. Tony Lind was worried that he would not agree with his proposal, and then he came up with such a compromise. Tony Lind. "From now on, Williams I will be sold through auction house. Of course, if someone contacts us to buy it, then you will sell it too. But only 100 bottles are allowed to be sold every year." "Okay, Mr. Williams, I get it." Henry nodded. Then Tony Lind left. Just a while later, the team that acquired Panavision Company came back and reported the acquisition to Henry in detail. "Boss, this is a document contract," said Wells, the leader of the negotiation team. Henry took it, looked at it carefully, and then said, "Well, it's a good job." "Thank you, boss, for the compliment." Wells laughed. "Drinking?" "There is a bottle of red wine on the table." Henry closed the file and put it in the drawer, saying to him, "Okay, boss." With that said, he first poured Henry a glass, and then he poured himself a glass. Henry smiled slightly, and after watching him drink up a glass of wine, he asked, "How does it taste?" "Not bad." Wells nodded and said immediately, "It's just that I haven't seen this wine in the market yet. The new wine that my manor just produced hasn't been on the market yet." "Of course you haven't seen it." Henry smiled. "If you like it, you can take the whole bottle of wine. It's a small reward." "Then thank you, boss." Wells respectfully thanked him. The bottle of wine in front of him was the most luxurious and beautiful wine he had ever seen, just like a work of art. Henry smiled slightly. "Well, It's okay, you can rest. Yes. After Tony Lind returned to the winery, he contacted the auction house. The auction house was shocked when he heard that the other party asked them to auction $2 million of Williams Moment wine, but immediately realized that it was Henry William. The luxury wine created by the estate under the name of Muss came back to life. The auction house thought, auctioning such an expensive wine is definitely a gimmick. In addition, they are also full of curiosity about this $2 million wine. Ever since, I hurried to send someone over to get a closer look. When they saw a piece of art that looked like a rare treasure placed in front of them, they were all stunned in surprise. Aren't they all real diamonds on the bottles? How much does it cost? More than that, you see that the bottle is also plated with platinum. Tony Lind looked at them www.mentalnovel.com and smiled. How about it? Is it worth $2 million? Auction house. It's too exaggerated. What you are selling is not wine, but wine bottles. Tony Lind could not help but smile bitterly after hearing this. Mr. Williams' request, I can't help it. The pursuit of rich people is different from ordinary people. Okay. Do your auction houses agree to auction Williams' wine? Auction house. Of course I agree. Well, when will you hold the auction? Tony Lind said. 1 month later, we will hold an auction in Los Angeles, California. At that time, your wine can be included in the auction. Well, that's good. Chapter 270. After the auction house signed the contract with Williams Winery, they left. After leaving, they prepared to disclose the $2 million worth of wine. The whole world will definitely look at it when they hear this news. And auction houses can also take the opportunity to become famous. This auction house is one of the world's 3 largest auction houses. Sotheby's Auction House. Sotheby's Auction House is a British auction house with a history of more than 200 years. It has offices all over the world, has the strength and channels, and the Williams wine is handed over to them for auction, which is the most suitable. Sotheby's Auction House immediately launched a publicity campaign after obtaining the auction rights. However, Sotheby's did not tell the specific situation, but only revealed the price, which is like holding a peeper half hidden, the most dazzling taste. The world's richest people said that they want to see what kind of wine is so expensive! The auction will be held for more than a month. During this period, Panavision sent a set of top-quality shooting equipment to Asia Television. ATV is now catching up with TVB in Hong Kong. Millionaires are not only popular in Hong Kong, but also countries all over the world have introduced programs. ATV's influence is increasing day by day. The Voice of Asia was also very successful. The 4 mentors, Huang Jiu, Anita Muir, Teresa Teng and Leslie Chung have not only become popular in Hong Kong, they have also become the 4 most popular singing stars in Asia. China University 6, Taiwan, South Korea, Japan, Singapore and other parts of Southeast Asia have purchased programs for broadcast. Many good singers have emerged among the good voices of Asia, such as Faye Wong, Aaron Kwok, Meng Tingwei, Na Ying. Faye Wong made her debut in Hong Kong in 1989 with The Old Sentence, but she has not been very popular. Then she participated in The Voice of Asia. With her unique voice, she was a little lazy in the ethereal, and instantly conquered the 4 great mentors. The 4 mentors turned around one after another. After that, the 4 great instructors tried their best to start robbing people. The scene was very hot, and the audience was all excited and high. The ratings that night burst out, as high as 65%. Finally, Faye Wong chose Anita Muir as her mentor. Aaron Kwok and Meng Tingwei are both singers recommended by Taiwan, and they have just made their debut, but they are not popular. Aaron Kwok sang a new song tailored for him by the company, I Love You Endlessly, and participated in the show. This song made Aaron Kwok an instant hit. Not only did the 4 major mentors grab people, but after the show was broadcast, Aaron Kwok instantly had millions of fans, especially with many female fans, and his fascination with Aaron Kwok was as much as he said in The Good Voice of Asia. The lyrics sang, I love you endlessly, I can go every day, every month, every year and forever. In the end, Aaron Kwok chose Huang Jiu as his mentor. Meng Tingwei sang a song from his own album. Actually, I still care a little, the singing is too beautiful. All of a sudden moved the four great mentors. Because Teresa Teng is also Taiwanese, Meng Tingwei finally chose Teresa Teng as her mentor. Na Ying is a singer recommended by China University 6. She has been singing Suruis songs before, and she was called Xiao Surui, and she gave her stage name Su Bing. But when she participated in The Voice of Asia, she changed her stage name and replaced it with Na Ying! As soon as Na Ying's singing came out, she shocked the four great instructors. His voice was really great. Born to sing, there is no doubt that he won the turn of the four mentors on the spot. Finally, Leslie Chung was chosen as his mentor. Fei Wong, Go Fucking, Meng Tingwei. The four Na Ying became popular, and Asia Television signed them all. As for their contracts with other companies, ATV paid expensive contract transfer fees. The Big Era has been filmed and is being staged. For a time, it is a prime stage theater, overwhelming all the programs of TVB Wireless TV station. TVB Wireless has changed 2 TV series in a row. None of them can compare with the big times! At this time, ATV was still filming The Legend of the New White Snake. Half of the TV series was filmed. In addition, ATV introduced the Chinese drama series Journey to the West, filmed in 1986 by Liu Xiaolingtong, who played the role of Monkey King, the #1 TV series in China's Big Six. After the Big Era is over, the Journey to the West will be played, and after the Journey to the West, The Legend of the New White Lady will be played. In addition, the Condor heroes must also prepare to start shooting. Yango is played by Ku Tanl, and Xiaolong Girl is played by Liu Otong. Both of them have just made their debut. Henry randomly found a reason and asked them to play by name and surname. The version of Louis Ku and Liu Otong's Condor heroes is so good looking, it impressed him very much! These 5 TV dramas, no matter which one is a classic, have won the top ratings in their respective broadcast years. Now that they are all being shown in turn, TVB is estimated to be Cry Father and Mother, complaining that the opponent is too strong, and it has no way to survive! It's hard to imagine that TVB TV will be suppressed for a whole year in 1991. Variety shows can't be compared. No one watched the shows. TV shows can't be compared. No one watched. News shows can't be compared. No one watched either. The Focus interview of Asia TV's news program has become the most authoritative, down-to-earth, and most popular news program in Hong Kong, with a huge influence. Many unscrupulous businessmen are most afraid of reporters who focus on interviews. Once they are exposed, they will be over. Senior officials and triads in Hong Kong also talked about the focus of the interview. However, the backstage of Asian TV is too hard and they dare not mess around. At the beginning, there was a gang that was very rampant, and dozens of people with knives rushed to the door of ATV, clamoring that ATV was going to be demolished. As a result, he was crippled by a group of black-clothed foreigners in no time. These foreigners are tall and burly, white people, black people, yellow people, and all kinds of skin colors. However, they were all very cruel, cold-blooded, and merciless in their actions. After 1 minute or 20 seconds, 2/3 of the dozens of underworld people were seriously injured. www.mentalnovel.com, and even 5 or 6 people were in danger! The big gangsters in Hong Kong were all startled when they received the news. How could those people be so fierce that they solved dozens of people in just over a minute! So, I quickly sent people to investigate, and after a detailed investigation, everyone was frightened! The other party is actually an employee of the notorious Hai Shui company with a worldwide reputation! With more than 200,000 employees under the Hai Shui company, the armed forces are very strong, and there is no pressure at all to destroy a small country. At present, the members of the company are distributed all over the world. Where there is war, there is the figure of Blackwater Company. The logo of Blackwater Company has become a very awe-inspiring symbol, and no one dares to provoke it easily! Comparing the Hong Kong underworld with the Blackwater Company, that is not an order of magnitude at all. The Blackwater Company can crush them in minutes. Therefore, the Hong Kong underworld knows that there are Blackwater companies behind ATV, and all of them are withered. The ground is in the cloud. Come, you can get the view. Chapter 271. The Miss Asia program is also being held. This time, they followed Henry's instructions, packaged, attended various activities, and attracted the attention of the audience. The last stop is to come to the United States to participate in the Victoria's Secret fashion show held by the Victoria's Secret Company! The Victoria's Secret fashion show should have only started in 1995, but when Henry decided to acquire Victoria's Secret, it was destined to be held 4 years in advance! In the previous life, the product categories of Victoria's Secret include women's underwear, bras, underwear, swimwear, casual women's clothing, women's shoes, cosmetics and various supporting clothing, luxury shorts, perfume, cosmetics and related books, etc. It is one of the most famous and underwear brands in the world. Basically, women know this brand. As for men, the Victoria's Secret angels are so sexy! In 1995, the Victoria's Secret fashion show was held, which attracted global attention and was reported by the world's major media as the underwear event of the century! After that, a Victoria's Secret fashion show will be held every year, and each time it will attract global attention, cause a huge sensation, and make the headlines of major newspapers every year! Victoria's Secret is affiliated to the Limited Brands Group, a well-known mid to high-end clothing manufacturer in the United States. Currently, it has established hundreds of stores in the United States, and the sales have exceeded $1 billion. It is very difficult to acquire such a company. However, there are many brand companies under the Limited Brands Group. If the conditions are good, it is possible to sell Victoria's Secret. Limited Brands Group often sold its subsidiaries in the past life, and then made a lot of money. Moreover, Victoria's Secret is not as popular and influential as later generations, and the value of IP is not big enough. It now appears that Victoria's Secret is just an ordinary chain store selling underwear. After the Victoria's Secret fashion show, Victoria's Secret started to really catch on! Henry established a clothing production company, Williams Clothing Group, in California, and then made a request to the Limited Brands Group to acquire Victoria's Secret. When the other party inquired, it was actually the world-class rich Henry Williams who wanted to acquire his own company, and he immediately considered it. Promised to negotiate. I thought, if the other party has money, if he really wants to buy it, I can make a fortune from him. Build a new brand after being great. Henry came to the Limited Brands Group of companies in person, and Henry attached great importance to this large-scale acquisition involving billions of dollars. This time, Henry is preparing to borrow from Williams Bank to acquire Victoria's Secret. His current deposits are not so much. I believe that after the collapse of the Soviet Union, Henry's cash is absolutely amazing! Limited Brands Group Chairman and CEO Leslie has been waiting for a long time. Leslie is actually the founder of the Limited Brands Group. He founded the first clothing store in 1963. With his great taste and keen business sense, he positioned the brand to operate on teenagers, especially young women. He is like a genius. Under the management, One Limited became a hit. After that, 5 branches were opened, and then listed on the market to collect money. After the money was collected, it was out of control, and it expanded wildly. Opening branches, acquisitions, continuing to open branches and continuing acquisitions makes Limited Brands Group one of the giants in the American apparel industry! In Henry's investigation, Leslie spent $470,000 in 199 to build a manor resembling the Georgian era outside of Columbus, Ohio, USA, and bought a genuine British 17th-century manor in the same year, owning 11 Foxcut House with bedrooms and 5 bathrooms. In addition, he commissioned the manufacture of what is said to be the largest private yacht in the world! There are indications that Leslie is very rich and will spend money! When Henry first met Leslie, he knew that this very shrewd old man in front of him was a bit difficult to deal with. "I am afraid that the acquisition is not easy." Leslie smiled and greeted Henry. "Welcome to Mr. Williams. This is Leslie, chairman of Limited Brands Group and NetSP. Hello, Mr. Leslie, I admire your deeds from scratch. Hee hee, my little joke. There is better than you, Mr. Williams. The total market value of Limited Brands is less than on a seventh of yours." Leslie laughed. "Mr. Williams has 2,000. Is it worth $1 billion? Henry smiled, waved his hand and said, "There are not so many. The internet and newspapers spread it." "Ha ha." Leslie smiled. "Please come in. I will show you around the company." "Okay." Henry nodded. After entering the Limited Brands Group company, Henry found that there are simply beautiful women, handsome guys, and a dazzling variety of clothes. Leslie took Henry to visit the major subsidiaries of the group company, and finally took him to Victoria's Secret. Leslie introduced, "This is the current CEO Marcus Christie of Victoria's Secret." Marcus Christie knew Henry and hurriedly reached out to say hello. "Hello, nice to meet you, Mr. Williams." "Hello, Mr. Marcus Christie." Henry smiled slightly and shook his hand. Leslie smiled and said, "Mr. Williams, the company has also visited. Let's go to the reception room. It's time to discuss business." "Well, then please lead the way," Henry said. Leslie responded and walked ahead, and after a while, he led Henry to a reception room that could accommodate dozens of people. After sitting down, Leslie smiled and said, "Mr. Williams, how much do you plan to invest in acquiring Victoria's Secret?" $2 billion. Henry replied. .mtlnovel.com No, Mr. Williams, the price is a bit low! Leslie shook his head. Victoria's Secret has hundreds of stores, and the brand is well known, with annual sales exceeding $1 billion and net profits as high as $200 million. According to the current exhibition trend, Victoria's Secret will only make more money. Maybe in a few years, the profit will be doubled. So, for such a very profitable company, Mr. Williams, don't you think $2 billion is too little? Henry said calmly. "So how much does Mr. Leslie think is appropriate?" $4 billion. Leslie smiled and said slowly. Henry frowned when he heard the offer. In 2015, Victoria's Secret was only worth $7 billion in market value. Now it is more than 10 years apart, so it's not worth $4 billion. Mr. Williams, do you think the price is too high? Leslie couldn't help but look at Henry's expression. The ground is in the cloud. Come, you can get the view. Chapter 272. Mr. Leslie, you really are asking for prices. You should know that the market value of Victoria's Secret is less than $2 billion, and my bid of $2 billion is a lot. Henry was silent for a while. Said solemnly, "This way, the price is $2.5 billion. Be quick, if you sell, I will buy it." There is not only one clothing company in the United States. If Mr. Leslie wants to take the opportunity to raise the price, I am afraid it will make you disappointed. After Henry finished speaking, his face was indifferent. Leslie narrowed his smile and began to ponder. In 1982, he bought Victoria's Secret for only more than $20 million. After 9 years of exhibition, the market value has soared more than 10 times. It is already a profit. In addition, Henry Williams has broken into this piece. The underwear market, with its financial resources, will inevitably move the current pattern of major underwear brands, thereby carve up the market, and it will inevitably lead to a decline in the market value of Victoria's Secret and a decline in profits! In just 10 seconds, Leslie thought a lot in his mind. In the end, he decided to sell Victoria's Secret. $2.5 billion is not a small amount. It may not be a good thing to be able to make friends with hundreds of billionaires through this cooperation. If you compete with it, it will hurt your vitality. Not only will you not make money, but you will suffer a serious loss. Mr. Williams, I think it over and decide to sell you Victoria's Secret. If someone else wants to buy Victoria's Secret for $2.5 billion, I will definitely not sell it, Leslie said. Then thank you Mr. Leslie for giving me this face. Henry smiled heartily and said, everyone can work together in the future. It must be, Leslie responded with a smile. Soon, Henry signed a contract with Leslie. After Henry purchased Victoria's Secret, he moved it from the headquarters of the Limited Brands Group to Beverly Hills, where the Williams Clothing Group is located, where Henry temporarily rented a building. After 3 days, everything was settled. Henry called the CEO Marcus Christie of Victoria's Secret and told him, Marcus Christie, I am going to sign a large number of models, hold the Victoria's Secret fashion show and show off our company's products by walking on the catwalk! Marcus Christie's eyes lit up. Oh, Mr. Williams, your idea is so good. I'm sure this Victoria's Secret fashion show will be a sensation and attract the attention of the media. Not only can we promote our products, and it can also expand the company's reputation. Henry nodded, yes. But beforehand, the preparations must be done well. The company has set up a model department to train or manage contracted models. These models, we call Victoria's Secret Angels, must be the best in the industry. Excellent. Sexiest and most beautiful model. Marcus Christie nodded, agreeing with Henry's thoughts. But at the same time, he looked at him with a deep smile, and he couldn't help but wonder if the boss wanted to recruit beautiful and models. Is there any other idea? After all, the boss is still very young, vigorous and strong. Henry saw the man's knowing smile on Marcus Christie's face, and he knew that his thoughts were impure and he was already thinking about it wrong. Am I, Henry, the kind of person who wants unspoken rules? Is it? Because Henry did not explain. As a result, the standard for Marcus Christie to recruit models in the future, beauty and will always be the first. Marcus Christie. Among the models that signed Victoria's Secret Angels, people of all skin colors must have them. This time, we let the top 10 of the Asian Miss Asia hosted by Hong Kong Asia TV come to participate in model training, and then at the end of the Victoria's Secret fashion show, a special Asian special was held for them. And our Victoria's Secret can enter the Asian market through the Asian special. Henry said, oh, it's really great. Marcus Christie said loudly, I heard that Miss Asia is currently popular in Southeast Asian countries. If you come to participate in the Victoria's Secret fashion show, you will definitely make our Victoria's Secret famous. Yes, especially in Hong Kong. They also have a famous Victoria Harbour, very beautiful. If our Victoria's Secret enters Hong Kong, because of the similar names, the popularity will be very easy to start. Henry laughed. Yeah? Marcus Christie smiled. I can't wait to hold the Victoria's Secret fashion show now. Henry chuckled and said, then you can quickly set up a modeling department. Well, I will complete the establishment of the modeling department as soon as possible. Marcus Christie replied. Henry smiled and said faintly to him, let's dig someone. The world's best model or model teacher. Dig it up. Henry added, be beautiful. Yes. The main product categories of Victoria's Secret are women's underwear, bras, and underwear, but they can be displayed horizontally in the future, including various women's products, women's clothing, women's shoes, socks, pajamas, perfumes, cosmetics, and related books. Open an underwear shop, selling underwear, bras, underwear, socks, pajamas. Open a women's clothing store to sell clothes and shoes. Opened Victoria's Secret beauty store, while selling perfumes and cosmetics. Create a Victoria's Secret magazine to promote the company's various products, including model photos. Henry sorted out his thoughts, and then talked to Marcus Christie. Marcus Christie nodded and wrote down carefully with a pen. At this time, He already admired the young boss in front of him, and he knew the company's future exhibition direction very well. McLenovel.com. If the exhibition was as planned by him, Victoria's Secret would definitely become the most famous in the world. Sexy lingerie brand! In the future, what the company lacks, we will buy the company. For example, perfume, cosmetics and other products. Our Victoria's Secret company has not carried out related development, so we will directly acquire a few strong companies, and then use our resources and fame is packaged to rebuild a brand that belongs to our Victoria's Secret. Of course, we must also strengthen technical research. After all, good products can win users' likes. Henry said, Victoria's Secret magazine can find West German publishing houses. They are powerful and have outlets all over the United States. Even overseas markets have been somewhat effective. Marcus Chris nodded in response. West German publishing house, although not currently the #1 publishing house in the United States, has also become one of the top 10. Henry also plans to establish West German Reading Group in the future, allowing West German Publishing House to enter the comics website and magazine website, and become the world's largest IP content production company! The ground is in the cloud. Come, you can get the view. Chapter 273. What Victoria's Secret has to do now is to make a name for itself, and other businesses can proceed step by step. Therefore, Victoria's Secret Fashion Show is the top priority. For the Victoria's Secret Fashion Show to be successful, one is that the models must be beautiful and sexy, the other is that the clothing must be fashionable and bold, and the third is that the publicity must be in place. The three are indispensable. In terms of propaganda, we will cooperate with 3 television networks in the United States. Henry had considered using web video live broadcast, but as soon as this idea flashed through his mind, he was thrown away. The internet speed is not strong, and the webcast is not smooth at all. At present, CommScope is developing a new type of optical fiber. After the successful development, the transmission speed will be increased by at least 50% than before. At that time, Cisco MCI will upgrade the optical fiber, and the network speed of all users will increase to 1 Mbps. The vigorously developed peer-to-peer technology can fully realize online video playback! After the successful research and development of the new optical fiber, it will definitely increase the market share of Cisco MCI. At that time, Cisco MCI will further monopolize the US and even the global market. The publicity problem is not big. There is no problem with clothing. This is the strength of Victoria's Secret. The last problem is the model. Victoria's Secret has not signed a model yet, so it must be recruited immediately. CEO Marcus Christie immediately sent invitations to world-renowned models. At the same time, he is also recruiting some potential people to join the company. At this time, the news of Henry's acquisition of Victoria's Secret has also been thoroughly spread in the United States. The media were very interested in what Henry did and were all speculating. What is the purpose of this move? It didn't take long for a famous French model, the agent of Sharon Bennett, known as the Goddess of Beauty, announced that Sharon Bennett is about to leave the original modeling agency. Turned to join Victoria's Secret. As soon as the news came out, France was shocked. Is Sharon Bennett, the most beautiful and popular supermodel in his own country, going to put himself in the arms of super-rich Henry Williams? The French people suddenly wailed. It is understood that Sharon Bennett's previous annual salary was $2.5 million. Then, joining Victoria's Secret will inevitably increase her annual salary. Otherwise, it is impossible to sign Victoria's Secret. Subsequently, under the press of the reporter, Sharon Bennett revealed to the reporter that his annual salary has risen to $5 million. When the reporters heard this, they couldn't help but sigh, and the annual salary was doubled. The super-rich made such a big deal! Immediately afterwards, the most famous American supermodel Cindy Crawford announced, "At present, I have signed a contract with Victoria's Secret and officially become the company's special model. Cindy Crawford is not easy. She is one of the top 5 supermodels in the world. As early as 1988, she made a bold decision and became the first supermodel to shoot Playboy. And then she appeared. His reputation was so red that he immediately became the #1 supermodel in the world. Annual income is as high as $6.5 million US. In order to sign her this time, Henry did not hesitate to bid $10 million in annual salary. Cindy Crawford was the eldest sister in the fashion industry. Its influence is extraordinary! Cindy Crawford announced that not long after, another heavyweight supermodel also announced to join the Victoria's Secret. This supermodel is Czech supermodel Eva Hertzkova. She is the sexiest icon in the fashion industry, and is recognized as one of the sexiest women in the world in the 90s. And because she looks exactly like Marilyn Monroe, she is also known as the Marilyn Monroe of the 90s. Before signing her, Marcus Christie had told Henry that she looked exactly like Marilyn Monroe. Henry was a little curious and smiled and said to Marcus Christie, "Then sign her. Let me see what she looks like. Does she look like Marilyn Monroe?" When Eva Hertzkova came to the United States, Henry saw her and was really surprised. Marcus was right. She looked like Marilyn Monroe. After chatting for a while, Henry learned that she would still be 4 languages: English, Czech, French and Russian, have a high IQ. After meeting Eva Hertzkova, Henry also met with other supermodels. These supermodels are too good to be in shape, and they are so beautiful that they are tempting to commit crimes. Henry stood in the middle, surrounded by beautiful women, saying that he was not excited, it was fake, and the hormones couldn't help but increase a little. However, Henry suppressed the throbbing in his heart. After all, brother must be in the tens of thousands of flowers, and the leaves don't touch him, Henry said deceivingly. The cameraman walked over and immediately took a photo of Henry and the contracted models. Henry stood in the middle, next to Yin Yang Yanyan, glamorous, cute, and other types of beauties clinging to him. The moment the cameraman pressed the shutter, the first Victoria's Secret Angels photo was born! Of course, you have to pass Henry. Unexpectedly, the group photo was circulated somehow, and was reported in the newspaper. The front page of the newspaper described Henry as such, the happiest man in the world. A group photo was printed next to it. Afterwards, the text reads as follows: Mr. Henry Williams is the happiest man in the world. From the photos, we can see that more than a dozen supermodels are all and charming. People are fascinated, but they are all spinning around Henry Williams alone. He can hug him from side to side. He can enjoy the blessings of everyone. For the sake of sales, the newspaper arranges Henry, writes Henry as a playboy, and imposes various hidden rules on the company's models. The American people like to watch this kind of gossip news, especially the hero who is the super-rich Henry Williams. Therefore, the newspaper was sold out soon. Mr. Williams, look, do you want to sue this newspaper? Marcus Christie asked. Of course it is, Henry said. Okay, then I will go to a lawyer to sue them now. However, the day after Marcus Christie sued the newspaper, the headline of the newspaper read, Henry Williams was so angry that he was irritated by being exposed to the facts. He sued our newspaper yesterday. In the text, he kept calling for injustice, and then he was extremely ironic to Henry! As a result, this issue of newspapers sells even more. Marcus Christie found Henry and smiled bitterly. Mr. Williams, we sued that newspaper, but they took the opportunity to hype, which led to a huge sales volume of newspapers. Henry said indifferently, keep on telling, people's curiosity will diminish sooner or later. I don't believe it. In the face of high litigation fees, this newspaper can survive. Yes. Now we will train the contracted models immediately. Time is tight. The Victoria's Secret fashion show will be held on July 1st. By the way, you will also announce this news to the outside world. Media focus. Okay. Marcus Christie responded and walked outside, and then held a press conference to announce that Victoria's Secret will hold the Victoria's Secret fashion show on July 1st. After the results of the press conference, it did cause a great sensation. Many media across the United States have expressed their concern, and they immediately understood why Victoria's Secret signed a contract with supermodels some time ago, originally for the purpose of holding the Victoria's Secret fashion show. Thinking of the supermodels one by one wearing underwear on stage, countless people are suddenly excited, and they are full of expectations for this Victoria's Secret fashion show. Mr. Williams, someone just came and said to buy our company. Marcus Christie walked up to Henry and said, "What? Someone else wants to buy the company from me. P.S. One more update, and it will be added tomorrow." Chapter 274. Let's go and see who is wholly wanting to acquire my company, Henry said, walking out first. Marcus Christie responded and hurriedly followed. After a while, he came to the reception room. Henry was startled as soon as he entered. Marcus Christie approached Henry, pointed his finger at the person sitting at the first place on the right-hand side of the reception table, and said in a low voice, "Mr. Williams." The lady with an oriental face said to buy our company. Yeah, Henry nodded in understanding. There were many people sitting in the reception room, all from Whiting Capital Investment Company. Henry glanced at everyone, and said lightly, "You all go out first." Immediately, the people of Mighty Capital stood up and walked outside. However, 2 or 3 new employees obviously didn't know that Henry was his boss, and he was still sitting. So, the old employee next to him pulled him up. "Manager, what did you pull me out for?" "We are here to negotiate the acquisition of their company." "Call you out? What do you want? Do you want to work in the company in the future?" "Hurry up." Oh. When passing by Henry, one by one stepped forward and greeted respectfully, "Mr. Williams, hello." Henry nodded in response to them. Marcus Christie was a little stunned. What happened to this group of people? When they first dealt with themselves, they were all bullying. Now, it's completely changed. Not only is he obedient to his boss, but he is also quite respectful. After the employees of Prestige Capital left one by one, only Henry, Selina, and Marcus Christie were left in the reception room. Henry raised his hand and said, "Marcus Christie, you too." "Oh, good." Marcus Christie nodded, and walked out of the reception room with a hint of doubt. "When I first came out, I heard not far ahead a conversation between an old employee of Prestige Capital and a young employee. Manager, let's leave the CEO there alone, okay? She's a woman. Hee. You came late." "Of course I don't know the internal situation of the company. I secretly tell you that the real boss of our company is Mr. Williams, and Miss CEO Kalina is his girlfriend." What do I lie to you for this kind of thing? Think about it. Miss Kalina can control nearly hundreds of billions of dollars in assets at such a young age, and become the most dazzling in the venture capital industry. You think it can be done without a background? Of course, I'm not talking about Kay. Miss Lina's ability is not good, but her age is too young. Who would be assured of entrusting so many assets to her for management? Well, what you said makes sense. Of course, I'm not a whisperer. I have seen it with my own eyes. Miss Kalina and Mr. Williams are kissing together. However, you'd better not talk about these things. Our CEO and Mr. Williams are both very low person. Oh, I see. I promise not to say. But the manager, I have a little doubt. You said that since we are the same owner of Prestige Capital and Victoria's Secret, why are we here to buy shares? You idiot, you can't even think of this. What company is Victoria's Secret? Don't you know? This is a company that specializes in underwear sales. There are 10 or 20 supermodels in the company. Which one is not beautiful? You say, if your girlfriend knows that you are staying in this company, can she rest assured? What's more, Mr. Williams is busy with work and has not actively contacted Miss Kalina for a long time. Oh, I see, so we want to take a stake in Victoria's Secret, so that we can enter the company and supervise it grandiosely. Secondly, we can see Mr. Williams. Yo, you reacted very quickly. I'm not stupid. Marcus Christie heard clearly from the corner, and was surprised for a while. Kalina is a prestige capital investment company known as the most outstanding, youngest and most beautiful in the 1990s, and was named the Queen of Venture Capital by the venture capital industry. She has invested in Amgen Biopharmaceuticals, and many other technological innovations. The total market value of the shares currently controlled by the company is close to $100 billion. And Wifing Capital Investment Company is known as the most promising venture capital company! Marcus Christie didn't expect that Prestige Capital Investment Company is also the property of his own boss. So, how many assets does he have? Marcus Christie couldn't help being very curious. In the reception room, Henry walked to Kalina, moved a chair, and sat down. Kalina is wearing a white short-sleeved shirt, all professional women's clothing, with a black short skirt. Looking and temperament. A black and shiny long disc appeared, and it appeared intellectually mature. It's just that the pretty face is cold and frosty. Henry hadn't seen her for a long time. Knowing that he had neglected her, he yelled her name softly, Karina. Kalina turned her face to look at him, interrupted him, and said, Mr. Williams, I am now officially in my capacity as a Prestige Capital to inform you that Prestige Capital Investment Co. Limited wants to invest $500 million in the Victoria's Secret. Henry smiled bitterly and said, where are you making trouble? I have bought Victoria's Secret. What are you doing to buy shares? Kalina was expressionless, ignoring Henry's words, and said arrogantly, the senior investment consultant of Prestige Capital believes that Victoria's Secret has great potential for development. So we want to invest in the company. When buying shares and buying shares aren't all left-handed and right-handed. Henry doesn't want to be entangled in this issue. Since Kalina wants to invest in Victoria's Secret on behalf of Prestige Capital, then let's join. Okay, if you want to buy shares, just buy shares, Henry said softly. Not only that, I will also serve as the chairman of the board and participate in the management of the company. Isn't it okay to hang it idle? You still have to manage Prestige Capital. Kalina did not speak, but there was a stubborn expression on her face. Henry said, it's okay to be the chairman, but management can be handed over to the following. Kalina responded coldly, as one of the major shareholders. Novel.com, we will be responsible for the company to the end. Henry looked at her suspiciously. In the past, Prestige Capital invested in other companies. Kalina had never intervened in the affairs of other companies, but this time she insisted on participating in the management of the company. Does she like the underwear industry? Karina, do you like the underwear industry? Dislike. Then you have to participate in company management. Kalina turned her head aside and did not answer. Henry looked at her, couldn't help but stretched out his hand to hold her hand, and said, Karina, what's the matter with you? Are you mad at me and blamed me for not seeing you for so long? Don't worry, I promise, in the future I will definitely spare more time to come out to accompany you. After saying that, Henry stretched out a right hand and hugged Karina in his arms. Please subscribe to support Genuine. The ground is in the cloud. Come, you can get the view. Chapter 275. Kalina did not resist Henry's hug, allowing him to hold herself in his arms. Henry lowered his head and looked at her. There was a light makeup on that delicate face, and the rose-scented perfume was sprayed on him. It smelled comfortable and just right. Henry looked at her quietly, and she looked at each other quietly. At this moment, Time seemed to stop, only hearing each other's breath and heartbeat. Kalina suddenly hooked Henry's neck with her hands and kissed him. Kalina was enthusiastic, as if she was about to melt Henry. Her lips touched, her tongue entwined carrot. A minute later, Henry couldn't help putting his hands into her clothes. No, don't be here. Kalina gently pushed Henry away, shyly. Henry laughed, retracted his hands, and hugged her in his arms. Although Kalina is educated in the United States, her family education is biased towards Chinese traditions and has not been open enough to do too ambiguous things in front of others. This is the reception room. Someone will come in at any time. If you are seen, it will be embarrassing. Karina, how did you think of letting Prestige Capital invest in Victoria's Secret? You are busy with work. Didn't contact me, and I have nothing. But you bought a company that sells underwear and stayed with those supermodels. You said, can I still watch? I want to buy shares in Victoria's Secret. I want to enter the company to monitor you and prevent you from messing around. Henry smiled bitterly. If I want to find women, there are so many female Hollywood stars. You can line up to China from here. Who knows what type you like? I only like your type. Who believes? Kalin hummed and turned her face to the side. But there was a gleam of joy in her eyes. Sweet in my heart. Henry smiled slightly, did not say anything, just kissed her on the forehead. Let's go out. Henry said, I will take you to a place. Kalina nodded and smiled. Stand up. Henry led her and walked out. Why are you holding my hand? Announce to others that you are the hostess, so that those models don't catch your attention from future men. Henry joked. Kalina gave him a blank look, but didn't say anything, letting him hold her little hand, and walked out of the door of the reception room. Marcus Christie, come here. Henry walked out of the reception room and shouted to Victoria's Secret Marcus Christie not far away. When Marcus Christie came out from Henry and Kalina holding hands, I have already seen them. I heard from the employees of Prestige Capital before, so I was not surprised. Mr. Williams, what's your order? Let me inform you that Prestige Capital will invest $500 million in Victoria's Secret. From now on, Kalina will be the chairman of Victoria's Secret and will manage the affairs of the company. After all, I am a man with a reputation for selling women's underwear and selling sanitary napkins. The same. It's not very nice to say it. I don't want to be called the king of lingerie. In addition, there are many companies under my name to manage and busy with business. I will not have time to manage Victoria's Secret in the future. Henry said. Marcus Christie felt wronged in his heart. I am also a man. After Henry finished speaking, Marcus Christie greeted Kalina. Miss Kalina, hello, I will cooperate with your work in the future. Kalina nodded and said, well, I will trouble you from now on. Henry took Kalina around the company, got to know the situation, and then left the company. Marcus Christie issued a notice at the company. Prestige Capital will take a stake in Victoria's Secret, and the chairman of the company will be Miss Kalina. Subsequently, Marcus Christie also introduced that Kalina's identity is a Prestige Capital, a strong woman in the venture capital industry, and remind everyone that Kalina is the girlfriend of Henry Williams, so be careful in the future. Where are you taking me? Kalina asked. You'll know when I go. Henry turned his head and ordered one of his men, call Tom Wright and let him go to the manor farm. Yes. Kalina asked in confusion. Manor? You bought a manor? Yes, it's still under design. However, there are already ready-made farms, vineyards, wineries, and mountains full of lavender. Henry replied with a smile. After driving for an hour, I came to Williams Manor. A row of signs had been erected on the outside of the manor, saying private territory. No entry allowed without permission. In addition, there are 2 guards guarding the gate. Seeing Henry coming, the guard greeted him respectfully and let him go. When he came to the farm, Tom Wright had already arrived. Mr. Williams, hello. Tom Wright stepped up to say hello. Henry nodded and introduced. This is Miss Kalina, this is the Tom Wright designer. Hello, Miss Kalina, you are so beautiful. You are a perfect match for Mr. Williams. When Tom Wright saw Henry and Kaylina standing together, they knew that they were in a relationship. In addition, Kaylina is indeed beautiful. Tom Wright can't help but praise. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Tom Wright. Kaylina smiled. At dusk, the horizon was stained with red clouds, and Henry and his group walked towards a wooden house. The structure of the chalet is unique and simple, a bit like the Swiss mountain chalet style. The building materials are all stone and wood. There are 2 floors, 200 square meters in size. This place was originally the residence of the farmer, but now belongs to Henry. Entering the wooden house, there is a large fireplace, in the middle is a large table and 4 or 5 chairs, and there are some ancient and elegant things around. The bedroom is on the 2nd floor. Henry and the others did not go upstairs, but sat at the table and talked about things. Henry smiled at Kaylina and said, "Hee hee, in the future, you will definitely move over to live with me. In this way, what do you like and what you want? Tell Tom right now, so that he designs." Kaylina felt sweet when she heard this. "I didn't ask. Everything you say counts." "How can this work?" Henry pulled her and said, "You have to say at least one you will live in the future. Then build a large amusement park. I prefer children." Kaylina said, "Every Sunday, it can be open to the children in the orphanage and let them come in and play." "No problem." Henry nodded, then looked at Tom Wright and said, "Tom, did you write it down? To build a large amusement park." "Well, remember." Tom Wright said, "Oh, Miss Kaylina is so loving and kind." Henry smiled. "Of course, she goes to the orphanage to volunteer every month." Kaylina suddenly looked at Henry and glared. Asked, "How do you know that I go to the orphanage to volunteer every month?" Henry reacted violently, and he missed a word. "Well." Henry smiled awkwardly, but didn't know how to answer. Could it be said to her? Sent someone to monitor her? "Oh, please, I just sent someone to protect her. By the way, learn about her situation." Kaylina was very reluctant, angry at this kind of thing, and asked Henry again, quickly, "How did you know?" "I haven't told anyone." Henry threw himself away, took a deep breath, and said, "Well, I confess, I always sent someone to follow you. Of course, don't get me wrong. I didn't mean to watch you. I sent someone to follow you just to protect you. You know, with my worth I am getting better and better, and many people want to deal with me. I am afraid that they can't deal with me, so I'll deal with the woman next to me." Kaylina stared at Henry's gaze earnestly, to see if he was lying. Henry's eyes were filled with sincerity and deep love. Kaylina melted in an instant. "Well, if this is the case, then I forgive you." "Thank you for your trust." Henry kissed her forehead, then took out a bank card and handed it to her. "Take it." "This is?" Kaylina looked at Henry in confusion. Henry said slowly, "In 1988, you donated $1 million to charity. In 1989, you established the Kaylina Children's Charity Fund and donated $5 million. In 1990, you donated another $10 million. Some time ago, you donated another $10 million to the Kaylina Children's Charity Fund. Although your annual salary and bonus are very high, you don't save much money if you don't always donate like this. Of course, I'll give you directly. You definitely don't want money. Therefore, this bank card is not for you, but for the Kaylina Children's Charity Fund. Prestige Capital is Henry's only owned holding company, and no one else holds shares. Kaylina's annual salary rose to $5 million, with a bonus of $10 million, for a total of $15 million. After that, she had to pay taxes and get the money in her hands, which was just over $10 million. If she donates another $10 million each year, she won't have much savings left. Henry donated money to the Kaylina Children's Charity Fund, so Kaylina can donate less in the future. Kaylina naturally understood Henry's intentions, and she felt the tears falling, but Tom Wright, an outsider, was present, and finally held back it abruptly. She took Henry's face and kissed deeply! Tom Wright makes a light bulb and feels old and uncomfortable himself. So, hurriedly bid farewell to Henry and Kaylina. If Mr. Williams and Miss Kellina have nothing to say, then I will leave first. Tom Wright said. Well, it's okay, you can go. Henry nodded. Tom Wright responded, stood up, and left soon. Henry smiled and asked Kellina, don't leave tonight, just have dinner here. Very distinctive American country food. If you haven't tried it before, you can try it this time. Kellina watched Henry for a few seconds, hooked his neck, and said, okay, I haven't eaten country food. Eating food is fake, but eating people is real. Henry chuckled, and walked out with his arms around Kellina, telling the people on the farm that he would stay here in the evening and let them prepare dinner and cook some country specialties. As the sun sets, Henry and Kellina walked around the farm, and walked. They came to a big tree and sat down. The sky is full of red clouds in the distance, and the endless grassland is gently swaying with a gust of breeze, as soft as Kellina's long hair fluttering. It's so beautiful here. Yes, it's so beautiful. Henry took a deep breath of the smell of grass, and said, in addition to beauty, also away from the crowd, you can enjoy peace in peace. Yeah? Kellina leaned on Henry's shoulder, replied softly. Neither of them spoke. They watched the setting sun quietly, watched the night fall, watched the tired bird return to the nest. The sky is getting dark. The birds are all home, let's go back too. Henry hugged her and rubbed her arm. At night, the climate in the countryside is a bit cooler. Well, go back. In 10 minutes, Henry and Kellina returned to the farm. At this time, the dinner was ready. The lights were not turned on in the hall, but candles were burning all around. The red candle flickered like a dream, and when Henry and Kellina walked into the hall, they were both surprised. You told them to do it? Kellina asked with joy. Henry didn't know what was going on, but looked at Kellina with a happy smile. Just bit the bullet and said, yes. Mr. Williams and Miss Kellina, please have dinner. Farmer Bill Belloc walked over to Henry and said with a smile on his face. Henry nodded slightly to him. After Bill Belloc led a group of people out of the hall, Henry walked behind a chair, pulling back a little bit, and then looking at Kellina. It was a gentleman who made a please gesture. Kellina smiled slightly and walked to the front of the chair. Henry pushed the chair forward for a short distance, then smiled and motioned Kellina to sit down. After Kellina sat down, Henry sat next to her. The dining table is full of dazzling arrays. Dizzying. There are a total of 12 dishes. Each dish is full of color, fragrance and taste. The most attractive is the village vegetable chicken soup. From a distance, you can smell a scent that makes people want to drool. Henry took the spoon and served Kellina a bowl. How's it taste? Okay. Kellina took a small spoon and scooped it a little, took 2 light breaths, and drank it into her mouth. Henry kept watching her drinking the soup with a smile on his face. After seeing her drinking, he couldn't help asking, how? Awesome, very delicious, not greasy, light and fragrant, very aftertaste. Really? If you like, drink more. Well, try other dishes. You eat too. Don't keep giving me food. It is good. After dinner, people from the farm came in to clean. Henry took Kellina to the second floor. There is an open-air balcony on the second floor with a huge cradle on which you can sit and enjoy the night view. It's still early. Not time to sleep. Henry and Kellina sat in the cradle and admired the night view. Tonight, a full moon is shining in the sky, and the moonlight is like flowing water, quietly falling on the distant trees and grass. Kellina whispered, will I live here in the future? Meeting. What about Helen? Henry was silent for a moment, and said, so too. You don't know to lie to me, Kellina said angrily. Henry was speechless. He didn't want to deceive about feelings. Helen, where did she go? Go to Harvard University. Go to Harvard University? ? Kellina looked puzzled. Henry smiled bitterly. Yes, she only told me after she went to Harvard University. I advised her not to go. Anyway, if she is rich, it doesn't matter if she goes to school or not. I haven't even studied in middle school, you see. Subordinates. Those who work part-time are not all top students. Does it include me too? I also work for you. Hee hee, that's right, you also work for me. However, You will soon become a hostess. Don't make trouble. Kalina called, and Henry reached into her clothes to make a fool of herself. Henry laughed and said, "The last month, the beautiful day, the beautiful day. Do you see if we go to bed early?" Kalina giggled and said, "You just said that the beautiful day is beautiful, but now you have to go to bed earlier. I see, you are lustful." "Yes, you are right." "What?" Exclamation mark. Henry stood up, hugged Kalina in his arms, and then walked to the big bed in the bedroom. Kalina's cheeks were red and bright, and Henry couldn't help kissing while walking, and then the two rolled on the bed. "I haven't taken a shower yet," Kalina said shyly. "Okay, let's wash it together. Save time," Henry said, immediately picked up Kalina and walked to the bathroom. Immediately, there was a scream in the bathroom. 100 million words are omitted hereafter. The next morning, when the first ray of sunlight came into the window, the two bodies hugged each other naked, still sleeping. The room was in a mess, the clothes were thrown everywhere, and the red on the sheets was the most eye-catching in this morning. The sun slowly rises, the roosters begin to croak, the people on the farm have risen to work, and the birds are also chirping. And a little farther away, there were even faint sounds of cows and horses. The air in the countryside is very fresh, especially in the morning, when the breeze hits. The fragrance of grass, and the smell of mud mixed can relieve fatigue and refresh the spirit. Henry and Kalina slept until the sun basked and didn't get up. The battle for N rounds last night was earth-shattering. Natural. Make up for sleep the next day. The servants of the farm did not dare to come in and disturb, but they waited outside, waiting for orders at any time, until noon. Kalina woke up, looked at Henry close in front of her, smiled softly, and then stood up carefully so as not to disturb Henry's sleep. Under the shining of the sun, a fascinating carcass is fascinated by the concavity and convexity of the body, and the godlike workmanship, graceful, tall, and silky smooth. It seemed that every part of her skin was glowing. But when Kalina got up, after all, Henry was awakened. Henry opened his eyes, and what he saw was such a charming body. Why not make him fascinated? Henry also stood up, hugged Kalina from behind, kissed her earlobe, and said, "How long have you been awake?" "Just woke up." Kalina turned her head and smiled at him. "Do some exercise in the morning?" Henry grinned. "Don't do it." Kalina slipped out of Henry's arms. "I'm going to wash and brush my teeth." "Ha ha." Henry fell back and lay on the bed with a smile on the corner of his mouth. In this life, he finally bid farewell to the man. Seeing the red on the bedsheet, Henry felt very relieved. Kalina received a traditional Chinese education in the family, so she didn't break the house early like American girls. Otherwise, Henry will have a trace of regret. After Kalina brushed her teeth, she took another shower, and then walked out wrapped in a towel. "Karina, there are new clothes in the closet," Henry said, then got up and went to the bathroom. "I'm going to take a shower and have dinner together later. Now it's almost 12 o'clock noon. My stomach is already croaking with hunger." Henry brushed his teeth and took a bath in less than 5 minutes. After drying his body, he came out naked. There is no need to wrap the towel. I have seen it all. Kalina chose a white plaid shirt and black casual shorts. She was already neatly dressed and was grooming in front of the mirror. Henry jumped up casually. He didn't care what he was wearing anyway. No matter how well dressed is the most expensive, poor or poor, no matter how ordinary and cheap, the local tyrant is the local tyrant. However, Henry has his subordinates to help him take care of his food, clothing, housing and transportation. Those people are professionals in the industry, and the best things are provided to Henry. Yes, anyone is the best! Exclamation mark. "Let's go, eat." Henry smiled and took Kalina's hand. "Okay." After going downstairs, a group of servants stayed here for a long time. "Mr. Williams and Miss Kalina." "Good." "Okay." Henry and Kalina nodded slightly. "Bring lunch here, we are hungry." "Yes, Mr. Williams, come right away. Please wait a moment." After Henry and Kalina were seated, the food was delivered to the table shortly after. Pizza, steak, salad, eggs, chicken, milk, fruit, etc. Henry and Kalina quickly ate this lunch. Afterwards, after strolling around the farm, he came to the racecourse and Henry taught Kalina how to ride a horse. First Henry hugged her on a horse, and while riding, he explained the key to horse riding. Afterwards, Kalina rode alone, with Henry supporting her underneath. Kalina is very smart. In less than an hour, she has already seen the way for the first time, and her riding skills have risen. Then the two rode horses and ran slowly on the racecourse. When they ran fast, Henry was worried that Kalina would fall. On this day, Henry stayed with Kalina on the farm, ignoring any affairs. However, the next day, they had to return to the city. Mentalnovel.com. They came to the farm suddenly this time, and there was no arrangement in the company before. Therefore, the company still has a lot of things to be handled by Henry, and Kalina also has to deal with a lot of company affairs. Williams Manor is relatively close to the Williams Center, only 10 or 20 minutes. By then, the company will be in one place and Henry will not have to run around. There will be more management aspects, and at the same time, it will be close to home. Karina, Henry kissed her on the cheek. Don't worry, I will take the time to see you. On weekdays, I leave everything to my subordinates, so don't be so tired. Don't talk about me, look at you, so many companies. Hee, I see, I will hide behind the scenes from now on. Okay, let them do everything. Henry laughed. This is almost the same. Well, goodbye. Henry kissed her forehead and sent her away. Goodbye. www. Chapter 276. Henry returned to the Williams laboratory and asked about the research progress of Wi-Fi, Java, and peer-to-peer. The peer-to-peer technology has been realized for a long time, and it is currently being studied how to use it more maturely and efficiently. There is a big framework for Java, the development speed is very fast, and the Java language will be launched within 2 years. It's just that the Wi-Fi technology research and development speed is a bit slow. Without 3 or 4 years of development, it may be difficult to apply it to the market. Henry thought of Bluetooth technology from Wi-Fi technology. He suddenly remembered that in 1994, the Swedish telecommunications giant Ericsson invented Bluetooth technology. This technology has very promising application prospects. The unanimous support of a large number of companies such as Siemens, and more than 2,000 companies subsequently joined the Bluetooth Technology Alliance, including many of the world's most famous companies in the fields of computers, communications and consumer electronics, and even manufacturers of automobiles and cameras. And the manufacturer. Bluetooth technology is a short-distance, low-cost wireless connection technology, and is an open solution that can realize wireless transmission of voice and data. When Wi-Fi is not popular, Bluetooth technology is undoubtedly the best alternative. Bluetooth technology was widely used in mobile phones in the early days. The most common one is that two mobile phones are close, connected to Bluetooth, and then wireless data transmission is realized. Wi-Fi technology and Bluetooth technology have their own merits. Wi-Fi is more advantageous than Bluetooth in terms of medium and long distances and transmission speed, and Bluetooth is also unique in terms of low power consumption and cost. Henry said that if you catch it all in one go, everything is king. Both Wi-Fi technology and Bluetooth technology must be included in the bag! Then, Henry couldn't wait to set up a Bluetooth development team, and he was poaching people from all over the world. In addition, many recent graduates majoring in wireless communication technology have been recruited from universities around the world. Henry opened the golden finger and told them directly, first try to study Bluetooth technology in the microwave spectrum between 2.402 GHz to 2.480 GHz. Henry told them to try. In fact, the microwave spectrum of Bluetooth technology is in the range of 2.402 GHz to 2.480 GHz. In this way, you can avoid detours and save a lot of time. Whatever the case, you have to register the Bluetooth technology patent before Ericsson! When Henry formed the Bluetooth development team, the CDMA chip developed by Qualcomm and ARM was completed. Combining Qualcomm's CDMA technology with the ARM instruction set core has a powerful and stable CDMA communication network, and support swap services. WAP is a network communication protocol that Qualcomm announced to the outside world at the time when Qualcomm held a product launch conference to release the CDMA chip. WAP enables mobile to have a universal standard, and its goal is to introduce rich information and advanced services to wireless terminals such as mobile phones. Therefore, after the product launch, it caused a global sensation. In particular, the proposal of the WAP network communication protocol makes it possible to surf the internet on mobile phones. Global telecommunications giants and mobile phone manufacturers have rushed to Qualcomm! Although WAP has not yet formed a standard, Qualcomm is a giant company in CDMA technology standards. The launch of the WAP network communication protocol is a matter of course. Companies that don't want to join WAP are not good companies. Even the G Alliance came to Qualcomm on its knees, who said Qualcomm was the first to propose the WAP network communication protocol. Everyone recognizes it. Standards can be formed. The G Alliance does not want to be eliminated. It must come! The G Alliance actually doesn't want to promote WAP. The reason is that the G network uses narrowband technology. The network speed is not good, compared with CDMA network, but it has a great advantage. If G proposes WAP, it is tantamount to helping CDMA. And so, even if G thinks about these, we can't propose WAP when the market hasn't fully established itself. However, Qualcomm moved too fast, and the CDMA chip was developed with WAP function. The G Alliance felt a sense of helplessness immediately. The G network is just low in cost, and compared with CDMA, it is useless! Under the influence of Henry in this world, CDMA has not started much slower than G. In the previous life, Qualcomm was just a small company at the beginning. Therefore, CDMA developed slowly, while G had the support of the European Union, and it had occupied the market early. CDMA is struggling, but in the end it still relies on technology to kill the blood. What about G? Finally was eliminated. Even European countries have announced the suspension of G services! At present, the analog mobile network still occupies the mainstream all over the world. But the development of G and CDMA has become a trend, especially in developed countries. The elimination of analog mobile networks is very fast. More than 65% of the European market belongs to G, and 55% of the North American market belongs to CDMA. It can be said that the simulated mobile network is enough to ignore, and the real confrontation is G and CDMA. But once WAP comes out, I'm afraid the balance of victory will lean towards CDMA. The chip released by Qualcomm this time, called Xiaolong 100 inches, is a very simple entry-level feature machine chip. Each chip sells for $1,000, but the cost price is less than $400. Although it is so expensive, the company that wants to buy has already crossed the threshold! At present, a mobile phone generally costs $3,000 to $4,000, and the most expensive component in a mobile phone is the communication chip. Buying a Xiaolong 100 inches chip, plus other manufacturing costs, the total cost of a mobile phone will not be as high as $2,000. But you can buy $3,000, $4,000, or even $5,000! Is this gimmick not big enough for a mobile phone that can access the internet? In the United States, email is very popular and has become a part of daily life. As far as Henry knows, in his previous life, some Americans would rather use BB machines than mobile phones because it is so cheap. I would rather send emails with my mobile phone than make a phone call, because it is cheap. This phenomenon is the same as Chinese people sending text messages instead of calling. Naturally, mobile phones with email capabilities can certainly be sought after by the public. Therefore, If a mobile phone can send and receive emails, it will undoubtedly have a great competitive advantage for mobile phones and telecom companies! Therefore, the Xiaolong 100" chip is extremely popular! In the United States, major telecommunications companies that have built CDMA networks have begun to cooperate closely with their own mobile phone manufacturers, suggesting that they buy Xiaolong 100" chips to produce customized phones. www.intelnovel.com Mobile phone manufacturers, knowing the benefits of this Xiaolong 100" chip, they immediately adjusted the production plan and purchased the Xiaolong 100" chip from Qualcomm to produce mobile phones that can access the Internet! In just 1 week, the number of orders reached 1 million chips. This is still the case where CDMA networks are not popularized. If CDMA networks are popularized globally, Qualcomm will sell tens of millions of chips a year. If mobile phones are also popular, one person will have to sell at least several 100 million chips a year! For the second time, global mobile phone and telecommunications companies gathered in Qualcomm. The last time was the CDMA standard, this time the WOP standard. The major media all looked at Qualcomm differently. Why is this company so awesome! Chairman, we did this SWAP network communication protocol as you said before. Now WOP has received global attention and it is only a matter of time before the standard is formed. Well, that's good, Henry said with a smile on the corner of his mouth. The first-class company sets the standard, and Qualcomm wants to keep up with the standard in the future. Yes, Chairman. Please subscribe. Chapter 277 On June 15, Motorola, Ericsson, Philips, Siemens, Intel, IBM, AT&T, HP and others gathered at Qualcomm to join and promote the WOP standard. The benefits of the WOP standard are obvious, making mobile phones available for Internet access, which can attract users to pay for it! Their WOP standard is profitable and harmless. It is the most beneficial to the merchants and naturally supports it. There are more than 100 companies or organizations that came to Qualcomm this time. Qualcomm's CEO Owen Jacobs held and presided over a WOP network communication protocol standard conference. At the meeting, Owen Jacobs as the host gave a speech on the benefits of WOP. Qualcomm's CDMA wireless communication technology realization makes it possible for the mobile phone to surf the Internet. However, if the mobile phone wants to communicate with the Internet, a unified network communication protocol needs to be established between this, otherwise, data transmission and reception errors will occur. Therefore, Qualcomm considers at this point, the WOP standard has been specially formulated. The WOP standard is used all over the world, so there is no need to worry about data errors due to different protocols. WOP standardization can save a lot of resources. Companies don't need to spend time and energy to redevelop a standard, and they can launch products as soon as possible to seize the market. It is conceivable that when the mobile phone with Internet access comes out, how big a sensation will it cause? Wouldn't the users be so close to this kind of mobile phone? After Irving Jacobs finished speaking, representatives of many companies or organizations below nodded slightly to express their approval. When Owen Jacobs saw this, he couldn't help but smile, and then he said, "At present, mobile phone wireless communication is the fastest transmission speed of the network, reaching 25 kbps. Far exceeding the 15 kbps transmission speed of the European GSM network!" This time, I recommend that you buy 100 Snapdragon chips developed by Qualcomm to make your mobile phone go online faster. Irving Jacobs said it to the end. By the way, I did a promotion for the Snapdragon 100 chip. Next, Qualcomm issued a WOP standard approval statement to each representative present to vote whether to support the WOP standard. After Qualcomm's statistics, you can inform the world and announce that a certain company supports the WOP standard, thus forming a greater influence. After half an hour, the data was counted. and Owen Jacobs found out more than 70% of the companies or institutions that expressed support. Seeing this data, Owen Jacobs laughed. The general trend has been achieved, enough to announce that WAP has become a standard. Subsequently, Owen Jacobs first announced the results loudly on the spot. The statistical result is that more than 70% of companies or institutions voted for the Qualcomm Network Communication Protocol, which means to form a unified global standard. Bang bang bang! Exclamation mark. There was a sudden burst of applause. After the meeting, Owen Jacobs walked out of the backstage and saw Intel's CEO Craig Barrett talking with the CEO of Motorola, the largest mobile phone manufacturer. The faces of both of them were full of smiles, and they obviously talked happily. Irving Jacobs didn't even need to get closer to guess what they were talking about. Mobile phones are becoming more and more popular. Intel also sees this piece of fat, and naturally wants to swallow it. It is now the largest in the field of computer CPU chips. Ambitious, and it has not let go of mobile phone chips! Exclamation mark. Owen Jacobs frowned. Intel's strength is undoubted. If it wants to enter the field of mobile phone chips to get a share of the pie, it's really hard to deal with! Exclamation mark. Thinking of this, Owen Jacobs felt anxious, and when he returned to the office, he called Henry. "Chairman, I have something to report to you," Owen Jacobs said in a low voice. Henry heard something strange. Asked, "How to pull? Is there something bad?" "Yes, I found that Intel and Motorola are in contact." Motorola mobile phones account for the largest share of the global mobile phone market, and they are well-deserved overlords. If they cooperate with Intel instead of us, Qualcomm will lose a lot. "Yeah?" Henry nodded when he heard the words, and then he pondered. In his memory, he thought that Intel had entered the field of mobile phone chips in the past life, but stood on the wrong team, and the result was a tragedy. Intel developed a chip called Xeil to enter the mobile phone market, and stood in the Motorola X lineup. However, the sudden emergence of Nokia caused Motorola to retreat steadily. So Intel's plan to enter the mobile phone market failed! Exclamation mark. Thinking of this, Henry asked, "Has Intel been in contact with Nokia?" Owen Jacobs thought for a while, shook his head and said, "It doesn't seem to be there." "That's good." Henry laughed. "Intel is on Motorola's side, then we are on Nokia's side. You can talk to Nokia and express our intention to cooperate." Nokia, Finland's Nokia company? Owen Jacobs thought for a while and frowned. "Chairman, this company is involved in too many industries and is about to go bankrupt. Therefore, I don't think they will be a good one's business partner." Henry patted his forehead and yelled inwardly. How could he forget it? Nokia is a large cross-industry company in Finland. Its industries involve papermaking, chemicals, rubber, cables, pharmaceuticals, natural gas, petroleum, military and other fields. As a result, too much industry will drag Nokia down. Now Nokia is really in the midst of turmoil. Later, the newly appointed Nokia president and senior executives decisively abandon all other industries, split and sell all traditional industries, leaving only the Nokia Electronics department. And this decision is Nokia's most important strategic decision in its history. After that, it has ranked first in mobile phone sales for 15 consecutive years, almost unmatched! Exclamation mark. Of course, until the emergence of the Terminator of the Apple mobile phone. Henry didn't speak, and thought for a while, before he said to Owen Jacobs, "Owen Jacobs, I decided to buy Nokia." "What?" Owen Jacobs was stunned, thinking he had heard it wrong. "Chairman, you mean, you want to buy Nokia?" Henry affirmed loudly. Yes, I have decided to buy Nokia. This matter. You don't need to worry about it. I will let Silicon Valley Electronics Group buy it. At that time, Qualcomm will cooperate with Silicon Valley Electronics Group! Exclamation mark. Okay. Well, that's it. After speaking, Henry hung up the phone, thinking about the possibility of acquiring Nokia, and he felt a little excited. Now is the most difficult time for Nokia. Acquisition of it will mean, in the era of mobile feature phones, no one can beat it! Exclamation mark. Henry was in a good mood and couldn't help humming. It's awesome. After receiving Nokia and Apple, Henry was at the headquarters of the Silicon Valley Electronics Group and immediately dialed a phone and brought in CEO Harrison. After a while, Harrison hurried to Henry's office. "Chairman, are you looking for something to do with me?" Harrison asked. "Yes." Henry nodded. "That's it. You immediately contact Nokia and send it an acquisition request." "Well, only the Nokia Electronics division." "Well, good," Harrison replied, with no surprises on his face. He is used to his boss asking him to buy the company. "If the chairman has nothing else to order, then I will arrange the acquisition now." Henry gave an and waved his hand to let him go. The next morning, Qualcomm held a press conference to announce that the launch of Qualcomm has been recognized by most mobile phone manufacturers and telecommunications companies in the world and has formed a standard! After the news was released, Qualcomm's position immediately improved. There is an endless stream of mobile phone manufacturing companies placing orders from all over the United States. These mobile phone manufacturing companies do not have the ability to independently develop chips like Motorola. Therefore, they can only manufacture mobile phones by purchasing chips from other companies. In fact, Qualcomm's main customers are such a group of small companies, like Ericsson. Large-scale mobile phone manufacturers such as Motorola cooperate in the form of patent authorization to develop their own chips, and each CDMA chip produced will give Qualcomm a patent fee of $40. Through patent fees, Qualcomm can also make a lot of money, but not as much as selling chips on its own. If Qualcomm wants to promote, it must cooperate with mobile phone giants such as Ericsson and Motorola. Otherwise, how to promote it and how to form a standard? When Qualcomm's business was booming, Owen Jacobs called Henry again. "Chairman, I have something to suggest to you." "Come on, what's the matter?" "Chairman, ARM has only a chip design department but no production plant. I think we should build our own fab. In the future, we will launch a new generation of chips. If we can produce it ourselves, we can save bad expenses. The production capacity can be controlled more effectively without being affected by other manufacturers." Henry heard this and found it reasonable. ARM does not have a production plant. That is because it is poor and cannot open a production plant. In the end, it can only do chip design, and then authorize it to earn a patent fee. However, it is obvious that patent fees and products, of course, are more profitable products. In the future, Qualcomm will produce hundreds of millions of chips every year, and it is better to produce them by yourself if you look for foundries. That is a very huge expense. However, you can learn from Samsung, and the excess capacity can be used for foundry! However, Henry suddenly thought of TSMC. TSMC is the world's first foundry company. Founded in 1987, it will become the world's largest foundry company with a market value of hundreds of billions of dollars. If TSMC can be acquired, there will be no problem in chip production. But TSMC founder Jang Zongmu is willing to sell the company. Henry couldn't help but shook his head. Jang Zongmu was so courageous. Under the circumstances that almost no one was optimistic about, he resolutely established TSMC and pioneered the foundry model. Obviously, he has extraordinary vision and determination, and he wants to acquire him. Company, 80% will fail. Moreover, after 4 years of development, TSMC has passed the most difficult moment. Now the company is developing rapidly and its profitability is getting better and better. Jang Zongmu wouldn't mind if he became a minority shareholder, but if he wants to hold a controlling stake, it is absolutely impossible. Come on, just set up a fab by yourself, and there won't be so many things. So Henry said to Owen Jacobs, "Well, yes, let's build a fab." It's just that Qualcomm has money. Now it's not as good as before. To build a fab with a certain scale, let alone need hundreds of millions of dollars. It is difficult for Qualcomm to come up with this money for the time being, because the funds they spend on research and development account for more than 60% of revenue. Owen Jacobs had already thought about it, and said directly, Qualcomm can be listed for financing. With the current situation of the company, once it is listed, it will definitely be sought after by investors, and the stock price will definitely rise. Listing for financing. Henry was surprised when he heard this. He used to make money from Japan and the Soviet Union before, and he already had Williams Bank to borrow money at any time, so for a long time. Inside, Henry basically didn't lack any money, so he didn't plan to list the company. However, now that he heard Irving Jacobs propose to list Qualcomm, Henry suddenly reacted, and it is time to gradually list the company under his name! After the company is listed, it can raise funds, the shares will be more valuable, and employees will be more motivated when they work. In addition, after the company went public, the company's reputation has been improved, and the company's transparency has increased. www.mentalnovel.com to increase public confidence in the company! In any case, the listing is still very good. Moreover, the internet bubble will definitely come earlier. Henry doesn't know the specific time, so he may first go public and cash out some of the funds when the stock price is more appropriate. When the internet bubble ends, he will buy back the shares. Henry pondered for a while, then replied, "Okay, let the company go public for financing." Okay. Owen Jacobs got Henry's answer and hung up the phone happily. Henry leaned his head back on the chair, thinking in his mind, which company should be listed besides Qualcomm? The first should be internet companies, among which companies that have not yet been listed include Global Online Company, iZetch Company, ICQ Company, 360 Holding Group. It seems that Nasdaq has not had a sensation for a long time. In that case, let the four companies go public together. The update is a bit late, sorry. Please subscribe. Chapter 278 PS. First of all, I want to confess, I have something to do today. I didn't expect to be busy until the evening. I didn't have time to code words. I only wrote more than one chapter. I worked overtime tonight and wrote another chapter. There will be nothing tomorrow. Make up the code word all day long. Readers are greatly forgiving. For the company's IPO to be successfully listed, it will take months or even half a year to prepare. Roadshows across the United States, publicity of the company, and telling the public about the company's advantages and potential will increase investor confidence! During this period, IPO needs to find a suitable underwriter to cooperate and sell the stock. For IPO, the role of underwriters is very important. As an old fried dough stick, the underwriter has rich experience and can play a coaching role to help the company maximize its strengths and avoid weaknesses. Generally speaking, when a company is preparing to go public, it is impossible for an investment institution or company to subscribe for your shares just by reading a prospectus of the company. In this process, some links need to be communicated, explained, and defended, and these require the underwriters to play a role. The more underwriters, the more people will help sell the shares, which is very willing for a company that is about to go public. The more companies subscribe for shares, it means that this company is good and worth investing in. Of course, some companies will take the initiative to come and subscribe for shares! And this kind of listed company is basically very powerful, and the shares will definitely be snatched by everyone after the listing! Just like Qualcomm! Qualcomm announced the next day that it would list the company. As a result, hundreds of companies around the world issued subscription requests to Qualcomm. At the same time, the top 50 investment banking institutions in the United States expressed their desire to be underwriters! The underwriters are naturally not doing it in vain. They charge a commission. The more successful the IPO, the more the underwriter earns. The technology introduced by Qualcomm has become a wireless communication standard. Subsequently, the CDMA chip was introduced. Make a big profit. Moreover, Transmonet is gradually becoming popular, and Qualcomm's influence is getting bigger and bigger, and its profits will rise. Obviously, once Qualcomm goes public, its stock price will definitely rise! Which company does not want to get a share of the money? So, companies that want to be underwriters and companies that want to subscribe for shares are here. Qualcomm's internal excitement is aroused. The company launched equity incentives, allowing employees to subscribe for some stocks based on their contributions and working years. After the company goes public, there will be many millionaires, multi-millionaires. In the company office, Owen Jacobs is meeting with underwriters. This time, all the underwriters that Irving Jacobs invited were banks. In fact, banks are also the most powerful and qualified to be distributors. They have business dealings with many companies and understand the accounts of these companies. Not everyone can subscribe for stocks. First, the company must be rich, and secondly, it must be influential. Nouveau riche buy your stocks and Stock Buffett buy your stocks. Can this be compared? Obviously not! This time Qualcomm plans to invite 3 banks as underwriters. The first one must be Williams Bank. Serving as the main underwriter, the fertilizer will not flow to outsiders. The other 2 banks are banks that have relatively good relations with Henry. One is Goldman Sachs and the other is Bank of America. These 2 banks are very powerful banks. The Goldman Sachs Group was founded in 1869. It is one of the world's oldest and largest investment banks, providing a wide range of investment, consulting and financial services to the world, and has a large number of multi-industry customers, including private companies, financial companies, government agencies and individuals. Bank of America is a holding bank controlled by a California consortium. In terms of assets, it is the largest commercial bank in the United States. The establishment of the bank can be traced back to the Bank of Massachusetts in 1784. It is the second oldest bank in the United States. Williams Bank is inferior to these 2 banks. If it were not for Henry's property, then the lead underwriter would not choose Williams Bank. Owen Jacobs talked with the representatives of the 3 banks for a long time, mainly talking about some precautions for listing. The listing of Qualcomm's IPO is the first time the big girl gets on the sedan chair. Owen Jacobs and others don't know how to do it. Naturally, professionals need to come and give pointers. This talk is a whole day. Irving Jacobs must not only prepare for the listing, but also prepare for the construction of a wafer factory. Since the news of Qualcomm's application to be listed on the Nasdaq spread, naturally, it is not difficult to take the land to build the factory with empty gloves. After Qualcomm's listing and financing, there is money to pay, and it doesn't matter if you owe it temporarily. What's more, Qualcomm is a subsidiary of Cisco. The subsidiary has no money, and there is a parent company, so Owen Jacobs chose a piece of land in Monterey County, California, and wanted to build a large fab. Monterey County is located on the Pacific Ocean, south of the San Francisco Bay Area, and relatively close to Silicon Valley, 1 or 2 hours drive away. The famous Pebble Beach Golf Course is located in Monterey County. After work, you can go golfing, which is not bad. After Owen Jacobs delegated the listing to the employees under the company, he came to the California government and wanted to take this land. Because the administrative division of the United States is completely different from that of China, the president cannot control the governor, nor can the governor control the mayor. In San Jose, if you want to get land, you can go directly to the mayor. Monterey, on the other hand, belongs to a county in California and is not divided into cities. If you want to buy a large amount of land, you can only find the California government. After Irving Jacobs said in the future, the California government did not think much about it and agreed to Qualcomm's request. Qualcomm's establishment of a wafer fab will play a significant role in promoting the development of California, which can increase revenue generation and provide a large number of employment opportunities. Although Qualcomm does not have enough money to pay for the time being, Qualcomm has money to go public for financing. Wafer refers to monocrystalline silicon wafers, which are refined from ordinary silicon salad. According to its diameter, it is divided into 4 inches, 5 inches, 6 inches, 8 inches and other specifications. The larger the wafer, the more silicon wafers can be produced on the same wafer, which can reduce costs, but requires higher material technology and production technology! The current mainstream technology level is in the 6-inch specification. In the 1990s, www.intelnovel.com South Korea was at the transition from 6-inch wafer fabs to 8-inch wafer fabs. With the capacity advantages of 9 8-inch wafer fabs, it replaced Japanese manufacturers and jumped to global grand memory in one fell swoop. The first in the industry. Qualcomm wants to build a fab. Of course, it is best to build an 8-inch fab directly. The establishment of a 6-inch wafer fab was obviously overtaken by Samsung. Therefore, an 8-inch wafer fab must be established. After the fab is established, of course, an assembly plant must be established at the same time. The fab is called the front process in the semiconductor industry, and the packaging plant is called the back process in the semiconductor industry. Simply put, a fab is to produce silicon wafers and produce integrated circuits on monocrystalline silicon wafers. Then the packaging factory threaded it with pins and wires, packaged it and added the shell to make the finished product, ready to be used. Generally speaking, after packaging, you still need to test whether this product will work. What are the defects or need to improve? At present, there are many companies specializing in chip testing in the world. Chapter 279. The cost of building a factory in the United States is too high, and Qualcomm has considered building a factory in Asia. However, the US must at least have its own fab. First, it can be used as a technology research and development base. Second, the 3 caves of Gitu. The factories are all established in Asia. If there is something wrong, the factory is sealed. Can't the company produce its own chips? Therefore, it is safest to build a factory in the US base camp and then establish a branch in Asia. The established wafer fab wants to reach 8-inch specifications, and the technical requirements are very strict. Qualcomm really has to spend a lot of money if it wants to do it in one step. Raising the level of fab specifications mainly depends on production materials, advanced production equipment and production processes. The materials are okay, and the expensive ones are not exaggerated. Production equipment is so expensive that people want to vomit blood! Not to mention other equipment. Just talk about the lithography machine to be used. Lithography equipment is the most critical equipment for the production of semiconductor chips, and it is one of the most expensive equipment. The high-end lithography machine is known as the most sophisticated instrument in the world. If you hear that a high-end lithography machine sells for tens of millions of euros, don't be surprised. This is normal, and it is so expensive! The high-end lithography machine can be called the flower of the modern optical industry, and its manufacturing is so difficult that only a few companies in the world can manufacture it. The international brands are mainly Dutch. The lens comes from Germany, Japan's Nikon and Japan's Canon. What is a lithography machine and why is it so complicated? In fact, to put it simply, the lithography machine is an enlarged SLR, and the designed integrated circuit pattern on the photomask is printed on the photosensitive material through light exposure to form a pattern. However, the most important thing is the lens, and this lens is not an ordinary lens, 2 meters high and 1 meter in diameter, or even larger. The industry's advanced processes are all based on nanometers. How small the nano is, it's hard to tell with the naked eye anyway. The lithography machine has to engrave lines on the chip. This is really difficult! The United States is far inferior to Japan in terms of this lithography machine, but the best lithography machine company is the Dutch company UL. UL's lithography machine occupies a 60% market share in the mid-range market, occupy more than 80% of the market share in the high-end market, and completely beat 2 Japanese lithography machine companies. And Intel, TSMC, and Samsung Group will all invest in UL in the future. So here comes the problem. The fat is right in front of me. What should I do? Actually, there is nothing to hesitate to say. I have eaten. Like Intel, TSMC. In the future, Samsung Group will have dozens of lithography machines in any of their factories in the future. If all the factories add up, they don't know how many lithography machines are needed. A rough calculation, 50 million for each €1. The profit is more than half. Even if only 100 lithography machines are sold a year, it will not make a net profit of €2.5 billion. It is 1991, and semiconductors are not as developed as in the future. The market value of natural production equipment companies will not be very high. If you want to buy it early, you will have to spend a lot of money late. TSMC spent €870 million and only got 5% of the shares. And now €870 million can buy the entire UL company! What's more, once the company develops, it has obvious development prospects. So, it's not that you have money, others are willing to accept the acquisition. American Applied Materials is the world's largest supplier of semiconductor equipment, with strong funds. But it has nothing to do with a lithography machine. 2,000 years later, it wanted to buy UL, but it was rejected. Therefore, the acquisition should be done sooner rather than later. Qualcomm didn't have the money to buy UL. Henry could only ask Silicon Valley Electronics Group to buy it. In addition, Silicon Valley Electronics Group has another advantage to acquire, because Silicon Valley Electronics Group has obtained some of Carl Zeiss patented technology and can develop its own lenses. Although Japan's lithography machine is no better than UL, the core component of their lithography machine lens are all self-produced. And the lithography machine lens of UL company in the Netherlands, it's from Carl Zeiss, Germany! Although Silicon Valley Electronics Group's lens technology is not as good as Carl Zeiss, it can catch up. I believe that increasing research and development efforts will definitely be fruitful. The benefits of acquiring UL are huge. First, after the acquisition of UL, the cost of chip production will be greatly reduced. If the scale of Qualcomm's wafer fab surpasses TSMC in the future, at least tens of billions of euros can be saved in 20 years. This is only the money saved. I am afraid that more money will be made. Second, the core competitiveness of a fab is production equipment. In the 1980s, all kinds of debugging were required after the equipment was purchased. Combined with the factory's own production technology, and construction could not be started immediately. But in the 1990s, due to the intensive cultivation of technology and a complete set of solutions by equipment production companies, basically, you can start work directly after you buy the equipment. Therefore, whether the fab is awesome or not depends on whether the production equipment is awesome. After the acquisition of UL, the competitiveness of Qualcomm's fab will be in a leading position in the industry. The chips produced will be better and cheaper. Naturally, if you want to produce a chip, only a lithography machine is not enough. The lithography machine is only one of the most important equipment in the chip production process, and there are many other equipment, such as etching equipment, measuring equipment, ion implantation equipment, CVD/PVD deposition equipment, silicon wafer cleaning equipment, RTP rapid annealing equipment and many more. It is too difficult to build the strongest equipment manufacturing company. However, this is a long-term goal. If all the strongest equipment production companies are merged, then every kind of production equipment is the best, and the fabs established are not too big! Think about it, the saliva almost came out. However, you reading www.uukanzu.com has to go step by step. First take the most important lithography machine production company, and then expand and merge with other equipment production companies. Henry did not expect that Qualcomm's release of CDMA chips this time would involve so many problems at once. Mobile phone manufacturers, fabs, equipment production companies, and silicon raw material supply companies, etc., must create a perfect industrial ecological chain. These companies have to be acquired. Mobile phone manufacturers are targeting Nokia. Close to the production company, the target is UL company. What about the crystalline silicon raw material supply company? As for the crystalline silicon raw material supply company, Henry is more inclined to the US MEMC company. MEMC is a leader in the silicon wafer market, providing polysilicon raw materials, semiconductor wafers and solar wafers, with the production of fluidized bed and granular polysilicon technology. And it has a subsidiary Soon. Soon is so awesome, it is a leader in solar energy engineering and solar services, and a global solar giant company! In the future, the development of photovoltaic cells and the manufacture of solar cars seem to be no worse than Tesla. Chapter 280. The US MEMC Electronic Materials Company was established in 1959 and is very large. We can only wait for the disintegration of the Soviet Union before finding a way to acquire it. At present, the most important thing is to acquire Finland's Nokia and the Netherlands' Well company, especially Nokia. It's best to take advantage of the fire now. Harrison has formally submitted an acquisition request to Nokia. In the face of the messed up Nokia company, Silicon Valley Electronics Group offered a price of $5 billion to acquire Nokia's electronics division. The focus of Nokia's development has gradually become telecommunications, and many people in the company disagree with the acquisition request of Silicon Valley Electronics Group. However, some people agree. Those who agree think that selling a Nokia electronics department can get $500 million, which can revitalize the entire group company. Those who disagree believe that after 199, the number of mobile phone users has greatly increased, and the potential of Nokia's electronics department is huge, and it will be one of the most important assets of the group in the future. For a time, two factions formed within Nokia. Henry learned from Harrison that Nokia's shareholders wanted to sell Nokia's electronics division because they were losing money and were too old. They did not want to reverse their profits and losses. The group would face bankruptcy. Now is the world of Motorola and Ericsson, and Nokia phones are still dying behind them. The company's shareholders, large and small, can't predict what kind of brilliance Nokia will create in the future. But now there is an opportunity to sell it for a big price, and then use the money to revitalize other industries. How can they not be moved? However, the company's CEO and management disagreed, and they are persuading shareholders to give up the idea of selling Nokia's electronics division. However, Henry believes that only benefits are enough, not that Nokia shareholders will not sell the electronics department! Henry walked a few steps in the office and thought about how many chips should be added. At this time, Inti1 and Motorola announced the cooperation between the two companies. Motorola will purchase CDMA chips designed by Inti1! In the press conference, Inti1 said, "In the semiconductor industry, Inti1 is the number one in the industry and the number one in technology. This time, Motorola and Inti1 will be able to achieve great success in the future." When the reporters heard this, they did not think that Inti1 was talking big. Inti1 was indeed the leader in the field of chip design. However, Qualcomm's CDMA chip Snapdragon 10 is said to be very good. The communication chip developed by Inti1 will definitely be better than Snapdragon 10. The reporter asked. The spokesperson of Inti1 smiled and said, there seems to be no need to answer this question. Everyone should know. Haha. The ORM company is not well known, and Qualcomm has just emerged. In terms of the level of designing chips, how can it be on par with Inti1? The reporters in the audience laughed heartily. The reporters followed the camera shots to record the arrogant smiles of Inti1's spokespersons. The next day, the front page of the newspaper published Inti1 Motorola's press conference, and attached an arrogant smile from Inti1 company spokesperson on stage. Semiconductor giant company Inti1 joins hands with Motorola to enter the mobile phone field. Inti1 is indispensable. Ignore Qualcomm. Some newspapers even designed some comics. In the picture, Inti1 is a giant with a proud smile, while Qualcomm has become a clown stepped on by the giant's feet. After Inti1 announced its entry into the mobile phone field, all major media and newspapers sang well. Qualcomm and ORM have become stepping stones. When Henry saw the news, the corners of his mouth floated. revealing a trace of contempt. It's not good for Inti1 to be its own boss in the computer field. It just wants to enter the mobile phone field. Isn't this looking for abuse? Inti1's CISC complex instruction set chip. The power consumption is very large, and the mobile phone will run out of power after a short period of time. In addition, this kind of complex instruction set chip goes to the back. The more instructions, will the mobile gadgets still move? Later generations of Inti1 jealous ORM company made a lot of money in the field of mobile phones, and also entered the mobile phone chip, and as a result, was beaten. In addition, the Inti1 team also stood in the wrong position. Following Motorola is also a tragedy. As soon as Inti1 announced its entry into the mobile phone field, the global media was not optimistic about Qualcomm, and even drew cartoons for satire. Satire Qualcomm, hee hee, it's hilarious. Isn't this just putting your face up and letting Qualcomm fight it? Don't look at Inti1 now, it's very loud, but when they launch the product, everyone will know that the chip designed by Inti1 is definitely too pitted, the mobile phone is slow, and the power consumption is fast, that is absolute! Because Qualcomm is a subsidiary of Cisco, the reporters also made a special trip to stay outside the Silicon Valley Electronics Group. When Henry came out, they swarmed over to conduct interviews. Mr. Williams, you are the chairman of Cisco and the chairman of Qualcomm. What do you think about Inti1's entry into the mobile phone field to compete with Qualcomm? The reporter asked Henry loudly, because there was already in front of him more than a dozen bodyguards stopped them, and they could not walk in front of Henry. Henry waved his hand and motioned for the bodyguard to let the reporter over. Qualcomm's listing is imminent, and NEMA has so many media outlets that it is bad news. How can its stock price rise? I have to give everyone a reassurance. Mr. Williams, what do you think about Inti1's entry into the mobile phone field to compete with Qualcomm? Inti1 has always been the industry leader in the chip field. Will Qualcomm be afraid? After the reporter finished speaking, he put the microphone in front of Henry. Henry shrugged and said, I don't have any opinion. Soldiers are coming to cover the water and soil. Inti1 wants to fight with Qualcomm, then do it. Qualcomm will never be afraid of any company's challenge. It is now and so will the future. Mr. Williams, do you think Qualcomm has a better chance of winning or Inti1? The reporter asked. Henry said lightly, I said that Inti1 is not an opponent of Qualcomm at all. Do you believe it? Upon hearing this, the reporters were shocked. Ah, Mr. Williams, you are right. How can Inti1 not be an opponent of Qualcomm at all? Ha-ha.untilnovel.com. I said, you don't believe me, then let me say something. However, Inti1's technical strength is very strong. Inti1 is really good in the computer field, but in the mobile phone field, Henry shook his head and said lightly, it's rubbish. Inti1 likes crazy, I call you trash. What's wrong with you? The reporters were stunned. Henry Williams was so awesome. He opened his mouth and said that Inti1 is rubbish. Okay, there will be a headline tomorrow! Henry Williams is awesome. This time, the sales of newspapers must have increased significantly, and I have to process capital again. The ground is in the cloud. Come, you can get the view. Chapter 281. The next day, major American newspapers such as the Los Angeles Times, New York Daily, Washington Post and other newspapers all reported Henry's remarks against Inti1 yesterday. The three major commercial broadcasters in the United States, NBC, CBC, and ABC, all had special reports on Henry. Especially the TV station also invited experts and professors to participate in the program to analyze the meaning of Henry's words. Since Mr. Henry Williams said that Inti1 is in the mobile phone field, there must be a reason. Now, we have invited experts and professors to ask us to answer questions. Then the experts and professors came to the stage, and they talked for half an hour, listing various reasons why Henry scolded Inti1, such as Inti1 had not designed mobile phone chips before, or Inti1 did not have Qualcomm proficient in CDMA technology. So the designed CDMA chip would be rubbish. etc. After Henry watched the show, he suddenly shook his head and was speechless. Is he so special? There is so much meaning behind this sentence. Why don't I know? Inti1 soon held a press conference and declared, Qualcomm is a subsidiary of Cisco, so Mr. Williams will speak for Qualcomm. However, Mr. Williams wants to slander and insult Inti1. The company expresses its strong protest. Inti1 is an industry leader in chip design and manufacturing, and no one can match it. This must have been recognized by everyone. Mr. Henry Williams thought he had acquired a British computer company. The chip design department can compete with Inti1, which is really ridiculous. Inti1's spokesperson sarcastically said at the end, although we know that Mr. Henry Williams likes acquisitions, we must also look for a decent company to acquire a chip design company. What kind of company URM is? Here, we are Inti1. I would be happy to provide Mr. Henry Williams with some goals, such as the micro semiconductor AMD company. Inti1's remarks were domineering. It was a naked provocation. What URM company did you acquire, Henry Williams? For such a small company, Inti1 is really invincible. If you want to compete with Inti1, you will buy AMD company. Inti1 company may still take a close look. After the press conference of Inti1 company is over, Henry received the news soon. After he heard his staff report to him, he really didn't know whether he should laugh or be angry. Inti1 is so funny that it actually recommends the company to let itself buy it. Inti1's self-confidence is so overwhelming to say such a thing! But at the same time, Inti1 company simply despises its own existence, does not put itself in the eyes at all, and even threatens to let itself buy AMD company. Inti1 company is still not afraid! At this time, the major media wanted to interview Henry, and wanted to know what kind of counterattack Henry would make to Inti1. Henry expressed his willingness to accept an interview and held a briefing. Mr. Williams. When I saw Inti1's press conference, the words were full of gunpowder, especially in the end. Inti1 bluntly provoked, URM is a small company, and Inti1 didn't take it seriously. I suggest you acquire AMD, and then compete with Inti1. So, Mr. Williams, will you buy AMD? The reporter asked. Henry sneered twice, and then said, Inti1 is so loud, but sooner or later, it will swallow its own words intact. As for whether I will buy AMD? Henry paused and said faintly, since Inti1 is so confident, then I will buy AMD and compare it with it in the field of computer processors. Mr. Williams. There is still a big gap between AMD and Inti1. At present, it is far from an opponent of Inti1. I know. Henry laughed. It doesn't matter if you are behind. You can catch up. I believe that AMD can pass Inti1. In the future, AMD will grab the market of Inti1, in case it leads to bankruptcy of Inti1. If I want to be acquired, I can also buy it. When the reporters heard this, they were speechless. What is this? Without a word, they talked about Inti1 going bankrupt and then being acquired. However, reporters like these words. The more they are, the better the newspaper will sell. After the conference, the reporters were busy writing articles. When Henry arrived at the company, Harrison asked, Chairman, do you really plan to acquire AMD? Henry nodded. Well, AMD is not bad, and I will consider acquiring it in the future. Henry and Inti1's babbling is over, and it depends on the product in the end. Nokia is actively negotiating, and it is still very difficult to convince the company's board of directors to sell Nokia's electronics division. For a while, I'm afraid it won't be possible. The Dutch AI company, Henry, has also formally initiated an acquisition request, and is currently in contact. AI company does not exclude being acquired, but the company's headquarters requires to stay in the Netherlands, and the major shareholders of AI company still want to retain some of the shares and manage the company. Henry thought for a while, these conditions are acceptable. The company is already operating very well, and there is no need to change the management. It is normal for major shareholders to retain some of their shares. After all, Others are optimistic about the company's prospects and sold the company all at once, a bit reluctant. As for the headquarters to stay in the Netherlands, Henry thinks that there is no big problem, as long as you get the technology in hand. No matter where your headquarters is, even in Africa, it's okay. The only problem now is the price. AI has proposed a purchase price of 1.5 billion euros. But Henry believes that 1 billion euros is enough, and the two sides are still negotiating. At the same time, Silicon Valley Electronics Group has obtained a technology license from Carl Zeiss and is currently researching cameras. AI is willing to be acquired, and it is also a fancy that Silicon Valley Electronics Group owns Carl Zeiss lens technology. Although it is not as strong as Carl Zeiss, Silicon Valley Electronics Group has a strong research force. Until Novel.com the possibility of catching up big. At that time, AI company can get the lens from the parent company Silicon Valley Electronics Group, which can save a lot of money. Thanks to the help of Carl Zeiss, the Silicon Valley Electronics Group's camera development progress is very fast, and new products will be available in a few months. The lens of Carl Zeiss, coupled with the micro hard drive of Silicon Valley Electronics Group, is a powerful combination, and indeed has a good competitiveness. Although the company's camera products have not been launched, many camera enthusiasts outside are already looking forward to it. Before the increase in camera pixels, the camera still has a considerable market. In 2000, Sharp launched the first mobile phone with a camera. At that time, it had only 110,000 pixels. Compared with the tens of millions of pixels in future mobile phones, it is far worse. When Samsung launched the world's first multi-megapixel camera phone B6OA, the phone finally bid farewell to the embarrassing situation of lower class and officially entered the professional level. Naturally, the camera market has shrunk! May I ask, the camera function of the mobile phone is enough to replace the camera. Why buy a camera? The ground is in the cloud. Come, you can get the view. Chapter 282. When Henry was arguing with Inti1, the top 10 Miss Asia came to the United States, and then entered Victoria's Secret for model training. Henry is very curious about who are the top 10 Miss Asia. There is a saying in the previous life, Sister King Chun Hong Kong, Sister Feng King. Why do you say this? That's because many Asian sisters have gone to make tertiary films, which has ruined the reputation of Miss Asia. Since Yi Yu King, Miss Yaji, broke off her fame in 1985, she has formed a role model. After that, she has devoted herself to the third level in an attempt to seek a career breakthrough. And this is the so-called Feng King sister. Now that Henry is in the lead on Asian TV, and let Miss Asia go to make a tertiary film, that would be a failure. Henry took the list and looked at it. After reading it, he shook his head. He didn't even know any of them. It seems that the Asian sister from 1991 is not well known. In 1986, the Asian sister champion was Lisa. In 1989, it was the most brilliant. This year's Miss Asia was a star-studded session. Among the referees, Lisa and Leslie Chung were the two, while the champion of the Asian sister was Wang Hong, and the runner-up was Wong Kai-win. Lizzie, Wang Hong, and Wong Kai-win all know Henry. Lizzie is Jet Li's wife. Wong Kai-win is the heroine of the TV series I Have a Date with a Zombie. This drama was very popular back then, and Wong Kai-win became a hit. Wang Hong has taken a lot of TV series, such as Still Watching the Present, The Best Talented Scholar, The Pride of Temple Street, Shanghai 1949, Xian Shenzhen, etc., which were very popular for a while. After that, the more famous Asian sister is the 1995 Asian sister champion Yang Gongru. Henry came to Victoria's Secret. The Victoria's Secret fashion show is about to be held. At that time, ABC TV will broadcast it live. When Henry came, the Victoria's Secret fashion show was under rehearsal. Henry glanced at it and saw Kaylina sitting in the front row, so he walked over. Kaylina was very pleased to see Henry coming. "Henry, why are you here? I heard that the Victoria's Secret fashion show is undergoing a rehearsal, so just come and have a look." Henry answered with a smile, and a staff member next to Henry quickly gave up his seat. Henry sat down and asked Kalina. "Tomorrow is July 1st. Is everything ready?" "Everything is ready, no problem." Kalina smiled. "I think, then, the gorgeous female models will definitely attract the attention of the world." Henry nodded. He agreed with this point. Models who can sign with Victoria's Secret are world-class models, with top looks, body, and everything top-notch. Otherwise, Victoria's Secret would not have signed it. Coupled with Victoria's Secret underwear and fashionable, it can naturally win women's attention, attract the attention of men. At this time, the models on the stage are on the catwalk wearing underwear designed by Victoria's Secret. Henry looked at it and he was really sexy. Victoria's Secret underwear design is very bold, fashionable, youthful, colorful and full of temptation. On the tea stage, Cindy Crawford, who walked towards him, carried a pair of white feathers on his back and was dressed in red underwear. Purity and enchantment merge into one, walking catwalks with the rhythm of the music. When he got to the front of the runway, he stopped and then squirmed, put on a few charming poses, with a smile on his face. Bright A's, fascinating people do not pay for their lives. Henry was looking refreshed, and suddenly felt a pain in his thigh, and saw Kalina's small hand pinching his thigh forcefully. "It's so good looking. I can't even turn my eyes." Kalina's tone was murderous. Henry shook his head hurriedly and said with a smile, "It looks good without you, Humphrey." Kalina snorted, turned her head and continued to watch the rehearsal, but thought in her heart that she came to Victoria's Secret by herself. Otherwise, Henry might hook up some models. The rehearsal time of the Victoria's Secret fashion show ended in almost half an hour, and the last one was the Miss Asia special. Of course, in terms of figure, it is much different from the model. But Eastern faces are full of freshness for Europe and America, and they are not bad. Henry took a closer look. The quality of this year's Asian sisters is not bad. All of them are beautiful, and when they are on the same stage, they are really contending with each other. Each has its own merits. After Henry became the master of ATV, the first criterion of Miss Asia was to be beautiful. If it is not beautiful, it will be brushed off in the audition. And because Henry is a world-class rich man, the new boss of ATV, and an invincible young talent, therefore, countless beautiful women who claim to be beautiful are in droves. Then they participated in Miss Asia, fished for golden turtles, married into a rich family, and became the highest goal in life! Therefore, the quality of this session is really impressive. Although not as beautiful as Lee Jae-xin, it is also beautiful and delicious. Miss Asia, this show seems to be hot, Kalina said after watching Sister Yaz show. Yes, Henry nodded. The essence of Miss Asia is the same as Victoria's Secret fashion show, which is to use beautiful women to attract attention. It's just that Miss Asia is a beauty talent show, while Victoria's Secret fashion show is a lingerie catwalk show. By the way, the US Cup professional football tournament will officially start in September. Our Victoria's Secret will cooperate with their organizers and let our models walk catwalks on the runway during the intermission. Henry chuckled. You know, the Class Cup professional football game is the most popular game in the United States. Almost 60% of Americans will watch the game. By then, our beautiful and Victoria's Secret angels must not be fascinated by them. American football fans will never forget the 1999 American Cup professional football game! That year, it is unforgettable that during the intermission, Victoria's Secret broadcasted their little dressed models on the catwalk on the runway for a live webcast. As a result, 150,000 people caused a disaster in the webcast, flocking to the internet to see the beauty of beauty, and then the number of netizens soared, and immediately broke through tens of millions. www.mentalnovel.com, which directly led to the collapse of the webcast! Oh, dear. You are so smart. How did you think of this? Kalina's eyes lit up and she kissed Henry on the cheek excitedly. I can expect that at that time, the game is not important anymore. Our Victoria's Secret angels are the focus of the audience. Henry touched his nose and said, "Well, you women can be naturally beautiful, and we men can naturally be intelligent. Men are talented and female, and this is what they deserve." Kalina gave Henry a blank look when he heard his witty remarks. "Now it's almost noon, let's go to dinner." "Well, okay," Henry responded first, but then he thought of something, and said to Kalina, "Oh, by the way, I have something to tell you later." "What's up?" "After eating, it's just a small matter. The ground is in the cloud. Come, you can get the view." Chapter 283. Sotheby's auction house invited me to participate in their auction. The time is at 8 o'clock tonight. Then, I will pick you up and go with you. In a restaurant of a high-end hotel, Henry was eating a steak while talking to Kalina said. Kalina looked at him suspiciously and asked, "Aren't you usually not participating in auctions?" "It's not the same." Henry shook his head and smiled. "This time, I have an item commissioned by Sotheby's auction house for auction." After hearing this, Kalina was very curious. What would Henry entrust the auction house to auction? Before Kalina started asking, Henry said it himself. "I commissioned them to auction a bottle of wine." "Wine? Well, what kind of wine is going to be auctioned at the auction house?" "It was produced by a winery in Williams Manor, just changed the packaging." "Well, how much do you plan to sell?" "The starting price of $2 million. "How much?" $2 million? Exclamation mark. Kalina widened her eyes and said in surprise, "Oh, are you kidding me? Is there such an expensive wine in the world?" "Other wine, I don't know," Henry said, shaking his head, "but my wine is so expensive." Kalina was speechless, drank a glass of fruit juice, and said, "Now, I am very curious, what kind of wine is it?" "What's so curious about this?" "After lunch, I will call someone to send 2 bottles to drink." Henry laughed. $2 million of wine, I can't bear to drink it. "What's the reluctance of this? You can use it in a bath in the future." Kalina chuckled when she heard this. After lunch, Henry really called and asked someone to send Kalina 2 bottles of Williams I wine. 1 bottle was white wine and the other was red wine. After Henry finished the phone call, he said goodbye to Kalina, and the company was busy. Said to come over to pick her up to Los Angeles to participate in the auction at night. When Kalina received the wine in the office, she was shocked. After looking at the wine bottle carefully, he smiled and shook his head and said, "I said why it is so expensive." It turns out that the cost is spent on the wine bottle. "How can this be selling wine?" "It is clearly selling wine bottles." Said so. But Kalina liked these 2 bottles of wine very much. Because the design of the wine bottle is so beautiful, it is simply a priceless artwork. Henry returned to the Silicon Valley Electronics Group in the afternoon. MP3 players have been distributed throughout the United States, and sales are very hot. China Hongnian Technology Co. Limited has built a new factory for production. In addition, it has purchased 10 million MP3 decoder chips from TSMC. Order not only to sell all over the United States, also intends to march to Europe. The Internet in Europe is developing very fast. Almost all countries in Europe can connect to the Internet. The number of users who just open Internet access services is still relatively small. However, Internet cafes in European countries are blooming everywhere, and this stems from the great discounts of Cisco's One Plan Front-Stop service. Therefore, the cost of opening Internet cafes is greatly reduced. Naturally, the number of Internet users in European countries has gradually increased with the rise of Internet cafes. Henry can imagine the popularity of it will inevitably attract the attention of other companies, such as Sony, Panasonic and other Japanese companies must have secretly started to develop MP3 players. Therefore, taking advantage of the fact that they did not launch a product, Henry decided to take the initiative to seize the market. Harrison reported to Henry in the office. "Chairman, in Europe we have established branches in the 10 most influential countries in Germany, France, Britain, Russia, Italy, Spain, Portugal, the Netherlands, Norway, and Poland. Each branch will be responsible for the local for national sales. The main way of sales is 3-level distribution, of which at least 5 first-level distributors will be established. What about the rest of Europe? Henry asked. You can find a branch in a neighboring country to obtain the qualification of a first-level distributor. Henry nodded and expressed his understanding. Then he said, Europe is no better than the United States. Our foundation there is a bit weaker. Therefore, we must spend a huge amount of money in advertising and do a good job in product promotion. The commercial has to be reshot, and in some countries the native language is not English. Therefore, the commercials we shoot have to cater to the local country. The language is changed to their native language, and then the filming location is also changed to a representative local building, such as France. The advertising background is the Eiffel Tower. A group of young people listen to songs below. Okay, Harrison replied, and then asked, Chairman, then ... Do you want to replace the actors shooting the commercials? Are they still the original 6? Speaking of which, after the advertisement was broadcast on American television, it immediately caused a great sensation. In the commercial, the compact and beautiful appearance and its unique broadcast format left a deep impression on people. A group of young and energetic young men and women interpret fashion and popularity by listening to music. After the commercials were screened, according to a reporter's survey, more than 70% of young men and women in the United States wanted to own a music player. The commercial is on fire, and the actors in it are on fire. Among them, Diana, who has a particularly outstanding appearance, is particularly out of the country in commercials. Many film companies have asked her to make movies and negotiate contracts. However, the entertainment gossip newspaper unearthed a photo, which shows the scene of Diana kissing Henry in a hotel. So, for the sake of sales, gossip newspapers began to report that Diana is Henry's gossip girlfriend. Harrison asked Henry if he would continue to invite the original 6 people to shoot commercials, just because he considered the scandals that came out before. Henry didn't care and said, don't look for it again. Until novel.com. The original few people are pretty good. Well, I will arrange them to go to Europe as soon as possible, and then shoot the commercial. Harrison nodded. After Harrison left, Henry turned on the computer and entered the email to check the progress of the project sent by the companies under his name. Henry paid special attention to the fact that 3/5 of the 3D engine developed by ID Game, a subsidiary of Firefly Games, has been completed. It is expected that the project will be completed in 4 or 5 months. At that time, shooter games, Half-Life or Counter-Strike can be developed. In addition, the Warcraft 1-inch jointly developed by Blizzard and the game company is about to be completed. It is said that it can be completed in 1 month, but according to Blizzard's peculiarities, there must be a skipping ticket and it has not been released as scheduled. After Henry browsed through the contents of the email, it was almost off work. So I turned off the computer, left the Silicon Valley Electronics Group, and drove to Victoria's Secret to pick up Kalina to attend the auction. To be continued. Chapter 284. Sotheby's Auction House is headquartered in New York, but established a branch in Los Angeles. It was almost 8 o'clock when Henry and Kalina arrived at Sotheby's Auction House. After entering Sotheby's Auction House, the staff met Henry and first asked him if he needed a separate box. After getting Henry's affirmative answer, they took him and Kalina directly to the best box K001. Mr. Williams, please wait a moment, the auction is about to begin. There is an LCD TV here, and you can watch the whole auction. If you are interested in a certain auction item, you can pick it up and put it on the table. Remote control, press the button to bid. Well, I see. Henry nodded. If it's okay, then I'll go out first. The staff member said, I wish Mr. Williams and Miss Kalina can get their favorite items at the auction. Thank you. At this time, the auction hall is completely different from the boxes. The boxes are quiet and elegant, but the hall is very lively. Have you heard? This time Sotheby's Auction House will auction a bottle of priceless wine. I also heard that, according to Sotheby's, this bottle of wine will be the most expensive wine ever. Then do you know, How much does the bottle of wine cost? How can I know this? Sotheby's auction house will definitely not reveal it. They are still counting on the appetite. Hee. This is also. After a while, the auctioneer from Sotheby's auction house walked to the stage and announced the official start of the auction. The hall suddenly became quiet. The first auction was a luxury house with a starting price of $10 million. Kayla couldn't help sighing. The first auction item was a mansion worth tens of millions of dollars. Henry laughed and said, Sotheby's is a world-renowned auction house, and big wealthy clients want to consign their things. They usually look for them. In fact, $10 million is not a lot, and they have auctioned hundreds of millions of dollars. Things. At this time, the auctioneer introduced to everyone, the original owner of this villa was Wilson, a well-known California real estate tycoon, but due to poor management of the company, it is in urgent need of capital turnover. So he entrusted us to auction his villa. This villa is also called the Freedom City. It has a streamlined theme and emphasizes freedom. It was designed by the famous American architect Brown Christopher Robin. This villa is located in the United States with a mild climate. On the Blake Coast of San Diego, California, houses are built on the hills, with an area of 1,021 square meters, and the overall structure is divided into 2 floors, including aprons, freshwater swimming pools, tennis courts, golf courses and many other luxurious facilities. The high-tech configuration inside is even more readily available, and its real value is far more than $10 million. Even if you can't buy it, you can treat it as an investment. If you want to buy, please bid. As soon as the auctioneer's voice fell, one person shouted, $10 million, $11 million, $1.5 million, $1,700,000, $12 million. Henry looked at the photos of the villa carefully, and felt familiar. Suddenly thought, isn't this the super villa of the rich second-generation hero in the later movie Iron Man? Damn, such a blasted villa. After buying it, it is said that after the movie Iron Man was screened, the house suddenly appreciated to more than $25 million. Henry, do you want to buy it too? Kayla couldn't help asking when seeing Henry's surprised expression. Henry smiled and took a sip of wine. Then he said, the name of Liberty City is pretty good, isn't it? Henry put the wine glass on the table and said to Kayla, in the future, we can go to San Diego Blake Coast for a holiday and we can live there. Look at the photos above. This house faces the sea and has a very beautiful sea view! Well, yes, it is indeed very beautiful. Kayla looked at the sea view picture displayed on the photo. It was really beautiful! Henry smiled faintly, then buy it. Immediately, Henry picked up the remote control, entered the keys, and bid for $15 million. At this time, the bidding sign on the LCD screen in the lobby suddenly displayed $15 million, and the auctioneer said loudly, the guests in box K001 bid $15 million. No one else will come out. Higher price. After the villa's asking price reached $12 million, the money was increased little by little. Suddenly a $15 million popped out, which is surprising. I am afraid that $15 million has exceeded the value of this villa. Everyone hesitated, but no one continued to bid. After a minute, the auctioneer announced, since no one continues to bid, then I declare that the City of Freedom will belong to the guests of box K001. After the first auction was over, Henry was not very interested in the next few auctions. They were all foreigners' paintings. What impressionist and obscurity painters' masterpieces Henry couldn't understand. What they painted was pure and pure. It's like a graffiti, but it's so expensive! Henry shook his head speechlessly. Kayla smiled on the side and said with a smile, hey, you are a rich man who lacks artistic cells. Others are art, okay? I don't understand it, and they say that others are just graffiti. Henry chuckled and did not refute. He really has no interest in these European and American paintings. Even if Van Gogh's sunflower is placed in front of him, he can't understand it. Of course, If Van Gogh's sunflower is being auctioned off, Henry will definitely buy it and upgrade it! Hanging sunflower in the office seems to have a good face. Others walk in and take a look. Oh, awesome, Van Gogh's original sunflower, it's hundreds of millions of dollars. It's really rich! There was no need for Henry to speak, the other party was already shocked. After waiting for a long time, it was finally the turn to auction the Williams Eye wine. Henry smiled and asked Kalina, "Guess how much money will be auctioned this time?" Kalina joked, "He.novel.com, you sell $2 million, so expensive, which fool would buy it?" Henry said bitterly, "If they don't buy it, I will shoot it myself." Kalina chuckled when she heard this. "I see, you are sure to buy it." At this time, the auctioneer put the Williams Eye red wine on the booth, and then said, "Everyone, this is the most expensive wine ever auctioned by Sotheby's auction house, their Williams Eye wine!" After Williams Eye revealed the true face of Lushan, everyone was stunned. "Fuck, what kind of wine is this? So awesome! Bottled in platinum and inlaid with real diamonds!" At this time, the auctioneer continued, "This wine is produced by the world's billionaire Henry Williams Winery. There are less than 100 bottles in the world. The wine that Henry Williams drinks on weekdays is the same Williams Eye. If you want to experience the life of a billionaire, then hurry up and ask for a price." Chapter 285 Because the bottle is crafted by the world-renowned jewelry designer Josie de Vawanos, the surface is plated with 24K gold and pure white gold, and it is inlaid with 6,666 perfectly cut real diamonds. The whole bottle of wine looks like a beautiful piece of art. So this bottle of wine is very expensive and the starting price is $2 million. After the auctioneer finished speaking, the hall suddenly became noisy. "A bottle of wine is so expensive, who would buy it? Hee. Just buying 6,666 real diamonds will cost nearly $1 million. I still think it's too expensive." Yeah, it's too expensive. "I think no one would spend $2 million on a bottle of wine." There was a discussion in the hall for a minute or two, but still no one bid. The auctioneer said, "I will count down 10 seconds. If there is still no one bidding, this bottle of wine will have to be sold out." 10, 9, 8, 7 inches. As the countdown began, in the box, Kalina said to Henry, "It looks like no one will bid anymore." Henry smiled awkwardly. "Forget it, I filmed it myself. If the filming is unsuccessful, how awful it would be to spread out." Kalina covered her mouth and smiled. "How can wine sell so expensive? Now regret it." Henry gave a wry smile, picked up the remote control, and entered $2 million. At this time, the auctioneer counted down to 3. Suddenly, a number of 2 million appeared on the electronic screen, and everyone in the hall was suddenly surprised. Is the person in box Q1 a fool, buying $20,000 of wine? The person in the Q number 1 box must be a rich man, and he has also photographed a $150,000 mansion before. It's okay to buy a luxury house. After all, you can appreciate it. Buying a bottle of 20,000 yuan of wine is an exaggeration. Yes. As soon as the auctioneer saw that the person who was offering the price was a guest in box Q, he knew that Henry Williams himself had photographed the Williams Eye wine. The auctioneer knew it in his heart, but his face was calm, and then said in a very bewildering language, "The guest of Q1 is really generous. If I have money, I will buy a bottle. Then I will taste it." What is the taste of the wine party that the billionaire Henry Williams drinks on weekdays? Unfortunately, I have no money. Okay, is there anyone bidding? If no one bids, this bottle of the most expensive wine in the world will belong to Q1, the guest in box No. The auctioneer glanced around. Feeling a little disappointed, he immediately said, "Since everyone is not bidding, then I declare that the wine of Williams Eye belongs to Q1 inch. Hold on. I give out $250,000. A voice sounded in vain in the hall, and everyone followed the prestige, only to see a middle-aged man with a pot belly raise his hand and shouted, "Who is this forcing?" He actually paid $250,000 for a bottle of wine. I know him. His name is Victor Niham. He is an Alaska oil tycoon. To be precise, he should be a mobster. A few years ago, he found a large oil in Alaska. As a result, he became rich billionaire. It turns out to be a mobster. This person is really 205. At this moment, Henry sighed and said in the coup number 1 box, "Look, isn't someone rushing to buy my wine?" Kalina looked at the screen with a smug smile on the fat man's face. She turned her head and said to Henry, "You have met such a wealthy mobster, or else, how can your wine be sold?" Henry chuckled and said, "This wine is sold to those mobsters, pretending to be a special wine." Kalina chuckled and laughed, "Still pretending to be a special wine? I think you pretend to be the most compelling." In the hall, Victor Niham said triumphantly, $2 million is nothing. I don't just lose $2 million in cards in one night. Since this is the wine that billionaire Henry Williams drinks on weekdays, I want to buy it. Come down, try it, see what it tastes like. What to look at. If you don't agree, you can also ask for a price. Victor Niham could not help yelling when he saw the contempt in the eyes around him. Seeing the strong smell of gunpowder at the scene, the auctioneer hurriedly came out to be a peacemaker, and turned off their topic. "Calm down, everyone, the auction is still going on. This gentleman bid $250,000 US. Is there anyone who bid higher?" "Fuck, what a bully. I'm paying $30,000. A middle-aged man in a black suit and glasses, who looked gentle and raised his hand, shouted. Victor Niham hated others for calling him a mobster, stood up angrily, and shouted, "Your father paid $40 million. You have a kind of continue to follow, or not follow is a gangster. Follow and follow, 450,000. Im 50,000 million. Victor Niham roared. In box number 1 of coup, Henry and Kalina looked at each other. Unexpectedly the scene would have evolved like this. Kalina said, "Williams' eye wine may shock the world." Henry touched his nose and said dumbfounded, "I didn't expect to encounter two strange flowers here to be grudge. They are vindictive, but they have made the wine of Williams' eye." "It depends." Kalina smiled. "I guess, when they calm down, they will regret death." In the hall, after Victor Niham shouted 50,000, the other party did not bid. Victor Niham arrogantly made a thumbs-down gesture to the middle-aged man wearing glasses. The auctioneer looked at the middle-aged man wearing glasses and saw that he did not intend to continue to bid, so he announced, "If no one continues to bid, this bottle of Williams' eye wine will belong to number 8. Mr. Victor Niham." 3. The auctioneer counted down, 2, 1 inch. The auctioneer then knocked the hammer and said loudly, "Okay, congratulations to Mr. Victor Niham for bidding for Williams' eye." After the auction of Williams' eye wines, Sotheby's auction house then auctioned another 4 or 5 collections. At about 10 o'clock, the auction was over. Henry only photographed the free city in the auction this time. When the manager of Sotheby's auction house came to his box, go through the delivery formalities directly with him. First, congratulations to Mr. Williams. Your wine sold for a high price of $5 million. Sotheby's manager laughed. Henry smiled and said, I thought I would pass the shot. So I bid a price first. The Sotheby's manager smiled slightly, took out several documents, and said, "This is the real estate certificate of the Free City and the certificate of the Sotheby's auction house. In addition, we will charge you 2% of the wine of the Williams' eye commission. Therefore, you will be refunded $40 million. Henry nodded to express his understanding, and then completed a series of procedures with the manager of Sotheby's auction house. That night, Henry and Kalina opened a room to sleep in a nearby high-end hotel. Needless to say, for a while lingering. The next day, the headline of the national newspaper was the news about Williams' eye wine. A bottle of wine for $5 million stunned everyone. Netizens commented one after another, We don't understand the world of local tyrants. The NBC TV station carried out a lot of follow-up reports on this Sotheby's auction. Interviewed the staff of the auction house and the guests that night. Sotheby's auction house also became famous for this auction of William's Eye, and it overpowered another major auction house, Christie's! When Henry woke up at 1 o'clock the next day, Tony Lind, the manager of the winery, called and told Henry that countless media reporters came to the winery and wanted to find out. In addition, 3 hotels around the world order William's Eye wines from wineries, and there is also one private buyer! Henry hung up and laughed. Curiosity kills the cat. There are always people who are interested in such expensive wine in the world who do not lack local tyrants, but lack things that make them curious. Henry waited for Karina to finish her dressing up. Just ate Chinese food in the hotel restaurant. At 7 o'clock this afternoon, the Victoria's Secret fashion show will be held. Before then, Henry and Kalina are going to go. However, after Henry and Kalina had a Chinese meal, Tony Lind called again. This time, his tone was very anxious. "Mr. Williams, it's not good," Tony Lind said anxiously. Henry asked Kalina to wait in the car. He answered the phone outside, but when he answered the phone, he heard Tony Lind yelling "It's not good," and Henry frowned, and asked in a deep voice, "What happened?" Not long ago, Lafite Winery, one of the 5 largest wineries in the world, held a press conference to ridicule our William's Eye wines. The wines are pure and fancy wines, but inside are actually a kind of inferior wine. Our wine currently only sells 1 bottle, so they dare to make a rash decision? Henry was puzzled. "Mr. Williams, the rich man Victor Niham who bought your wine last night, after getting the William's Eye wine, showed off in front of one of his friends, claiming that it is the most expensive in the world, the best wine, and his friend is the top of Lafite Winery. After tasting the William's Eye wine, the high level of Lafite Winery immediately teased that this wine is compared with Lafite. It's just rubbish." The next day, Lafite Winery held a press conference, saying that we would expose the true face of our William's Eye. William's Eye wine is at least the first-class wine. Maybe it is a lot behind the top wine, but it is definitely not inferior wine! Lafite Manor must have seen the William's Eye wine hype, and was afraid of threatening its own interests, so it suppressed it. "Otherwise, I buy my wine, it's your business." Mr. Williams, they took the bottle of William's Eye at the auction and invited more than a dozen senior sommeliers to appraise them at the exhibition. Finally, they always thought that our William's Eye it's inferior wine. There is false deception. Fuck. If the sommelier's special Lafite is also inferior, do you believe it or not? Henry cursed inwardly. Also the sommelier, all the special ones are for trust. Tony Lind asked anxiously, "Mr. Williams, what shall we do now?" "There are already many reporters stuck outside the winery. This time it is obvious that Chateau Lafite is discrediting us," Henry said solemnly. "You also invite the tasters to come over to taste the wine, say something good, and then pretend to be pitiful to the media and say Chateau Lafite is afraid of us to seize their market, so bullying the small, deliberately suppressing and discrediting us. First fight a public opinion war and wrestle with them." Henry said, "It happens to increase the exposure of our winery through this public opinion." Okay. In addition, our winery must do its best to produce top wines. If our wines are also top wines, we can shut them up and leave them speechless. "Yes, Mr. Williams. I will supervise them and let them work hard to make top wines," Tony Lind responded. "Well," Henry replied softly, and then asked, "What is the total assets of Chateau Lafite?" Tony Lind asked puzzled, "Mr. Williams, why are you asking this? Why do you ask this?" Henry sneered coldly in his heart. Of course it was an acquisition! Before Henry spoke, Tony Lind said over there, "I don't know about this, but the total assets must be huge." "Since you don't know, then you can investigate it," Henry ordered. "That's it. I'm hanging up." Henry hung up the phone and got into the car. Kalina saw his face a little angry. and couldn't help asking, "What's the matter with you?" "A little thing." Lafite Winery held a press conference to discredit the wine of Williams as inferior wine. Henry said, "This Lafite Winery is indeed a bit deceiving too much." Kalina said grievously for Henry, "Don't talk about this, lest you get angry." Henry said, "It will be the Victoria's Secret fashion show soon, let's go out." "Well, good." Kalina nodded. "Drive." Henry told the driver. "Okay, Mr. Williams." The car moved slowly, and after a while, the speed speeded up and rushed away. Although the Victoria's Secret fashion show has not been held yet, www.mtnovel.com, the trend of letting it out has caused many media to pay attention to this event. When Henry and Kalina arrived at the company, there were already many reporters here. The people of ABC TV station have already been arranged, and the TV station will be live broadcast tonight. CEO Marcus Christie is checking whether the various preparations are perfect: clothes, lights, music, etc. Nothing can be wrong! Henry walked over and said hello, Marcus Christie. "Oh, Mr. Williams and Miss Kalina, you are finally here." There was a slight delay on the road. Henry asked, "How about it? Are all the preparations done?" "No problem, Mr. Williams, please rest assured." "Well, that's good. The ground is in the cloud. Come, you can get the view." Chapter 286. Every edition of the Victoria's Secret fashion show is very sensational, with hundreds of millions of viewers. This time it was live on TV. After the Victoria's Secret fashion show became famous, the internet speed almost increased. At that time, Henry could live broadcast the Victoria's Secret fashion show through the web, making the video software he built an instant hit! It's not that Henry doesn't want to build a YouTube website directly, but the technical requirements of the video website are higher than that of the video software. Video websites mainly use Adobe Video technology to present various user-generated video content. However, Flash will not be realized until 1996, and finally will be acquired by Adobe. After some integration of technology and resources, the Adobe Video technology can be launched. Adobe is actually a very famous company. Some people may not know about Adobe, but they must have heard of one of their products, that is, Photoshop software! Picture generally use it. At present, the internet speed in the United States has generally reached 56 kbps. If you really want to realize the online live broadcast of the video software network, Henry is not without it. Video formats have already existed, such as the AVI format, which will be released on the Windows system in 1992. It's just that this AVI video format is not good for online viewing, let alone live broadcast. But the RM streaming media video format released by RIA Networks in 1995, it can realize uninterrupted video playback under the condition of dial-up internet access, using 56K. Unfortunately, this RM format is at the expense of image quality, but the RM format can promote the development of online video software. The RM format can realize instant playback, and its principle is very simple. You can download a part of the video file from the server first, form a video stream buffer and then play it in real time. At the same time continue to download, ready for the next playback. This streaming and broadcasting method avoids the shortcoming that users have to wait for the entire file to be downloaded from the top to watch it, so it is especially suitable for watching videos online. In fact, the development of this RM format is not very difficult. Henry can be developed at any time. The common RM format uses a fixed bitrate encoding, which is not clear enough. If Henry wants to do it, he will let developers develop the RMVB format. RMVB is one more VB than RM, and VB refers to the meaning of dynamic bitrate. Because the bitrate under the static picture is reduced, the effect is much clearer than that of the RM format picture, and the definition and smoothness are not even worse than that of DVD! After the RM format was released that year, it became a smash hit! Not to mention the RMVB format. The network speed is improved, The video format is awesome, the peer-to-peer technology is awesome, and the three are combined. Once the video software is available, it will definitely make a sensation on the entire internet. What do you want? The Victoria's Secret fashion show is about to begin. Kaylana saw Henry in a daze. He pushed and asked, "Oh, nothing." Henry smiled and recovered. At this time, Victoria's Secret CEO Marcus Christie was speaking on stage, announced the official start of the Victoria's Secret fashion show. Then, one by one, hot and models began to show off. Henry observed the media reporters and guests around him. They found their eyes brightened, staring at the models on the runway intently. Some people even swallowed unconsciously! When the audience in front of the American TV suddenly tuned into ABC TV station, they were taken aback. "Oh! What's this? Lingerie show? Oh, this model is so sexy, this underwear is beautiful!" The audience called their friends and asked them to quickly switch to ABC TV to watch the Victoria's Secret fashion show. All of a sudden, the ratings of ABC TV have increased dramatically. In the bar, the Victoria's Secret fashion show was shown on the TV. A group of people were drinking and tapping their tongues. "See that model's flesh-colored transparent outfit. Suddenly I have something to rush to. Ha ha, Sapir. Don't you hurry home and ask your wife to buy one. Ha, just laugh. Don't you want something special? The broadcast of the Victoria's Secret fashion show has attracted the attention of many people all over the United States. Men are fascinated by female models and women are fascinated by underwear. Until the end of the Victoria's Secret fashion show, the number of people watching the live has soared to 10 million. After the ABC TV executives learned of the data, they made a sensation. It was immediately decided to sign a live broadcast agreement with Victoria's Secret every year. However, Victoria's Secret has not yet agreed. This time, the final Asian session of the Victoria's Secret fashion show was also refreshing. 10 women with Asian faces came to the stage to show off the unique Oriental beauty, which was a feast for the eyes. In the news report the next day, the Victoria's Secret fashion show became the hottest topic. Victoria's Secret fashion show, the most beautiful underwear show. Simon Finn, a well-known variety show host on a TV station, said, "Last night, the Victoria's Secret fashion show was very successful, with more than 10 million viewers. In addition, we just received a piece of data. The data shows that Durex last night the sales broke through the highest record in history, and more than 5 million boxes were sold overnight. This data is a bit scary. How did it come from? After thinking about it, I had to associate it with the Victoria's Secret fashion show, because I also watched the Victoria's Secret fashion show last night and bought a box of Durex." Simon Finn's words spread on the internet, and many netizens left messages. "I also bought a box of Durex." In addition, the official website of Victoria's Secret has been launched, and there are many photos from the fashion show, as well as photos of Victoria's Secret angel models! Not long after the official website was launched, the traffic increased greatly. Fans of the top 10 Victoria's Secret angels all liked and left messages below. At the same time, the official website of Victoria's Secret has launched online shopping. With a wide range of online underwear, users can buy what they like. Netizens who come in have long been coveting Victoria's Secret underwear. Men dream of buying a set for their women, and women want to buy a set for their men. Therefore, not long after the website went online, the sales were extremely hot. The natural choice of payment method is PayPal. As a result, many users who do not have PayPal signed up immediately, further consolidating PayPal's position! At the same time, the offline store of Victoria's Secret is also in great business, with an endless stream of customers and even queues. A group of beauties are queuing in the underwear shop, and the eye-catching degree is really amazing. Many passing men stopped one after another. Whenever I see a beautiful woman choosing a certain underwear, my eyes can't help but brighten up. Victoria's Secret quickly became the most well-known underwear brand in the United States. The original parent company Limited Brands Clothing Group Company CEO Leslie suddenly regretted his intestines. He knew that Victoria's Secret would be so hot and would never sell it. The company! During the time when Victoria's Secret was on fire, Kaylana got in touch with the organizer of the US Super Cup professional football game and said that she wanted to let Victoria's Secret Angels walk the show on the runway during the intermission. Fang didn't even think about it. He agreed directly without saying anything, and didn't even charge any fees. This kind of cooperation is beneficial to both, and to expand the influence, it is natural to agree with both hands! Kaylana told Henry about this news, and Henry knew that Victoria's Secret was going to turn the sky! There are NTV stations in the United States, and ABC TV has a limited audience, and there are far less people watching the American Super Cup professional football game. Therefore, if the Victoria's Secret can perform during the game, there will be too many people to watch. After the game program is broadcast, Victoria's Secret will be a household name in the United States! Not to mention here in the United States, in Hong Kong, ATV subsequently broadcast the Victoria's Secret fashion show, which instantly caused a huge sensation in Hong Kong. The ratings were as high as 70%. Victoria's Secret also entered Hong Kong and opened 10 stores. Branch! That business is even hotter than the United States. 10 stores have lined up. Victoria's Secret underwear brand has become the most well-known luxury underwear brand in Hong Kong! Since Hong Kong is a subspecies financial center, many tourists come to Hong Kong to shop every year. Therefore, the reputation of Victoria's Secret spread from here. Mainland China, Taiwan, Vietnam, Singapore and other places began to circulate Victoria's Secret. In addition, the brand name of Victoria's Secret is very tempting, and it is easy to remind people of what is left after the secret is revealed. The 10 Asian sisters of Miss Asia also showed up for the special show in Asia. They are so popular that they are very popular. In the subsequent trials for the champion and runner-up of Miss Asia, it has aroused great attention and expectations of the Hong Kong people! For a time throughout Hong Kong, I only heard of Miss Asia, but I do not know that there was Miss Hong Kong. ATV is so popular, you are reading www.uukanzu.com. Situation is getting more and more difficult. For a time, the number of job-hopping companies surged. With the loss of talents, the decline of TVB has become inevitable. In the Hong Kong stock market, TVB's share price has been falling, and shareholders of some companies have been eager to sell their shares. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that ATV has undergone earth-shaking changes after Henry Williams took over. The less TVB is an opponent, no matter in which aspect, TVB is slammed by ATV. With the loss of talents, the company has become increasingly weak in succession. In the past, TVB made a profit of hundreds of millions of Hong Kong dollars every year, but in the first half of 1991, TVB has already suffered a huge loss, with a loss of 200 million Hong Kong dollars. Judging from the current situation, if TVB fails to make changes, then the level of losses will further intensify! At this time, ATV has already started its expansion plan. It will establish TV stations in Taiwan, Southeast Asia and other places, or directly acquire TV stations. In addition, it is also preparing to open TV stations in Shenzhen. Asia Television will also acquire major newspapers in the future, and it will develop into the most influential media group company in Asia! Chapter 195, Victoria's Secret Fashion Show, Chapter 287 regarding the development of video software. Henry intends to put it under the banner of IMDb Holding Company. IMDb website has the most comprehensive movie database. The video is backed by such a backstage by the software, and the start is naturally much higher. Henry came to IMDb Holding Company, so that CEO Marcy Filliman founded a video player subsidiary company. Henry couldn't wait for the establishment of this company, so he simply established it himself. The company's only task at present is to open the RMVB streaming video format, and then launch the RIA 1P1 Air player. Henry was afraid that these developers would not know how to open the RMVB video format, so he gave them a lecture. As we all know, the requirements for the compressed sampling rate of the still picture and the moving picture of a movie are different. If you always maintain a fixed bit rate, it will compare. Special utilization causes waste. Therefore, on the basis of ensuring the average compression ratio, the encoder will set dynamic different bit rates according to the complexity of the picture change. For example, use a higher bitrate for complex dynamic pictures, singing, dancing, speeding, war, etc., while in static images, it is flexibly converted to a lower sampling rate, so that the bitrate resources can be used reasonably. Not only can the video file be compressed to a small size, but the audio-visual effect is also it will be very good, so that the file size and clarity can have both. This technology, I call it VBR technology, dynamic bitrate technology. Henry said, and wrote the 3 letters VBR on a blackboard. Since Henry was the first to propose the VBR technology, the developers at the bottom were all excited. Although the concept of VBR is simple, it is difficult to think of this idea. The chairman is worthy of a genius, and his brain is flexible. Each of the developers looked at Henry in admiration, thinking like this. Henry paused for them to digest, and then continued, in addition, RMVB will also adopt a technology. This technology, I call it fogging technology. Generally speaking, after the picture is enlarged, a mosaic will appear. This is caused by traditional frame dropping technology. But what we have to do is to make the picture look a little blurry, not to see clearly. Combining VBR technology and fogging technology, the RMVB format will be an epoch-making video format. Finally, I want to make some requirements. Due to the limitations of the network, we have to design the video in the RMVB format can be developed with different compression ratios according to different networks, so that it can be implemented on low networks. Real-time transmission and playback of image data. The developers nodded one after another. This design is designed to watch high-definition video. If the network is slow, the video can be normally clear. Henry finished his lecture and left. The drivers behind him watched Henry leave with incomparable admiration, and then they rubbed their shoulders with excitement, ready to do a big job in the field of video formats! In 1992, Microsoft introduced the AVI video format and the RMVB video format. In comparison, Microsoft is looking like it is about to be beaten. In the previous life, in 1995, the company launched the RM format, which became popular throughout the internet, and in the era of the enhanced RMVB format, it occupied more than 80% of the internet market! Now, it can only be said that Microsoft met Henry, which is a tragedy. August is almost here, and the architectural design company has gone through several months of design work. The overall design of the Williams Center has been completed, and then ready to participate in the bidding. Henry also hoped that the Williams Center could start construction soon, so the bidding conference was scheduled for August 1st. Now there are only a few days left. In this regard, John Chambers is in charge for the time being, while Henry went to be one is at Blizzard. They said last time that there is still a month left, and Warcraft 1 will be finished. And now the date is approaching. Henry will come over and take a look. If it is done, then play 2. By the way, the long-lost Warcraft, Henry hasn't played for a long time. After coming to Blizzard, CEO Mike Mokwemi took the company's top management to welcome Henry's arrival. Welcome to the chairman. How about it? Has the game come out yet? Almost, Mike Mokwemi said embarrassedly. I knew it! Henry heard this without any surprise, and then said, although Warcraft 1 will be the world's first real-time strategy game that can be played against the LAN, I hope it can be made to be able to play against the Internet games. The parent company Firefly Game Company will establish a Firefly Battle platform, and all of its games will be included in the Game Platform 6 in the future. Chairman, don't we sell game CDs? Yes, we don't sell CDs, Henry said, we sell activation codes. Activation code? Mike Mohwemi and others were puzzled. Henry smiled and explained, first, register your Firefly Game Platform account, and then spend money to purchase the activation code for Warcraft 1 before you can play games online. The activation code is a set of serial numbers and is bound to the Firefly account, so, even if someone else knows the activation code, they don't have it, because this activation code only belongs to this Firefly account. Chairman, but in this way, many people can play standalone games without spending money. What's so fun about standalone games? Henry said nonchalantly, they get tired of playing, and sooner or later they will spend money to play online games. I have a lot of experience at this point. I mean, this one point, I'm very sure. Henry said as he said, suddenly realizing that he had missed his words, he quickly explained. This is the first time I have played an online game, so where is the experience? Mike Mohwemi and the others didn't doubt anything. After listening to Henry's words, their faces were contemplative. Henry continued, because we only sell activation codes on the internet, the cost of sales is almost negligible. Therefore, we can set the price of activation codes a bit cheaper, and most game lovers don't feel bad about it. Price, for example, $20. Mike Mohwemi and the others couldn't bear it anymore and couldn't help but cried out. Warcraft 1 is too cheap to sell for $20. Generally, a game disc is sold for $60 or $70, or even hundreds of dollars, let alone a large-scale production like Warcraft 1! In terms of pricing, Mike Mohwemi and others have carefully considered before and plan to set a price of $10 for a game disc. Nowadays, when Henry talks about $20, he cuts $80 in one go. How come everyone is not shocked? Chairman, we have discussed it before, and the price is $10. If you set a price of $20, how can the company make money? Mike Mohwemi said. Henry smiled and asked, how many game discs do you expect to sell? Mike Mohwemi thought for a while, then replied, we are very confident about this game, so, 40 million copies. Okay, even if you can sell 40,000 game discs, then, apart from manufacturing costs and sales costs, a CD can make as much as $50, which means that if you sell 40,000 game discs, you can only earn $20 million. Have you ever thought about how many activation codes can we sell if we sell 20 activation codes? Henry glanced at everyone and said, don't say too much, since it is sold at such a cheap price, then there must be 1 million in quantity. 20 times 1 million, there are already $20,000. Is it? No. Can you only sell 1 million game activation codes for $? I believe that 2 million, 3 million, or even more are possible. However, there are rarely more than 1 million that sell computer game CDs. Quantity. First, the price is high, and second, the channels for offline sales are limited after all. But I believe that as long as he goes online, he will know the Firefly Game Platform and Warcraft 1. I still have this confidence. As an internet giant, Henry almost monopolized the entire internet. He thought, let netizens watch dogs, and netizens will never see cats! In addition, the main people who play games are young people. They have generally been exposed to the internet. Therefore, selling game activation codes online is more targeted. Moreover, with the development of the internet, every household has begun to open the internet. Henry said Tau. Mike Mohwemi thought for a while and replied, Chairman, what you said seems to make sense. Henry smiled. Actually, We can also collect money by updating the map, and we charge $1 for each new map. You think, as long as there are more users, a map can make a lot of money. We update one map a month. Maps. How much money will be made in 1 year? After Warcraft 2 is released, the game will be updated, and it will cost $20. The previous version 1 maps are all obsolete, and we can continue to make money by updating the map. Henry said so much. In fact, there is another purpose, which is to display the Firefly game platform. How much money can a Warcraft 1 earn? Henry's ambition is very big. To make the Firefly game platform exhibition the world's largest game platform, as long as the platform is popular, naturally other companies' games are very willing to be on the 6 platform. MTLnovel.com and the Firefly game platform can sit back and collect commissions and earn a lot of money. It may make more money in a month than Blizzard makes in a year! The platform is the channel, and the channel is the kingly way. Take a look at Nintendo in Japan. Be a game console as a platform and earn the value of other game companies crazily. Look at the world's largest Steam platform in the future, Nima. The company's people did nothing, travel all day, and earn n times more money than those companies that worked hard to run games! Even if it earns too much, Steam dare not disclose the sales data, because the sales are too good for fear of angering the retailer. There is also the R platform, which is also more profitable than printing money! Therefore, Henry is not really concerned about whether Warcraft 1 can make a lot of money, but whether it can bring more popularity and make the Firefly game platform grow! The ground is in the cloud. Come, you can get the view. Chapter 288. After Henry's persuasion, Mike Mochwami and others decided to try what Henry said. As a result, the release time of Warcraft 1 inch had to be postponed again. After dealing with the matter here, Henry went to the Firefly Game Company and prepared to order them to develop the Firefly game platform. The offline channel of Firefly Game Company is also developing very well, and now it has begun to publish games of other companies, and it has become the computer game publishing company in the United States, second only to EA Company. Because EA has been in business for more than 10 years and has produced many good games by itself, it has more influence than Firefly Game Company, and its publishing ability is also stronger. But EA is currently only involved in offline issuance, but there is no plan online. However, it is very simple for Firefly Games to surpass EA. It only needs to publish a few super popular games. The 3 subsidiaries of Cha-Cha Firefly Game Company are all very powerful, and they will produce super popular games in the next 2 or 3 years! Blizzard, Warcraft, StarCraft and Diablo. Westwood Studio, Red Alert and Command & Conquer: Half-Life CS. Therefore, Henry is very confident about surpassing EA Company. In addition, EA's strengths are sports games, and sports games are very money-making games, and Firefly Games is bound to get involved. After arriving at the Firefly Game Company, Henry ordered the company to call in Simon Hodge and ordered them to immediately develop the Firefly game platform and cooperate with Blizzard to sell activation codes simultaneously. Henry gave a detailed account of his positioning and vision for the Firefly game platform. Simon Hodge was shocked after hearing Henry's account. Chairman, your wise decision will create infinite glory for the future of Firefly Game Company. Simon Hodge graduated from Harvard and worked for IBM, Apple, and General Electric. He is an extraordinary professional manager. He is not a flatterer. He compliments Henry very sincerely. Henry smiled and said lightly, "Perhaps, but our competitor is very strong." Simon Hodge nodded and said, "Yes, EA has developed rapidly in recent years. Not only has it joined Sega's game consoles and developed dozens of games, but the publishing capabilities of games have also been rapidly enhanced." Henry continued his words and said, "So I decided that our Firefly Game Company will immediately get involved in sports and block the EA Company." Henry thought to himself that the best way to get involved in sports games is to grab EA's future Ace Games for Series and FIFA Football Manager Series! Henry paused. He said to Simon Hodge, "I mean, this is the case. Firefly Games has established a wholly owned subsidiary, the Main Sports Games, and the company's name is Firefly. Isn't 1994 the World Cup football game? Take advantage of this football thing. We launched a football game called FIFA 1994. As long as the game is done well, I believe this will definitely become one of Firefly's games," Henry said very confidently. Simon Hodge nodded. "I agree with him and said, well, the 1994 FIFA World Cup will be an opportunity. It's best to launch a football game." Henry went on to say, "While developing this game, we must obtain the official authorization of all events, players and FIFA, and all names and information must be detailed and accurate. And, please cooperate with the promotion of our game so that creates a phenomenon that our football game is an officially designated football game. After football fans see it, when they choose a football game, they will naturally choose our game. It's the chairman of the board that you think more comprehensively. In this way, our football game is hard to imagine or not." Simon Hodge admired. Henry chuckled slightly, and then said, "In addition, we can also develop a FIFA Football Manager management game, allowing players to have their own football clubs, and giving players the responsibilities of team administration and coaching. Players are trained, construction sites, banks, club meeting rooms, merchandise sales, player exchanges, etc. Every detail of running a football club will be experienced by players in this game." When Simon Hodge heard Henry say this, his eyes suddenly brightened. The gameplay of FIFA 1994 is football competition, and the gameplay of FIFA Football Manager is to run a football club. The two complement each other. In production and development, many things are the same. Take each other and use them directly. The two games are developed together, which saves a lot of resources! In fact, it is equivalent to one game being developed, but two games are being sold! This idea is great, Simon Hodge thought in his heart. "Chairman, your idea is very good. It is definitely a genius idea," Simon Hodge exclaimed sincerely. Henry just smiled. "This is how EA Company collects money. It develops a game and sells two games, but both FIFA and FIFA Professional Managers are super fun games. Some players called on EA to merge the two games. But EA is not stupid. How could it merge the two games? In any case, Henry learned from EA's tricks in the future. In addition, EA will launch Need for Speed in 1994. Regarding this ace game, there is no doubt that Henry also decided to develop it first. So he said to Simon Hodge, "In addition, we will also develop a racing game called Need for Speed. The car data in the game will correspond to the real data, simulating the real driving situation. Novel. Let players experience the real thrill of driving. In addition, some plots should be added to the game as themes, such as police chasing speeders, speeding escapes and other themes. Therefore, there must be a police car in the game and a Chevrolet, Jaguar, Ferrari, Lamborghini, Mercedes-Benz and other luxury cars that fans can only adore. Let them have the addiction of driving a luxury car." Simon Hodge felt his blood boil as he listened. And it must be very cool to develop such a racing game! At this time, Henry suddenly remembered that Need for Speed 1 is a joint product of EA and professional car magazines. It can be said that car magazines played a significant role in the development of this game. Therefore, Henry said to Simon Hodge, "The magazine is a very professional car magazine in the world. Therefore, we must acquire it, and then be able to provide the most professional and comprehensive data for our car games. And it is produced in this way. The game is realistic and fun." "Okay, I will arrange someone to buy this car magazine." Simon Hodge nodded. "P.S. Thank you for your support." To be continued. Read The King of Silicon Valley for free for the first time. Chapter 289. At this time, Henry handed a document to Simon Hodge, saying, "This is an acquisition list, which lists in detail the information about the companies we want to acquire. The professional car magazine Road Track is just one of them, and we still need to acquire the game development team. Simon Hodge took it, looked through it, and read in a low voice. Henry explained, "This is a British sports game company. The company is still small, but the potential is good. I think it can be acquired. Our FIFA 1994 and FIFA Football Managers can hand in this team to join and start together!" The FM Football Manager produced by this company in the future can be said to beat the FIFA Football Manager of EA company, and the game development ability is very good. But obviously, the game called FIFA Football Manager was launched in the 1994 FIFA World Cup, which is highly recognized and more popular! FIFA refers to FIFA, which is responsible for organizing various football matches around the world. For fans, FIFA stands for football. The production team of Need for Speed has not yet been established, and Henry cannot find them. One can only recruit game developers and open it yourself. Need for Speed requires a unique game engine, including graphics, AI, sound effects, and physical effects that must perform very well. Therefore, since the original team of Need for Speed has not been found, Henry intends to give the new team that is about to be formed enough time to let them develop a good engine! Sharpen a sword in 3 years. By then, as soon as the speeding car is out, who will compete in the football category? The Sports Interactive Company, together with the team recruited by the Firefly Game Company, should be enough to produce excellent works. Henry didn't urge, let them drive slowly. Anyway, in 1993, they wanted to make the game. There are at least more than 2 years. Doing 2 football games is definitely based on high-quality games! But before the games start, there is still a lot of work to be done. Before Need for Speed drives, take down the car magazine. Before FIFA 1994 and FIFA Football Manager drive to win the official authorization of the event, players and FIFA. Firefly Games has relied on the works of other game companies over the years and has accumulated hundreds of millions of dollars in funds over the years. At present, Henry does not need to inject capital into the company. After Henry left the Firefly Game Company, Simon Hodge followed Henry's instructions. Start a big expansion strategy. Advertising on TV, newspapers, and the internet, recruiting a large number of programmers, game developers. The number of recruits reached more than 1,000. And this move immediately scared EA company. Suddenly overnight, one's own competitor is actually hiring thousands of new employees. Is it because there is no big move? EA held an emergency meeting, then discuss how to deal with it. At the same time, EA company sent more than N people to find out what happened. However, Simon Hodge and Henry knew about this. The matter of opening the Firefly game platform is confidential, and will not be disclosed to the outside world for the time being. The programmers who had just arrived immediately signed a confidentiality agreement and arranged to conduct secret research on the platform in a remote office building! As soon as the Blizzard game comes out, the platform will officially debut. By then, it will definitely blind everyone's eyes. At the same time, Firefly Games also formally submitted an acquisition request to Road Track Automotive magazine. The market value of Road Track car magazine is only a few $1 million, and the magazine is not profitable. So under the strong check offensive of the Firefly Game Company, it will surrender. In the end, it spent $5 million on a wholly owned acquisition. This move made EA see some signs of it. Firefly Game Company is going to open a racing game? EA company was puzzled. At this time, Simon Hodge had sent someone to Britain. Subsequently, the acquisition of the Sports Interactive Company began. Sports Interactive is still a small company. Facing the acquisition of a world-class Firefly Game Company, it quickly agreed. However, as a new company, Sports Interactive, the founder of the company still wants to retain shares and have some autonomy in the company's game development. And the reason for this request? It is because the Firefly Game Show has become the second game giant in the United States. Its business model is already well known. Its subsidiaries are equivalent to independent companies. You can play any game you want. The parent company will generally not interfere unless it is said that the subsidiary will cause significant losses. The Sports Interactive company also took a fancy to this point and was naturally very happy to join it. Leaning against the big tree is good for enjoying the cold, and there is a backstage cover. How is it better than going alone and going out alone? Exclamation mark. So, soon, Firefly Games completed the acquisition of Sports Interactive, taking 75% of the shares, and leaving the remaining 25% to the founders and game developers. The acquisition of Sports Interactive did not attract any attention because it is a small company. However, the next action was shocking! Exclamation mark. Firefly Game Company conducted public relations with FIFA and spent $100 million to win all the events, players and FIFA's official game authorizations to be held by FIFA in the future! Exclamation mark. As soon as the news came out, it immediately caused a global sensation! Exclamation mark. The EA company was stunned. They had this plan originally, but they have not been implemented yet, but Firefly Games is the first to list it! Exclamation mark. What is even more surprising is that the Firefly Game Company is so courageous, spending $100 million to win the official authorization! Exclamation mark. Fans all over the world are cheering for joy. The Firefly Game Company is so awesome, since they are willing to spend $100 million to get the authorization. They will definitely invest a lot of money in the game. Presumably, the football game produced must be very fun! Exclamation mark. For a time, fans and players are looking forward to the upcoming football game of Firefly Game Company! Exclamation mark. Simon Hodge was not very difficult in communicating with FIFA. FIFA is naturally very pleased to see that there are companies that will play football games, because in this way, the influence of football can be expanded! Exclamation mark. When Simon Hodge offered to get official authorization, FIFA considered it for a while, and finally looked at the face of money, and agreed in a while. Moreover, it is the official exclusive authorization within 4 years, and it is obligated to promote the Firefly Game Company at the 1994 World Cup. In every event, a short section of Firefly Games' football game will be played on the silver screen advertisement! Exclamation mark. The big action of the Firefly Game Company made EA feel an unprecedented sense of crisis. The CEO and founder of EA, Trip Hawkins, personally sits in the company and presides over the company's game development. In particular, Firefly Game Company wants to use football as a breakthrough point to enter sports games. EA Company will not tolerate it, and it must be attacked outside. Therefore, EA's next game football! Exclamation mark. Subsequently, EA Company held a press conference and declared to the public, EA Company decided to spend huge sums of money to play football games. After the news conference www.mentalnovel.com, it was lively. The two major game companies in the United States will compete in football games! Exclamation mark. Will the EA Company, which is good at making sports games, win, or the sudden emergence of Firefly Games? Countless people are speculating, but most of the media and players voted for EA to win. The technical industry has specialization. After all, EA is a professional sports game developer, and Firefly Games currently only sells games from other companies and has not produced it itself. Everyone doesn't know how powerful a game is! Exclamation mark. The suspense will be announced in 1994! Exclamation mark. At this time, several gaming companies in Las Vegas and the United Kingdom announced that they would officially open the odds at the end of 1993, and the game of which bet is more popular! Exclamation mark. But at present, his company, therefore, the betting company claims that if the odds are opened now, The EA company will have an odds of 1 to 3 against the Firefly Game Company! The ground is in the cloud. Come, you can get the view. Chapter 290. The odds offered by the bookmaker. Henry was very speechless. He said to Simon Hodge, at the end of 1993, if the bookmaker still offered a 1 to 3 odds, Firefly Games would buy $1 billion to win by themselves. See if they dare. I dare not pick it up. Hearing this, Simon Hodge felt extremely refreshed in his heart. Yes, I understand. Bidding for the design of the Williams Center has begun, and hundreds of companies' designs have been emailed to Cisco's official website. John Chambers and others selected 10 best designs from the mid-level competition. The final decision is still in Henry's hands. Henry left the Firefly Game Company and went to Cisco chairman's office. The pictures are switched from time to time on a huge projection screen. The content on the picture is cleverly designed, very unique, and full of high-tech high-rise buildings. Chairman, this is the design drawing of the 10 best design companies we have selected, John Chambers said while showing it. Henry nodded and continued to look at the design drawings carefully. When the blueprint was switched to the 5th company, Henry screamed to stop. Which company does this blueprint belong to? Henry asked. Win Architectural Design Company. The design company is the most prestigious architectural design agency in the world. It used to mainly serve the British royal family and aristocratic families above the Marquis. John Chambers looked at Henry and said, Chairman, this company was founded in London, England in 1919. Its founder has the same surname as you, also called Williams. In addition, he is also a baron. What a coincidence! Henry said in surprise, immediately asked, have you investigated the descendants of the founder? Investigation. John Chambers nodded. After the founder of Win-Win Architects passed away, his grandson Albert Williams inherited Win-Win, but later he owed a debt because of his failure to invest in stocks, and finally had to sell the company to others. According to the investigation, Albert Williams has 2 sons. One is Alexander Williams, who died in a car accident. The other is Peter Williams, currently a car mechanic. So, Henry understood. His father in this life is called Alexander Williams, who died in a car accident, and his uncle's name is Peter Williams, who is the car mechanic. It is not difficult to guess that he is the descendant of the founder of Win-Win Architectural Design Company. I'm very satisfied with the design drawings of this company, Henry said lightly. But I bought this company first. Yes, I understand. John Chambers nodded understandingly. The design drawings of Win-Win Architectural Design Company are very well designed, which made Henry a match at a glance. The combination of technological style and artistic style is very strong. It looks full of science and technology, simple and lively. But in the details it reveals the Art Deco style. It makes the whole building look like a work of art. The Williams Center is composed of 50 buildings in the shape of a ring. More than 10 commercial streets, large and small, have been formed by the transportation of rice paddies. The ground floor of the building is all connected, form a huge and complex underlying city. In addition to the headquarters building of the company under Henry's name, these buildings also designed 4 buildings: Williams Stadium, Williams Art Museum, Williams Science and Technology Museum and Williams Shopping Center. Large building. The design of the Williams Stadium is based on the requirements for hosting the Olympic Games. It can undertake basketball, volleyball, table tennis, badminton, handball, gymnastics, boxing, indoor football, ice sports and NBA events. The design of the Williams Arts Center includes a concert hall, dance theater, gallery, movie hall, and relief sculpture. As for the Williams Science and Technology Museum, it is a place to showcase human technological inventions. In addition, the entire Williams Center has also designed many very distinctive attractions, such as fountains, boulders, sculptures, Williams Center Plaza. After Henry read the design drawings of Win-Win Architectural Design Company, he went on to look down. If there is a good design, it can be combined and the two design companies work together. When Henry saw the design of the seventh company, he was immediately shocked. After Henry asked John Chambers, he learned that this is the design of the American Smarkitectural Design Firm, which is the most powerful architectural design firm. The place lies in the world-class status in the design of large buildings, high-rises and super-high-rise buildings, unmatched. In their design drawings, they boldly designed the Williams Laboratory in the center of Williams as a 666-meter-high giant tower, which is very similar to the Burj Khalifa. Once completed, it will surpass the Twin Towers of the New York Trade Center and become the tallest building in the world! Henry was shocked at first, and his heart was overwhelming, but then he hesitated. If this is completed, what if the book is fancy? It's a tragedy not to hit the Twin Towers, but to hit the Williams Laboratory. Henry frowned. John Chambers wondered, "Chairman, this design is very good. After it is completed, it will definitely shock the world." Henry smiled bitterly in his heart. Of course, it would shock the world, and it would also attract the attention of Ben Laden. Alas, whether to build or not to build? Let's continue to look down. The design drawings of some design office have not been finished yet. Then the pictures changed, and Henry was shocked again. At this time, there were more than a dozen buildings twisting upwards on the projection screen. When Henry saw, how could it look like the Candlelight Tower in Dubai? Buildings come together to form a dancer-like sculpture, which looks like a candlelight is flashing. Damn it, reality Burj Khalifa, then the candlelight building in the wind. Smarkitects, so hanging! Is this company going to design buildings for Dubai in the future? Chairman, these two design drawings are designed by a designer named Adrian Smith. I think his creativity is very bold, but the more so, the more genius. John Kiane Perth said from the side. Yeah? Henry nodded in agreement. The design is very bold and creative. Win-Win Architects and SMA are more in line with Henry's wishes than www.mentalnovel.com. This crazy, unconventional design, and full of sense of technology, is exactly what Henry wants to see. However, according to SMA's design, the construction cost of the entire Williams Center will probably cost more than $10 billion. And the completion time will be at least 5 years from now. If you don't use such a good design, you will use it in Dubai in the future. Think about it. Burj Khalifa and the Wind Candle Tower, which one is not a landmark building, and which one is not bullshit? Chairman, Win-Win's design is artistic and service-oriented, and SMA's design is more avant-garde and bold. I think the combination of the two is the best. Henry nodded. Well, yes, it's just. Alas, I just built the Burj Khalifa by myself and the Candlelight Tower in the wind. Wouldn't it be two bunkers, and then Ben can't see it? Chapter 291 P.S. The second leader of the book Dongfeng Mobai appeared. Thank you for your support. I also implore everyone to read books, subscribe to the original version, vote for monthly and recommended votes, and support. Henry thought for a while, and finally decided to build the Burj Khalifa and the Wind Candle Tower. Ben Laden's goal should be the more influential United States, the World Trade Center in New York, the Pentagon in Washington, and the U.S. Capitol. However, if the Williams Laboratory is built at 666 meters, it will be the tallest building in the world, and Ben Laden may be able to hijack one more plane. In order to prevent it from happening, Henry still has to move a bit. At present, Ben Laden himself is blatantly contracting construction and road projects in Sudan to accumulate money, and then assists religious extremist organizations to confront the United States. The Al-Qaeda organization he formed is a very loose group. There are no more than 12 members. Bin Laden's behavior angered the US government, and the US government strongly urged the Sudanese government to hand over Bin Laden. As a result, Bin Laden was helpless and left Sudan in 1996 for Afghanistan. Until then, Ben Laden, who was desperate, realized that he had no soldiers or guns in his hand, his waist couldn't stand up, and he could only escape as a mourning dog. Therefore, Bin Laden decided to build a decent organization. Retaliation against the United States has become one of the goals of the organization. The United States does not know how dangerous Bin Laden will be in the future. Otherwise, Bin Laden would be dead in Sudan. The United States will never verbally force the Sudanese government to call people. Instead, it will send someone over to get rid of Bin Laden! The United States doesn't know it, but Henry knows it. Henry decided to send a team of Blackwater elites to Sudan to carry out humanitarian destruction of Bin Laden! Without the paranoid leader of Al-Qaeda, it might be difficult for Al-Qaeda to hijack the plane and crash into the building. As for the humanitarian destruction is too cruel, it is better to persuade Bin Laden to consistently. However, is it possible? Killing one person and saving thousands of people, the merits are immense. At the same time, destroy the entire Al-Qaeda organization formed by Bin Laden and kill it! After Henry issued an order to the Blackwater Company, the Blackwater training base has sent an ace team, the Special Forces among the Special Forces. This time I went to Sudan, well equipped, and deliberately concealed his identity, and also replaced the Blackwater logo. It's hard to see where this team came from. Henry is not afraid of 10,000, just in case. If he didn't kill Bin Laden and let him escape, it would cause trouble to his upper body and make Bin Laden hate the Blackwater Company. That would be troublesome. The Blackwater Company is in the light, and Al-Qaeda is in the dark. Secret arrows are hard to guard. Therefore, hiding your identity is a must. There are so many mercenaries in the world. Where does Bin Laden know who is going to kill him? And this time, after the Blackwater elites have gone, they must be clear about the Al-Qaeda investigation. The current Al-Qaeda organization is very loose, and there is no strict sense of secrecy. If this operation fails, you can follow the clues found in the investigation to find the location of the lamp and carry out the second killing operation! The small Al-Qaeda is far from the opponent of the Blackwater Company, even the developed Al-Qaeda organization. If you dare to fight with real guns, you will die in minutes! It should take a long time for High Shui elite to travel to Sudan to report the situation. Henry gave them the instructions: investigate clearly and be foolproof before you can do it. In the United States, the blueprint has been decided. Co-design with the two companies of the Architectural Design Office. But before that, Henry wanted to take back the Architectural Design Office. After all, this industry was established by his ancestors. Since he had encountered it, why not take it back? John Chambers has formally sent an acquisition request to the architectural design firm, and is willing to pay a high price! Cisco Corporate Office. Mr. John Chambers, how much are you willing to pay for the architectural design firm? The current chairman and Thomas Sophie asked. $1.5 billion. John Chambers replied, the most valuable asset of an architectural design office is the designer. The architectural design firm has more than 2,000 designers around the world, and it made a profit of $110 million in 1990. However, the architectural design firm is currently on the decline, and its annual profit is declining. Therefore, when Thomas Sophie heard about $1.5 billion, he was a little excited at the moment. Mr. John Chambers, we accept negotiations for the acquisition, but it is absolutely impossible to buy a building for 1.5 billion yuan. You have to know that our architectural design firm is currently the most prestigious and largest company! Thomas Sophie said loudly. John Chambers chuckled lightly. Yes, but the architectural design firm focuses on the planning and architectural design of the world's senior care communities. John Chambers paused and said indifferently, you know how old Henry Williams is. How could he acquire an architectural design firm that focuses on senior care communities? Unless this company has something to do with him. Henry Williams? Thomas Sophie murmured, and then surprised. Mr. John Chambers, you mean, Henry Williams' grandparents were the ones who founded the Architectural Design Office? Baron Williams? Yes. John Chambers nodded. We spent a lot of time investigating. Mr. Henry Williams' grandfather is called Albert Williams, and Albert Williams, his grandfather, was the Baron Williams. But when Albert Williams was alive, he lost his family and sold the Architectural Design Office. Now, Mr. Henry Williams wants to buy it back. Of course, if you want to take the opportunity to raise the price, then forget it. It's a great design company, just don't buy it. Perhaps I can remind you that Mr. Henry Williams appreciates architectural design firms more. Finally, John Chambers said indifferently, Mr. Thomas Sophie, please consider it carefully. You have to know that $1.5 billion is quite a lot. How many years will the company take to earn $1.5 billion? During this period, it is difficult to guarantee that the company will not have accidents. Moreover, according to the data we have obtained, the company's profitability has been declining every year. Obviously, this is a very bad sign. Mr. John Chambers, please allow us to discuss this matter before making a decision. No problem, but please make a decision as soon as possible. You know, there are not a few days before the announcement of the Williams Center design bid. Successful bid this time? Thomas Sophie asked. John Chambers smiled and said, it depends on your decision. If you agree to be acquired, you will succeed. Otherwise, ha. Thomas Sophie nodded. I see. Thomas Sophie left the Cisco company and returned to the US branch, and explained the situation of the negotiations. After listening, everyone was very surprised. Unexpectedly, Henry Williams turned out to be the descendant of the founder Baron Williams. Yeah, this is indeed a bit surprising. As far as I know, Henry Williams was canonized as a baron by the Queen of England in the past few years. However, after the Lifetime Aristocracy Act was produced in 1958, Henry Williams' baron status can only belong to lifetime aristocracy, that is, a generation of aristocracy, cannot be inherited by future generations. MetalNovel.com. But obviously, Henry Williams can inherit the status of baron aristocracy of his ancestors, and can also allow his descendants to inherit. Thomas Sophie coughed and said, well, now is not the time to discuss the status of Baron Henry Williams, but to discuss whether we should sell the Architectural Design Office. Thomas, what is your opinion? Thomas Sophie thought for a while, and said, it's going downhill, and $1.5 billion is not a small amount. In that case, then, simply sell Henry Williams as a favor and sell the company to he. Well, Thomas makes sense. I support him. Then sell it. I also agree with Thomas. Thomas Sophie saw that everyone agreed, so he said, okay, then I will call John Chambers and tell him that we agree to be acquired. Chapter 292. John Chambers quickly received a call from Thomas Sophie. Thomas Sophie told him that the board of directors agreed to Henry Williams' acquisition of Einen Architects for $1.5 billion. On the second day, Thomas Sophie officially signed the acquisition contract with Henry on behalf of Einen Architects, and Henry used part of Cisco stock as collateral to loan $1.5 billion from Williams Bank to Thomas Sophie and other major shareholders. After Henry acquired Einen, he owned two architectural design firms. Before in the UK, he had already acquired Atkins Architects. Einen has a long history and Atkins is younger. The merger of the two companies can create more sparks and make the company more dynamic and creative! Subsequently, Henry asked to start the merger of the two architectural design firms. The company's name is still called Einen Architectural Design Firm. At this time, the news of Henry's acquisition of Einen Architects and Design Office was raging in the UK. The news that Henry was the descendant of the founder of Einen, Baron Williams, also spread, and even reached the ears of the Queen of England. The Queen smiled and said to the people on the left and right, if this is the case, then ask Henry Williams to come to England when he has time. and I will make him an earl. Besides, we Princess Ulysses have not seen him for a long time. I miss it. With the exposure of Henry's assets a little bit, Henry has become the undisputed rich in the world. In the beginning, Forbes used William the Great as a metaphor for Henry, but it has gradually been confirmed. The Queen's attention to Henry has increased by several floors! Even if Princess Ulysses is married, it is not a problem. The words of the Queen of England spread out and immediately attracted the attention of the global media and made headlines. The Queen wants to make Henry Williams an earl. Princess Ulysses has long been attracted to Henry Williams. Entertainment gossip newspapers and magazines are simply happy to report this kind of thing, and publish it every day. When Henry received the news, he smiled bitterly. When did Princess Ulysses fall in love with herself? I haven't seen it for a long time. Will those who miss me miss me? This Queen of England is just talking nonsense. John Chambers smiled and said, Chairman, I think the Queen of England wants to marry Princess Ulysses to you. Or, you go to England right away. Fuck you. Henry cursed angrily. You are going to go. I want to go. But it's a pity that others do not like Princess Ulysses. John Chambers said with a smile. Henry thought of the charming appearance of Princess Ulysses, and his heart tickled. I'm asking someone to merge Inin and Atkins now, you see. I will merge some afterwards. How? When John Chambers saw Henry talk about business, he became serious, thought about it, and nodded. It shouldn't be a big problem. After the company's merger and acquisition, the Architectural Design Office will be in an absolute controlling position in the new company. Henry pondered for a moment, and said, then let Inin acquire some, and after the merger of the two top 10 design firms in the world, its strength has skyrocketed, and it will be far from other architectural design firms. It will become a class empire in this field! John Chambers sounded a little excited. Chairman, this matter, I will arrange it right away. Immediately, John Chambers invited two of the partners of some design firm, Mustafa Badin and Keith Powell, to Cisco. Look. Entering the chairman's office, Henry stood up and greeted them with a smile. Welcome to both of you. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Williams. Mustafa Badin and Keith Powell reached out and shook hands with Henry. Henry nodded, shook hands with them, and said, please sit down. At this time, John Chambers gave Henry a brief introduction to the two. Henry exchanged a little greeting with them, then smiled and said straightforwardly, I invite you over today. Actually, I want to discuss something with you. Is it a matter of bidding? Mustafa Badin and Keith Powell looked at each other and nodded secretly, with a hint of joy on their faces. What do you say? Mustafa Badin said, that's the case. I recently acquired Inin Architectural Design Office, and you must have heard of it. I invite you to come this time. I want Inin and SM to merge. Upon hearing this, the faces of Mustafa Badin and Keith Powell changed suddenly. Rumor has it that Henry Williams is an out-and-out acquisition maniac, and now he is targeting SM again! Henry faintly smiled and said, don't get me wrong, I am not trying to steal SM from your hands, but on the contrary, you will get more rights. After the merger of Inin and SM, the original management of the company that manages SM will be the management of the company. Therefore, your responsibilities will be aggravated. You should know that the company does not have major problems. I usually rarely intervene in the company, and I leave it to professional managers to do it. Think about your status and power after the merger with SM. What height will it reach? And I just need to be the controller behind the scenes. Mustafa Badin and Keith Powell were suddenly inexplicably excited. Their eyes flashed with excitement. Mr. Williams, if Inin and SM merge, how will the shares be distributed? Mustafa Badin asked. It was originally higher than SM's market capitalization. In addition, it recently merged with a young company with great potential. So I think that if Inin merges with SM, the shareholders of both companies will hold the new company at a ratio of 3-2. I believe you should have no problem. Mustafa Badin and Keith Powell both nodded. We have no problem with this distribution method. Henry smiled and said, well, in that case, then you can discuss with a few other partners, Please reply to me as soon as possible. Okay, Mr. Williams, then we will leave. Well, goodbye. Henry stood up, smiled, and escorted them out of the office door. Turning his head, Henry said to John Chambers, "Be prepared. Once the acquisition plan for SM is completed, a press conference will be held immediately to announce the results of the bid." Understand? John Chambers nodded. Mustafa Badin and Keith Powell went to SM Architects and told the partners of several other firms of Henry's intention. After discussing for an hour, they decided to agree to the merger plan. Einan Architectural Design Office mainly focuses on the architectural design office of senior care community. In this field, it is the first in the world. In addition, the design of the winery is also the world's first. These 2 points do not overlap with SOM's business. The main ability of SM Architects is to build high-rise buildings, and its design level is also the undisputed world first. There is not much overlap in the business, but they can complement each other. This is also a factor in the SM partners' agreement to the merger plan. The reason why Henry let the management of SM firm manage the new company is because under their leadership, SOM's work fields gradually involve architectural design, structural and civil engineering, mechanical and electrical engineering, engineering design, urban design and planning, interior design, environmental art, strategic research, project management, and monument maintenance. www.mtlnovel.com. It can be said that it is fully blooming and has achieved very good results. SM company has always been at the forefront of the world's architectural design and construction engineering industry, and its contribution to architectural technology and design quality is one of the most important achievements in the world of architecture in the 20th century. It's not like going downhill. Therefore, the management of the new company was decisively replaced by the management of SM to let Henry rest assured. Mustafa Badin quickly gave Henry a reply and agreed to accept the merger plan. In the following week, after some detailed discussions, both parties decided to sign a contract to complete the merger plan. On the same day, all the partners of SM Architectural Design firm came to Cisco to meet with Henry, and then signed the contract. The new company is called SM Architects. Henry is the chairman, Mustafa Badin is the CEO, and Adrian Smith, who designed the Burj Khalifa and the Candlelight Tower in the Wind, is the designer, and Tom Lay special second. The ground is in the cloud. Come, you can get the view. Chapter 293. The establishment of Winsm shocked the industry. And then the design bid for the Williams Center announced the result, which will be designed by the original Win-Win and SM Architectural Design firms, which is now Winsm. Henry did not announce the specific design drawings. Some people even dare to copy the White House, let alone a Williams Center. This time, the project was huge, and only the construction team under Global Land Company was completely busy. Finally, two teams were invited: China State Construction Engineering Corporation and Samsung Engineering Construction Company. China State Construction Corporation entered the U.S. market as early as the mid-1980s. There is no technical problem, and the workers' wages are cheap. Henry invited this company to save a lot of money and at the same time sell his personal affection to China. For Henry to enter the Chinese market in the future, many obstacles can be reduced. Samsung Engineering and Construction Company is a large-scale international construction contracting company with strong strength. In order for the Williams Center to be completed as soon as possible, the three companies joined forces to make the progress of the project faster. But despite this, it will take at least 4 years to complete. The total budget will be around $10 billion, but the money does not need to be paid out all at once. The project is divided into 5 stages. In the first stage, Henry pays a portion of the money to level the ground, explode the mountain and demolish the house. Anyway, it is the rhythm of demolitions. Then lay the foundation and start building the house. At that time, Henry will provide tens of thousands of brick moving jobs. Some readers who are yearning for the brick moving industry can come and sign up. Our QQ group is 424,930,141. Everyone is welcome to join. Although the design of the Williams Center has not been announced in detail, Henry revealed to the outside world that the Williams Center will build the tallest building in the world. Its height will exceed the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center in New York by more than 200 meters, reaching a height of 666 meters! The news was shocking. It didn't take long for the land prices around the Williams Center to rise wildly. Countless real estate predators have purchased land in the surrounding area. Obviously they can see that the Williams Center is going to become the most prosperous area in California. No enclosure at this time. When will you stay? But in a place not far from the Williams Center. After communicating with the government, Henry acquired a piece of 10,000 acres of land for the school early and prepared to build Williams University here. As for what kind of school to design, it can already be handed over to Winsome Architects. At this time, the negotiation between Silicon Valley Electronics Group and the Dutch lithography machine company UL has made a breakthrough. UL has agreed to the Silicon Valley Electronics Group's $1.2 billion acquisition plan. CEO Harrison has rushed to the Netherlands to sign the acquisition contract with the UL board of directors. In the following week, Silicon Valley Electronics Group and UL Company held a press conference to announce to the public that Silicon Valley Electronics Group completed the acquisition of UL Company. Harrison declared at the press conference, Silicon Valley Electronics Group acquired UL. It will not stop it. On the contrary, we will invest more funds to research more advanced technologies and develop better UL lithography machine. In addition to whether the lithography machine is advanced or not is related to the lens, the light source is also an indispensable key factor. In the 1960s, chip manufacturers used visible light as a light source. In the 1990s, chip makers began to use short to wavelength invisible ultraviolet light generated by hot mercury gas as a light source. The wavelength of this light source can reduce the circuit line width of the chip to 0.35 microns. In lens technology, Silicon Valley Electronics Group is still behind Carl Zeiss. But UL Company wants to develop a better UL lithography machine, but it can be a breakthrough in the light source. Henry knew, Cyma is the world's leading provider of excimer laser sources. Early invented excimer lasers with a wavelength of only 0.25 microns. In the later period, the deep ultraviolet DUF light source required by the most critical photolithography technology in semiconductor manufacturing was invented! Without a good light source, there is no good lithography machine. It can be said that Cyma's light source plays a decisive role in the production of semiconductor chips. Currently, Cyma is not long established. The company is small and the products are being researched and developed. It was only in 1997 that Cyma developed the excimer laser. In the previous life, the reason why UL was able to occupy the first place in the lithography machine rankings for a long time, it has a lot to do with its acquisition of Cyma. If UL did not acquire Cyma, then its number one position is definitely not secure! Therefore, after acquiring the UL Company, Henry turned his attention to Cyma. Cyma is an American company established by two PhDs from the University of California, San Diego. What embarrassed Henry is that Cyma's shareholders have two major competitors, Canon and Nikon UL. God knows, how did the previous UL Company grab Cyma from their two companies! Did Canon and Nikon take the wrong medicine? Surrendered to Cyma. It's no wonder that UL will become more and more powerful in the future, and Canon and Nikon will become more and more foolish. Chairman, we go directly to the acquisition. It seems inappropriate. Harrison hesitated. Well, there is something wrong. Henry nodded. If Canon and Nikon knew that UL was going to buy Cyma, they probably wouldn't sell their shares. Henry finished speaking and began to think. In this way, I will let other companies buy, and then transfer it to us. Well, this is a good way. Harrison agreed. Then let Prestige Capital Investment Co. Limited buy Cyma. Prestige Capital is a company that likes to invest in high-tech. If it buys, Canon and Nikon are not easy to be suspicious. Henry said, okay. After Henry had discussed the matter with Harrison, He called Kalina and said what he meant. "Don't worry, I will let someone help you buy Cyma." Kalina responded, "Well, but it's better to get both Canon and Nikon's shares in Cyma." Henry said, "Okay, I will try my best to get the shares in their hands." "Well, that's it, pay attention to rest early." I hung up. Henry asked, "Okay." After Henry hung up the phone, he turned his head to look at Harrison, and said, "Wait for the news for now." Harrison responded and said goodbye to Henry and left Henry's office. A few days later, Kalina received news that Cyma is willing to accept investment and is currently negotiating specific financing rules. In addition, Canon and Nikon have no intention to sell Cyma shares for the time being. In order not to arouse suspicion, there is no further action. Henry drank a cup of coffee and murmured, "It is indeed a bit difficult for Canon and Nikon to give up their shares in Cyma. What should I do?" Henry didn't think of any clues for a while. 3 days later, Cyma accepted a $20 million investment from Prestige Capital, giving up a total of 30% of the shares. Canon and Nikon each held 10% and 10%, and the two founders each held 20%. The remaining 10% belonged to an angel investor. Henry analyzed this shareholding ratio www.mentalnovel.com. It is impossible for the company to want absolute control. Kalina told Henry that the angel investor might sell his shares. After all, he invested in Cyma only for money. Afterwards, Kalina sent someone to conduct public relations with the angel investor. After a period of negotiation, the angel investor was willing to sell the shares, but he needed a 20% premium on the Prestige Capital. Henry said to Kalina, "20% is 20%, buy it." "Well, good," Kalina responded. Subsequently, Prestige Capital secretly purchased 10% of Cyma's shares, and now owns a total of 40% of the shares. Next, as long as you get a little more than 10% of the shares, you can achieve absolute control! Canon and Nikon are unwilling to sell their shares, so should they buy from the founders? Or, to raise funds again to dilute their shares? But how can it be possible to raise funds after a short period of time? Chapter 294. The core technical talents of Cyma Company are the two founders, Henry decided, or slowly, don't push too hard. This year, Clinton frequently attended various social occasions to promote the presidential election next year. His slogan was to develop the economy and promote the development of the U.S. information superhighway. Clinton's speeches won popular opinion, and the support rate is very high. This year, the internet industry is surging, and there are countless companies challenging Nicholas Shopping Network, global online portals, and Isaac Instant Messaging. However, they have not yet shaken their position. However, market share has been gradually eroded. More than a dozen e-commerce websites have sprung up in the United States. Nicholas Shopping Network can't catch all the netizens, so many users are naturally divided. Under Henry's investigation, some websites are supported by giants in certain industries. Because Henry rejected FedEx and UPS, they couldn't hang themselves on a tree in Nicholas Shopping Network, so they supported one or two other websites with more potential to form a confrontation with Nicholas Shopping Network. With the help of abundant funds, these e-commerce websites are developing rapidly. Geely Hutt reported to Henry that although the Nicholas Shopping Network increased in volume last quarter, the growth rate decreased. Previously, the growth rate was more than 50% every quarter. After entering 1991, the growth rate declined to less than 40%. The main reason is the increase in the number of e-commerce websites, and the rise is too fast, and many users are attracted away. Henry carefully understood and analyzed it, and felt that the situation was a bit grim. If Nicholas Shopping Network does not make changes, if it continues like this, American e-commerce will form a chaotic pattern of princely separatism. Nicholas Shopping Network is certainly one of the biggest princes. However, I want to command the heroes and become the overlord. It is very unlikely. Although the internet penetration rate in the United States is high, not every American is online. More than 60% of the people just know about the internet. It is not clear what it is. Therefore, let alone know something about Nicholas Shopping Network. Those who are new to the internet do not have a strong sense of identity with Nicholas Shopping Network, which creates opportunities for other e-commerce sites. The internet is still developing rapidly, the real pattern has not yet been determined, everything is possible. Let's do C2C. Henry thought for a while, and finally said to Gilly Hutt, C2C is. Gilly Hutt hesitated. Said, e-commerce between individuals? Henry nodded and said, yes, that's right. We let consumers sell things to another consumer through the Nicholas Shopping Network platform. Simply put, we build a platform that allows individuals to open online stores and sell on the Nicholas Shopping Network to other consumers. Gilly Hutt's eyes lit up and excitedly said, yes, this is a great idea. If C2C is launched, there will definitely be a lot of people interested and stand up to open stores. Then the popularity will increase greatly, and the traffic of our website will also be. Then it skyrocketed. That's it. Henry laughed. The more popular it is, users will come to shop with us. The essence of the market is a zero-sum market. Once users shop with us, they will not buy the same things in other places. Chairman, then he will open an online shop, as a third-party merchant. Can we also charge? Once the C2C model is launched, the traffic of Nicholas Shopping Network may blow up the server. Gilly Hutt. The thought of this made him excited. Cannot help but eagerly asked. Henry smiled faintly. Yes, just like B2C. B2B. There is a charge for opening a store. A part of the charge will be charged for successful transactions. Nicholas Shopping Network started by self-operating, followed by B2C, allowing third-party merchants to settle in, then B2B, and now it is starting to do C2C. Henry thought for a while and said to Gilly Hutt, then I plan to reorganize the Nicholas Group, which will also include Nicholas Shopping Network. Regarding the Nicholas Shopping Network, my idea is that the C2C is called eBay and the B2C is called Amazon, the B2B company is called Alibaba, and the Troika goes hand in hand to build the Nicholas e-commerce empire. eBay, Amazon, Alibaba. 3 weird names. Gilly Hutt looked dumbfounded, but the names were second. He said to Henry, well, then I am going to reorganize the company. Okay. Henry responded, and then said, the launch of eBay will inevitably have fakes. Therefore, it is very necessary for us to develop an evaluation system. When shopping, users can read the store evaluation first, and then choose to shop. In addition, a complaint function should be added to the evaluation system. When consumers complain about the store, we will freeze the funds for this transaction until the problem is solved. In this way, the existence of fakes can be eliminated as much as possible. I have been complained about selling fake products. Not only can't get the money, but the evaluation is low, and no one will enter the store to buy things. Of course, this evaluation system is not only used on eBay, but also Amazon and Alibaba. It can be used. Gilly Hutt nodded and wrote down Henry's words. Within the following week, Henry reorganized the Nicholas Group of companies. The original Nicholas Shopping Network was changed to Nicholas International E-Commerce Company, under the 3 brands of eBay, Amazon, and Alibaba, and it also owns Nicholas Express. The original holding group was changed to Nicholas IMDb, which owns the Station Cinema Square. This change of Nicholas Group Corporation surprised the outside world. Obviously, after this change, the company's development has become clearer and clearer, segmenting the market, creating sub-brands, and creating a strong competitiveness of the company. The main website of Nicholas International E-Commerce Company is Amazon, and the main page is Amazon's self-operated. There are 3 link options in a more conspicuous position. Amazon Mall third-party merchants settled in, eBay, Alibaba. At the same time, Nicholas International E-Commerce has also launched independent eBay and Alibaba websites, and each website will leave a link to the other 2 brands in a more conspicuous place. In fact, this method is equivalent to the independent operation of the 3 brands while organically combining together, with the powerful combat effectiveness of C, land and air ternary integrated operations. Everyone has seen the B2C model of Amazon and the B2B model of Alibaba. But eBay in C2C mode is not common. After Nicholas International Electronic Commerce Company launched eBay, it quickly caused a huge sensation. Anyone can auction things on the eBay website, or open a shop. Even if you are auctioning broken game consoles or selling second-hand goods, eBay allows it anyway! The slogan of the eBay website is, "Let the people around the world. Everyone is a seller. Everyone is a buyer. There are no gates. If you want, you can do it." Countless curious netizens sent their electronic products, toys, magazines, diaries, etc. to the eBay website for auction, to see if anyone would buy them. But after a while, he was auctioned away. Some were bought by netizens, but some were bought by eBay. The purpose of this website is naturally to create a hot sales atmosphere, so as to attract more people. The American people saw other people auctioning their useless items on the eBay website, and they actually sold them. They couldn't help but take their own home items to the eBay website to sell. Some are sold, some are not. 2 weeks later, www.mentalnovel.com, a 17-year-old man in California wrote about his eBay shopping legend on the iZarch post. When the eBay website first came out, I exchanged a cup of brooch for an old Marvel comic. Later, I exchanged Marvel for a Transformer, and then I exchanged Transformers with someone else for a dilapidated bicycle. After that, I continued to exchange items with others on the eBay website. Now, do you guess what I have exchanged? You must have never imagined that I switched to a Ford car now. Although this is a very old Ford car, it is my first car. Therefore, I will cherish this car very much and do not plan to change other things. Now, I drive this Ford to school every day, listening to the whistling wind in my ear. It feels really great. The transaction information and pictures are also attached to the post, which is enough to prove that this is a real shopping experience. Subsequently, this post quickly became popular and became the hottest topic on the internet! For subscribing, 1 pack less money, and 1 month of genuine books. This book comes from the Starting Point website. Please support. Chapter 295. This post was quickly reported by newspapers and television. The reporter also interviewed the client. The 17-year-old California boy quickly became famous, on the internet. He was surprised by his legendary experience. Awesome, 1 brooch has changed for a car. It's really awesome. I just exchanged a pack of toilet paper for a villa in the end. I'm really ashamed. Ashamed of your sister. The idiot upstairs actually came here to pretend to be forced. Show off your brains. Hurry up and go. You can still wipe your mouth with toilet paper. Nicholas Group headquarters. Henry asked, "How's the traffic on the website recently?" "Very huge," Geely Hutt said excitedly. "Many people auction their items online, and there are thousands of people who set up shops on eBay." Amazon's daily sales have increased by 60%. How did other e-commerce sites react? I'm naturally sad, thinking about how to deal with it. Geely Hutt laughed. Now, most of the online shopping users flock to the eBay website, and other websites are not good enough. Even if they all add up, we don't have our traffic. More than half of it. Don't slack off because of this. Now is not the time for us to be proud. We should take the opportunity to consolidate our position, develop more functions, and provide customers with better services. Henry said, "I am going to merge the EC company into the Nicholas Group to strengthen the power of the Nicholas Group. EC users can automatically become Nicholas users without registering in the future. It's just that these users are new users, just like those who just registered. Those old Nicholas users who want to log into Nicholas directly with their EC account and keep their previous data, then only need to bind the EC account." Henry paused. After thinking for a while, he said, "Finally, the EC chat software is implanted on eBay, Amazon, and Alibaba.com. Buyers and sellers can log into EC to talk. A new feature in the EC chat software interface e-commerce. After clicking open, There are three choices: Amazon, eBay, Alibaba. Chairman: what about Nicholas IMDb? Do you want to also get through the data? Zanzan is a comprehensive website that specializes in movies. It also has a subsidiary Relv video format, and then will develop the Ria player. Henry muttered, thinking about it for a while, and then said, "Get it through!" Exclamation mark. Yeah, Geely Hutz nodded. At this time, Henry thought slowly while saying, after merging IC, we make full use of X's vast resources to sell products. The method of direct advertising is not very good. We can add some new features, like a wish list. As the name implies, a wish list is a bill that contains a wish. What kind of gift the user wants, put them in the wish list and let others pay for her. The wish list will be viewed by all the IC friends or Nicholas friends of the user. Here, friends can pay for her either anonymously or by real name. At this time, if someone pays for the gift on the wish list, it will be lit up. Henry smiled. Think about Valentine's Day, when his girlfriend posted a wish list. Buy it or not. Birthdays, Christmas and other holidays, gifts are not allowed. In addition, even if it is not a holiday, if you post your wish list, especially a beautiful girl, her suitors must not pay her immediately. If you are bold, choose your real name. If you are shy, choose anonymous, double choose one. Of course, in addition to physical goods, the wish list can also be virtual items. In addition, friends can also take the initiative to give gifts. Geely Hut listened with his eyes shining. However, when he heard Henry talk about virtual items, he was dumbfounded. Henry smiled and said, virtual items can be flowers, cakes, necklaces, diamond rings, Ferraris, villas, airplanes, etc. The price is a little lower, 1 cent, $1, etc. Someone must be willing to send it. Through these methods, allows Nicholas online shopping users to drive other users who have never used online shopping, and cultivate their online shopping habits. In the future, our website will be the first choice for shopping. Geely Hut looked at Henry and had to say, serve. Chairman, how did you think of this? Use your brain. Henry replied with a faint smile. Since Henry said it was an understatement, the shock in Geely Hut's heart has not diminished in the slightest. At this time, Henry looked at him, and then said, in addition to these, our website needs to add new functions, such as logistics query functions. Geely Hut said with a grimace, Chairman, this is a bit difficult. It's not that you can't do it, but if you do it, the workload is too much. For example, every time the goods arrive at a station, you have to enter information into the computer. This will take some time. If there are a lot of goods, it will take a long time to add up, which will delay the logistics speed. You know, some warehouse transfer stations have hundreds of thousands of goods every day, so you need to store the goods information. It takes several days for just typing. Well, I know this. Henry nodded and said, however, if you have any difficulties, you have to solve them. Therefore, you can think of ways to realize intelligent management of the warehouse. For example, let the machine scan the goods and automatically identify the goods. The information is stored in the computer, isn't it fast? Let the machine scan the goods. Geely Hut felt that his boss was really out of mind, so he could figure it out. But how can he let the machine scan the goods and store the information on the computer? Geely Hut shook his head unknowingly. This is simply whimsical! Exclamation mark. Henry smiled and asked, have you heard of two-dimensional barcodes? I know n-dimensional barcodes. N-dimensional barcodes have a small information capacity and can only hold 13 Arabic numerals, which is not big for users of our logistics system. I think that two-dimensional barcodes should be improved on n-dimensional barcodes. Can contain more information? Exclamation mark. Geely Hut said as he moved in his heart. He gradually understood what Henry meant. Technology changes everything. Perhaps the two-dimensional barcode can really achieve the goal of scanning and storing the information in the computer. Exclamation mark. Henry nodded to the characteristics of Geely Hair. That's right. Novel.com. That's it. In the first half of this year, it should be on April 17, 1991. the American Symbol Company officially launched the second version called PDF 417. Dimensional barcode, referred to as PDF 417 barcode. This is a kind of portable data file with large information capacity, high reliability, strong confidentiality and anti-counterfeiting. In addition, it is easy to produce and low in cost. It is exactly what we need to scan the goods with a machine. Then the ideal means to automatically identify information. Oh, things were solved so easily. Geely Hutt said a little incredulously. Technology changes human life. Henry smiled faintly. The Nicholas Group must take the initiative to develop technology. As long as it is technologically advanced, it can lead the market. It is self-proclaimed and will only be surpassed. Go by the Symbol Company. Two-dimensional barcodes will be used in all aspects in the future. Okay. Chapter 296 Skillick arranged for the acquisition of Symbol One Company, and Henry presided over the company's merger and acquisition. Henry has an absolute controlling interest in IC, but he still discussed with ex-CEO Tan Shui before finally deciding whether to merge the company into the Nicholas Group and become one of its subsidiaries. Henry asked Tan Shui, "What kind of sparks do you think the combination of social networking and e-commerce will produce?" Unimaginable. Yes, it's really hard to imagine, Henry said, looked at him, and asked, "Then do you want to see what the spark looks like, huh?" Tan Shui looked at Henry in astonishment when he heard this, and asked in confusion, "Chairman, what do you mean?" Henry smiled slightly, and then said, "The combination of the world's largest e-commerce company and the world's largest instant messaging software company must be very amazing." Chairman, do you want to merge IC and Nicholas International E-commerce Company? Yes, I mean it, Henry said slowly. However, there is no need to merge, and the two parties will cross-hold the shares, and both will become subsidiaries of the Nicholas Group, and the main strategic developments in the future will be controlled by the parent company! What do you mean? Henry asked, staring into his eyes. Since the chairman nodded and agreed, I will support it. Tan Shui understood that both companies are owned by Chairman Henry Williams. The inclusion of IC into the Nicholas Group is just a matter of turning left and right hands. However, after being incorporated into the Nicholas Group, IC will expand faster and become stronger. At the same time, the Nicholas Group can also develop more quickly. It is true that both parties benefit from cooperation! But, my own shares will be diluted again. Tan Shui shook his head secretly in his heart. Who said he met such an awesome chairman? The biggest companies on the internet belong to him. Henry smiled and nodded. Well, then you can talk to Geely Hutt as soon as possible. What kind of merger and acquisition method is good? Well, good. Tan Shui nodded. Henry responded softly, and then thought about how it will develop in the future. IC is an instant messaging software that currently has functions such as multi-person chat, file transfer, and text chat. Then there will be video chats, multi-person voice conferences and even domestic and international calls, whether fixed phones, mobile phones, or PHS can be directly dialed, and functions such as call forwarding and SMS sending can be realized. And this is just IC. Companies must also diversify. Through IC instant messaging software, you can also get involved in more industries. One of the most profitable is games. Firefly Game Company is also making games, but it can segment the market. Firefly Game Company makes large-scale competitive games, while IC Company makes chess and card games or some puzzle games. Even though the games are small, they are also very profitable. With such a market segment, there is no doubt that the game field is monopolized by Henry. How profitable the game is, it's a daily gain. The portal website can also do it. As long as the market is segmented, it can also grab a lot of market share. Only when there is competition can there be motivation, and companies are chasing afterwards. Global online portals will not let up. Henry is equivalent to putting the portal as a catfish, and then activating the global online power. Henry doesn't want to let the global online repeat the mistakes of Yahoo. After more than a week, the Nicholas Group announced that it had completed the acquisition plan of IC Company, and exchanged 20% of Nicholas International e-commerce shares for 60% of EC Company's shares. In the future, Nicholas Group's e-commerce platforms will use EC Communicate. All EC users automatically become Nicholas users and can log in directly to eBay, Amazon and Alibaba websites. An application option e-commerce will be added to the EC software interface. After this news was announced, it caused a huge sensation. Experts and professors agree. The acquisition of EC by the Nicholas Group will play an inestimable and huge role in the group's exhibition. For other e-commerce sites, it is undoubtedly a disaster! On the same day, both Nicholas International e-commerce and Nicholas MBS stock prices began to rise wildly. Among them, the market value of Nicholas International e-commerce has risen to $1.2 billion, while the market value of Nicholas IMDb has risen to $600 billion. Soon after, eBay, Amazon, Alibaba, the four major websites of IMDb have been partially revised, and EC has been implanted in them. In addition, the wish list is also officially launched. If you have anything you want to buy, put it on your wish list. Ask him to pay for it. For a time, this publicity slogan was circulated on the four major websites of Nicholas Group and EC, and it quickly became popular on the internet. If the wishlist is activated, there will be a heart-shaped wishlist symbol next to the EC avatar. Gray means the wishlist has not been realized, white means the wishlist has been realized, and half gray and half white means that the wishlist is only partially realized. My dear, can my wish come true? What's your wish? It's in the wish list. You can go in and light them up. After 10 seconds, a man suddenly puffed and almost wanted to vomit blood. You have placed so many orders, how can I afford it? Well, you don't need to buy it. Let me see if anyone else will help me realize my wish. 3 days later, Gillick found Henry with a look of excitement and said, Chairman, guess what our sales have reached in the past few days? $100 million? How could it be 100 million? Gillick said excitedly, in these 3 days, our sales have exceeded $500 million. Wish lists have been used more than 3 million times in 3 days, and all of them the number of realized wish lists reached 800,000. And the number of partially realized wish lists reached more than 1.6 million. Through the activities of wish lists, more than 2 million new online shoppers have been added. After Henry listened, he was taken aback. So many. It took a while before Henry came to his senses, and then he pondered for a while, and said, maybe now because the wish list has been launched, I think that sales will not be so exaggerated after a while. However, new online shopping, there are more than 2 million users, which is indeed beyond my expectations. In addition, you are reading www.uukanzu.com. Virtual items should also be opened quickly. This thing is very profitable. Okay. Oh, yes. Remember to let it create a virtual community. These virtual items can be used in it. In this virtual community, everyone can choose a profession they like, and then social activities. Here, we must create a virtual community close to the real one. Needs money for food, clothing, housing and transportation, and you can get a salary through work. But if you want to live a rich life, buy a luxury car, buy branded clothes, then recharge and exchange virtual coins. I think so a virtual community will be full of appeal to users. Virtual community. After Gillick listened, he not only smacked his tongue secretly. Henry opened his mouth and spit out an idea that shocked him extremely. Judging from his experience, this virtual community will definitely be a lucrative game! Peas, the Genuine Alliance has already called for you. Let's go. The ground is in the cloud. Come. You can get the view. Chapter 297. After Henry's order was issued, the company quickly became fully operational and began to open a virtual community to design various virtual items. At the same time, the EC game platform is also preparing to open board games, bridge, chess, Go, Baccarat, and Landlord. The most popular board game in the United States is said to be popular throughout the United States. Baccarat is popular in Europe, and Dowders, who is not yet called this name. It originally originated in Hanyang, Wuhan, Hubei, called Runfast. In 1995, it was officially named Faudizu and it became popular throughout China. In order to speed up the development process, it began to expand and recruit a large number of program developers. The Los Angeles Times made a special report on this, saying that IC Company interviews as many as hundreds of people every day. IC Company is so eager to expand. What does it intend to do? The outside world is speculating that after IC joins the Nicholas Group, there will be big moves, but at present, IC has not disclosed any news to the outside world. IC Company's spokesperson said that IC has occupied the most market share in the field of instant messaging, and the company will use IC instant chat software as the basis for diversified exhibitions! The addition of IC makes Nicholas International e-commerce company even more powerful. Through the wishlist marketing method, the number of online shopping users has increased sharply. Paper One users have now exceeded the 10 million mark, paying or transferring money every day, making Paper One's capital flow more than $1 billion. Paper One collects the renewal fee from it, and the already earned is full of money. In particular, the internet has connected the world, and the increase in international transfer services has made Paper One more prominent. Not only is the procedure simple and fast, but also the transfer cost is low, so it has been liked by many international trading companies. Currently, Paper One is used as a third-party payment throughout Europe. In the United States, there are various third-party payment methods that imitate Paper One, but it is Paper One that occupies more than 90% of the market share. AOL has also set foot in e-commerce AOL Market, and their payment method is AOL Pay. AOL Market has the support of FedEx and UPS, which have invested 10% and 15% of the shares respectively. Therefore, AOL is involved in logistics. Well done. In addition to the American online market, the American company Peapod moved non-staple food stores to PCs as early as 1989, and then saw the Nicholas Shopping Net show quickly go public and became a company with a market value of more than $10 billion, which was stimulated, decided to do a lot of work in this industry. And now it is the third e-commerce company in the United States. At the end of 199, the fourth largest e-commerce website in the United States was called the first physical department store to enter the internet. The website expanded very quickly, and it will soon pass Panpo, ranking the third largest e-commerce company in the United States. For the above three companies, except that AOL Market is using its own A1 Pay and does not support Paper One, the other two e-commerce companies have chosen to support Paper One. Use Paper One can already be used to recharge the phone bill. In a few states such as California and New York, Paper One can also be used to pay for utility bills. The functions of Paper One are becoming more and more perfect, and it is becoming more and more convenient to use. You can use Paper One to pay if you forgot to bring your bank card or credit card to watch a movie in IMDb Cinema. In addition, Paper One will give a certain amount of overdraft based on the user's creditworthiness and property status. In other words, even if there is no money in Paper One, you can still spend. The Nicholas Group soon acquired the Simbo One QR code company, then began to improve the warehouse management system, and at the same time, began to make various scanning guns. Nicholas Warehouse Management System is becoming more and more intelligent, with barcodes on the shelves. When stocking, the employee scans the shelves with a scanner, and then scans the goods. Next time, when the goods are picked up, the warehouse management system will directly tell the pickup staff where to pick them up and set the optimal pickup route. Pick up the goods one by one according to the route. You can save a lot of time. For example, at the packaging location, the staff only needs to pick up the scanner to scan the product, and then they can know the size, weight, and type of the product. And then the computer system will calculate what kind of packaging box and packaging box need to be used. After that, the staff only needs to choose the packaging box recommended by the computer system. In fact, Henry even considered opening a robot to process orders. The labor cost will definitely be greater than the cost of the robot. But with the current technology, the robot that is developed is probably not worth it. However, this is also one of the goals. When the IFI technology is developed, the robot can be developed. Every corner of the warehouse is covered with IFI. The robot connects to the server through IFI and executes commands. In fact, with current technology, it is possible to drive some simple warehouse robots, such as AGF automatic guided transport vehicles. In simple terms, AGF is a delivery truck. If you add 2 tentacles, you can pick up goods and become a robot. It may seem simple, but in fact it is still very complicated. The AGF control system needs to solve 3 main problems. First, where am I? Second, where am I going? Third, how do I go? In summary, they are the 3 main technologies in the AGF control system: AGF navigation, AGF path planning, and AGF guidance control. At present, the AGF control system is widely used, and the prospect is bright, and the spread is fast. Warehouse robots are even more difficult because they need to add 2 tentacles to pick and place goods. The AGF technology adds tentacles, which can then be combined with shelves to form a logistics sorting system using robots. This kind of creativity is very outstanding. If you invest in research on technology, the possibility of it can be realized is very large. In the previous life, Amazon's robots processed orders. If they were fully automatic, the preparation rate was 99%, which is really awesome. After entering the Amazon warehouse, I saw rows of robots standing there. In that scene, there was no bunker, and I thought I had come to the world of robots! Henry thought of this, and then he spoke to Gillite in detail, because considering that IFI has not yet been developed, Henry does not expect warehouse robots to be fully automated. Mentalnovel.com But the internal structure and appearance of the AGF control system and robots have begun to be studied early. When the technology matures, ADIFI can realize the automated management of warehouse robots. Gillite was stunned by what Henry said, and his heart was full of suspicion. However, seeing that Henry was so sure, there was no objection. Recruit AGF and robotics talents, and then set up a Nicholas Robotics department. I hope that in 4 years, this department can achieve results, Henry said to Gillite. Okay, no problem. Henry thought for a while and said, for those third-party merchants who have entered the company's website but have no B2C warehouse logistics experience, they can choose to outsource the back-end logistics to Nicholas Management, and this method can effectively dilute Nicholas Warehouse Logistics Center. The cost. So, go and discuss it with them. Yes, Gillite nodded in response. The ground is in the cloud. Come, you can get the view. Chapter 298 The Nicholas Group soon established a Nicholas Robotics department to recruit AGF and electronic mechanical talents. After receiving the news, the external media couldn't help but be shocked and said, the Nicholas Group has established the Nicholas Robotics department. Is it going to make robots? As soon as the news was published in the newspaper, it spread immediately, and the American people were suddenly excited and inexplicable. Fuck, the Nicholas Group wants to create a Terminator. Haha, the future is the world of robots. It's paralyzed. It's awesome. When does the Nicholas Group produce robots? Can you sell me one? Experts and professors have nothing to do, so they come to mix in with the discussion. Professor Ray, recently, the Nicholas Group established the robotics department, which attracted the people to discuss. Should robots be manufactured? Will robots replace humans and become masters in the future? The first 2 differences of the 3 laws of robots in Asimov Robots it is about. First, robots must not harm humans, or sit and watch human beings get hurt. Second, unless they violate the first law, robots must obey human orders. From the analysis of these 2 laws, we can draw a conclusion, that is, robots will not harm us, let alone become the masters of human beings. Professor B, in the movie Terminator, highly advanced robots go to war with humans, destroying most of human civilization. The movie is like this, but in reality, It may not be impossible. Robots will have their own ideas when they evolve to a certain extent. They will not be willing to be dominated by humans. They will rebel against people. They will fight against humans. It's boring. Henry sat in the office watching the TV, shaking his head, and then asked Gillick to turn off the TV. Gillick laughed, picked up the remote control and pressed the shutdown button. Chairman, the media outside want to know the situation of our robotics department. Don't worry about them. Henry waved his hand and said faintly, after a long time, they will naturally forget before we make a result. Saying nothing is useless, but it is controversial. Nicholas Robotics Department will only need to be silent from now on. Work hard to develop technology. Henry paused, looked at Gillihat and said, if you don't call it, it's a blockbuster. Gilly nodded. At this time, the internet field is changing. Under the joint siege of eBay, Amazon, and Alibaba under the Nicholas International E-commerce Company, other e-commerce sites have been crushed. And the inevitable result of this is that the major e-commerce websites gather together to fight against Nicholas' encirclement and suppression! AOL Market is heading upstream, taking this opportunity to extend an olive branch to other e-commerce sites, under the slogan of combining both benefits, against Nicholas, swiftly starting mergers and acquisitions. Less than a week, AOL Market acquired more than 10 online shopping companies that were on the verge of bankruptcy, and then applied for mergers and acquisitions to the Peapod website and the e-website. Once the merger plan is successful, the combination of the second, third, and fourth largest e-commerce websites in the United States will form a powerful force that can barely fight against Nicholas! This action of AOL Market naturally surprised Henry, and Henry hurriedly sent someone to investigate and finally learned. At first glance, the three websites are entering the second round of negotiations. Gillick approached Henry and said, Chairman, before they were just a mess. But now, if their three websites merge, then the threat to us is very great. In my opinion, their merger plan must be destroyed. Henry walked around the office a few steps with his hands behind his back, and asked, how to destroy? We have also initiated mergers and acquisitions against them. Gillick said loudly, anyway, we can't let AOL Market succeed anyway. Henry nodded and said, you sent someone over to contact us first to see if they are willing to accept Nicholas' M&A request. Okay. Gillick responded and left the office. Henry felt that things were not as simple as Gillihat thought. A day later, Gillick came to Henry with a frustrated look. Chairman, Peapod website and e-website rejected our M&A plan. What is the reason for rejecting us? They didn't say it, but Gillick paused and said, I guess it's probably because AOL has promised them many benefits. Henry heard the words, pondered for a while, and said, even if they merge, we will still monopolize 80% of the market. It is not easy for them to break this situation. Since they can't stop it, then strengthen their own strength. Think about it, how can we let users go shopping? Gillick rubbed his temples, his face contemplative. We can do this. Henry suddenly laughed. What? Gillick heard the words and turned his eyes to Henry immediately, launching Nicholas points. Henry thought while saying, well, you can get a certain amount of points when you buy goods, and if you accumulate more points, you can use it for direct payment. Is this in a disguised way to reduce the price of the product? Gillick said, buying a product, returning a certain amount of points is equivalent to losing a part of the money. Henry smiled and said, the price of goods can be adjusted. A product that sells for $102 can be sold for $103, and then $1 worth of points will be given. Isn't this the same as the selling price? It's almost the same. But we can use points to attract users to shop here, because they know that by spending money here, they can get points. If there are more points, they can use points to pay. They think that they are taking advantage of it! In fact, our website earned it. Through points, we can attract many new users and retain many old users. Gillick heard this and nodded convincingly. Yes, Chairman, you are right. The idea of points is really great. It's a great weapon. Henry continued. In addition, you can set up a check-in function. Check in once a day, and you will get a certain amount of points. And if you check in every day of the week, you can get a chance to win a lottery on the weekend. The prize can be points or merchandise. For products, we can take some things that cannot be sold as prizes. And of course we must take out one or two more expensive products that users like very much to attract them. But, you know, this kind of expensive product, the probability of winning a trump is very high. Gilly had heard this www.mentalnovel.com and laughed. Chairman, you are really smart. Henry smiled faintly. In addition to these, we can also set up various tasks for them to complete, such as adding friends, spending for the first time, paying wish lists for friends, sharing the website with other people, etc. And after completion, they will have points. Can send. Henry thought for a while and said, however, you can't get too many points for signing in. 1 cent is equal to 1 point. If you sign in one day you get 1 no points, and 1 no day is $1. Strictly control the number of points sent out, otherwise the points will overflow. Not good for businesses. Well, I will pay attention to this. Henry finished handling the matter here, and then left the company. Not long after he walked out of the company's door, he heard a roar nearby! Erdogan. Fuel consumption. To be continued. The ground is in the cloud. Come. You can get the view. Chapter 299. Let's ask, what game is that? When was it released? Henry told his secretary. Please search to see the most complete novel. Yes. Henry knew what the game was when he heard this voice. He asked the secretary to go over and ask, mainly to know when this game was released. Due to my arrival, the butterfly effect was produced, and some things went wrong. This game should have been released as early as March this year, but I have never seen it before. After a while, the secretary returned. Chairman, that game is called Street Fighter 2 Inches and it is a sequel launched by Capcom Co. Limited not long ago. Not long ago? When is the specific time? Henry frowned. About 2 weeks ago. Street Fighter 2 Inches developed by Capcom Corporation officially landed in the United States. Henry heard the words, nodded, and then said, check out the sales of Street Fighter 2 Inches now. Yes. In 1991, the arcade industry was at a critical juncture. Nintendo's FCTWA generation consoles formed a siege of attack. Arcade manufacturers have turned their business focus to home platforms. The arcade market is like a stagnant pool. The birth of Street Fighter 2 Inches saved the entire arcade industry! However, the initial sales of the Street Fighter 2 Inches substrate were not ideal. Many players regarded it as a pair of games similar to Street Fighter and Double Dragon, but when they gradually discovered the infinite battle between people when having fun, an irresistible storm of arcade popularity finally formed. More and more teenagers threw down the handles of the home consoles and flocked to the arcade hall that had been left out in the cold to experience this revolutionary game. Everyone in the game, the characters have many fans, and there are children everywhere in the streets and alleys shouting fuel consumption follow and imitating the moves of Thang Long Quan at the same time. Henry was also a member of the queue. In the evening, the secretary called Henry and said, Chairman, it's clear that the investigation has been made. At present, the arcade market is sluggish, and the sales of Street Fighter 2 Inches are very unsatisfactory. There are only 500 substrates sold in the United States, and the situation in Japan is similar! For more information about Street Fighter 2 Inches, I have sent to your email. You can check it out in detail. Yeah? Okay, that's it. Henry hung up. Then turn on the computer and log into your email. Click on the information sent by the secretary. After browsing through the information, Henry found that it was not easy for Capcom Co. Limited to be able to produce Street Fighter 2 Inches. The arcade is sluggish, and the old opponent is ready to change careers and develop home consoles. However, I am complacent and launched a large-scale talent scavenging operation for the entire industry. The old enemy has naturally become a key concern. The departure of many elites once caused a significant slowdown in the development of Street Fighter 2 Inches and other games. It was very impoverished at this time. Seeing talents being dug out, there is nothing to do. In order to save the development costs of Street Fighter 2 Inches, the company did not even hire professional voice actors, and all the people responsible for dubbing the game characters are our employees. After reading the information, Henry understood that the hard days are over, and the day of prosperity is not far away. And if you want to enter the arcade, and then enter the home machine, it is a very good choice. Henry is very clear. The company will reach the top with Street Fighter 2 Inches and become a leader in the arcade industry. And Street Fighter 2 Inches will be transplanted to home consoles, and it will be very popular, with more than 6 million copies sold worldwide, which can be called an insurmountable milestone in fighting games! Subsequently, the successive launches of Street Fighter 2 Inches in Japan and the United States have greatly promoted the hardware sales of Nintendo's new game consoles, especially the popularity in North America, which reversed the competitive disadvantage of Sega MD in one fell swoop and skyrocketed. Only Christmas in 1992 successfully shipped 2 million units during the commercial war! This is the best opportunity to start the company! Henry picked up the phone and dialed an ocean number. "This is Henry Williams," Henry said in a majestic tone on the phone. "Hello, Chairman." "Excuse me. Do you have any instructions?" "Immediately acquire Capcom Go, Limited." "Yes, that's it for the time being, but I want the acquisition to be fast." "It's best to complete it within a week," Henry said. "It doesn't matter if the price is higher." "I understand. I will try my best to acquire Capcom Go, Limited, please rest assured." The chairman: "Well, that's it. You go to make arrangements now," Henry said lightly. "Yes." Henry hung up the phone, then gave himself a cup of coffee, savoring it slowly, and thinking about the problem. Capcom Go, Limited is a very promising game company. This Street Fighter 2 Inches made Capcom Go, Limited reach its peak in the arcade industry, and then achieved good results in the field of home consoles. It produced Resident Evil, Devil May Cry, Monster Hunter, Onimusha and many other very popular games. It is well known in the game industry and is called the action god in the industry! It means that there are few rivals in the field of making action games, and they belong to the supreme level! What? Someone bought Capcom Go, Limited for $100 million? Kenzo Kianmoto said in shock. "Yes, President. Goldman Sachs has officially sent us an invitation letter for the acquisition." "Goldman Sachs Group?" "Yes, it's the Goldman Sachs Group, but they are buying Capcom Corporation on behalf of others. As for who they want to acquire us behind, we don't know for the time being." Kenzo Kianmoto nodded understandingly, and then began to think. Upon seeing this, the secretary quietly retired. At this time, the entire Capcom Go, Limited knew that someone wanted to buy the company. The arcade is in a recession, and other manufacturers have switched careers. Capcom Go, Limited still insists, but unfortunately the sales of Street Fighter 2 Inches are very unsatisfactory, and the company is currently in a very difficult situation. At this time, someone paid a high price to buy the company, which undoubtedly shocked everyone. In the face of $100 million, it was strange that Kenzo Kien was not tempted, but he was cautious and made a phone call to inquire about the sales situation of Street Fighter 2 Inches in the marketing department. If the sales situation improves and becomes popular, he don't sell the company. Otherwise, sell it quickly. President, the game has a good reputation, and sales have increased last week. Kenzo Kienban moved in his heart and hurriedly asked, "How much has it increased?" "Japan has added 200 game substrates, and the US has added 100 game substrates." Kienban Xiansen heard the words and fell silent. The increase in sales meant that the game was popular, but the increase was not too much. Is it to sell the company or? Kenzo Kiane was hesitant to move. But then, people from the Goldman Sachs Group came to Capcom Co. Limited and said to Kenzo Kiane, Chairman Kenzo Kiane, we are also entrusted by someone for this acquisition. Within 3 days, if your company has not done, if we make a decision, we will just abandon this acquisition. Chairman Kenzo relocated. The current game market is already occupied by Nintendo's home consoles, and arcades are no longer good. I advise you to agree to the acquisition as soon as possible. This is a wise decision. Otherwise, in case the acquirer decides not to be behind the scenes acquiring your Capcom Co. Limited, you can imagine what will happen to Capcom Co. Limited. I'm afraid at that time, even if you only sell for $10 million, no one wants to. Thank you for the reminder. I will reply to you as soon as possible. Qianben Xian Sangong said. Okay. The next day, representatives of the Goldman Sachs Group came again. Qianben Kenzo, I have bad news to tell you. Kianmoto Kenzo suddenly felt a little bit nervous, and asked a little nervously, what's the bad news? That's it. The acquirer found that the arcade market was sluggish and seemed to want to abandon the acquisition of Capcom Co. Limited. Giving up the acquisition? Kianmoto Kenzo was anxious when he heard this. We haven't officially notified us yet, but his patience is gone. If you still don't agree to be acquired today, then maybe. The representative of the Goldman Sachs Group stopped at this point. Aside from death, there is a little leeway. But Kenzo Qianben understands the meaning. Kenzo Qianben was very tangled in his heart. Move to President Kenzo, please make a decision. Is it for $100 million or a half-dead company? Actually, this question is not difficult to choose, is it? Said a representative of the Goldman Sachs Group. I want to make a call. Kenzo Kianmoto said in a low, hoarse voice. Please. I'll wait for you outside. Kenzo Kianmo immediately dialed the marketing manager's number. Street Fighter 2 has no sales statistics for this week. What are the sales? According to the statistics, although sales have increased, but the increase is very small. When Qianben Xiansen heard this, his face was a little gloomy. How much has it increased? A total of 100 game boards have been added in Japan and the United States. Only so few. There were more than 300 last week. There are many players who reported that www.mentalnovel.com the game balance is insufficient, and there are many, so the marketing manager whispered. Qianben Kenzo said nothing, with a bang, and hung up the phone heavily. Afterwards, he took a deep breath, opened the office door, and walked out. Move to President Kenzo, the call is over. The representative of the Goldman Sachs Group said with a smile. Yes, it's over. So, what is your decision? I decided to sell Capcom Co. Limited. After Kenzo Kianmoto said these words, he breathed a sigh of relief, and suddenly felt that a boulder that was pressing on his body finally fell to the ground. 3232624 Chapter 300 On the same day, Henry acquired Capcom Corporation through the Goldman Sachs Group. After signing the agreement, representatives of the Goldman Sachs Group gathered all the employees together and said with a smile that Henry Williams was the buyer behind the scenes. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Rumor has it that Henry Williams has a pair of wise eyes, and the company he is looking at must be very promising. Does Capcom also have a future? Everyone can't help but wonder. Judging from the recent sales of Street Fighter 2, it is not ideal. And Capcom seems to be out of arcade. The representative of the Goldman Sachs Group said at this time, well, now I want to say something. Mr. Williams asked me to tell you. He values Capcom Co. Limited very much, and thinks it is a company with great potential. In order to calm people's hearts, he decided to increase your treatment by 10%. In addition, Mr. Williams told you to quickly make 100,000 Street Fighter 2 game boards. He believes that this game will definitely take the world by storm. 100,000 yuan. Everyone screamed in astonishment. Yes, that's what Mr. Williams ordered, said a representative of the Goldman Sachs Group. After that, Someone from Mr. Williams will come over to take over the company. My business is done. Goodbye." Soon after the representative of the Goldman Sachs Group left, Henry's hand came to Capcom and officially took over the Capcom Corporation. In the United States, the Nicholas Group bought 10 Street Fighter IIs and placed them in the game room, where employees can come for leisure and entertainment at any time. At this moment, many people came to the game room. Henry himself, Nicholas Group CEO and Nicholas International E-commerce CEO Gillett, Company CEO Tanshwai, Nicholas IMDb Company CEO Massey Filliman and other high-level personnel are here. Henry spent a huge sum of $100 million to acquire Capcom Co. Limited, and everyone was very curious about it. Henry invited them to the game room to experience the game of Street Fighter II in person. Street Fighter II pays attention to maneuverability and playability, is highly skilled, and creates a human-to-human battle mode. Very popular. After practicing for a while, everyone yelled to challenge each other. Tanshwai is here except Henry. He is the youngest and he has the highest comprehension. Successive defeats of Gillett, Massif Elmont and others, no one can beat. Gillett said to the people next to him, "Which one of you is on? Can't always let Tanshwai win." Tanshwai smiled and said, "Gillett, you don't seem to be convinced. How about we can fight again?" Gillett's face was embarrassed when he heard this. Massey Feeling laughed and said, "Gillett's technical level can't even beat me, so dare you continue to fight with you?" Gillett turned his head, glared at Massey Feeling, and said unconvinced, "Fremont, you said I can't beat you. Let's fight again. Just accidentally let you win a hand before, depending on how proud you are. I really thought I was not your opponent!" "Okay, come on!" exclaimed Massifilimo. Gillett chose Ken, and Massifilimo chose Long. Henry watched the two of them shook the handles and pressed the keys indiscriminately, and he was speechless. Fuel consumption. Fuel consumption. Gillett yelled while playing. Erdogan. Massey Feeling was also screaming while playing, and the person next to him was excited and excited. After a fierce battle, Gillett finally lost. Massey Feeling has been playing Erdogan. This is a long-range shockwave skill, and Gillett's fuel consumption is a melee skill, the kind that can beat people to the sky. For the rookie, long-range attacks are naturally the most advantageous. After Gillett lost, his face was full of chagrin, when he saw Henry behind him. "By the way, Chairman, how about your skills? How about helping me find a place?" Henry smiled faintly. "The technology is okay." Hearing this, Gillett, as if seeing a savior, took Henry to sit in front of the machine, and then said to Massey Fremont, "Fremont, let you see how the chairman is." Massey Feeling turned his head to look at Henry. "Chairman, do you know how to play? How about practice on the next machine?" "Haha, no need. Let's start the game." Henry chuckled lightly. "It is good." After the coin is inserted, the characters are selected and the game begins. Massey Feeling shook the handle violently, which formed a sharp contrast with Henry. Henry was calm, with a masterful demeanor, manipulating characters, and commanding if he was determined. After a while, Massey Feeling was okay by Henry, but Henry's game characters were still full of blood. The people next to him were stunned. "Master, he was a master at first sight." "Chairman, when did you practice secretly?" Massey Feeling said with a look of astonishment. "I haven't practiced, just watched you play, and then I looked at the skill list again. That's it." Massey Feeling's eyes widened, with an unbelievable look, and the people beside him were shocked. "Just like Fremont." "Tanshwai, you have good skills. Come on, and see if you can get rid of a drop of the chairman's blood." Gillett said. Okay, Tanshwai knew that he was not the opponent of Chairman Henry, but it is always possible to get rid of a drop of blood. If even this is timid, it would be too confusing. Henry smiled and said, "I chose Ken before. Now I choose Chun-Li to play." When Tanshwai heard this, his eyes lit up in vain. "You are Ken, but Chun-Li may not be." Tanshwai immediately increased his confidence. After selecting the game characters, The game begins. Tan Shui chose Ken. The game started. He kept playing it again. Henry chose Chun-Li. He had a bust of 88 kma, waist of 58 kma, hip of 9 okm. Hee. These are not important, but the important thing is the length of the legs. Very powerful jumping skills and leg skills. Henry unfolded the skill and came to Ken in a few strokes, and then there was no more. Ken has been abused to death. In the end, Chun-Li did not lose a drop of blood. Henry smiled and said, "Which one of you has to challenge me?" Henry glanced around, and everyone shook their heads. The technical level of himself and the chairman is not at the same level. It's okay to be abused as a pighead, but a drop of blood can't kill others. This is not too shameful. Henry looked at it. No one dared to challenge him, so he got up from his seat and smiled. "How about this game? Will it be popular?" "It will be hot. It will definitely be very hot," Gillick said. "Even middle-aged people like me like to play this game, let alone other young people." Tan Shui, what do you think? Well, yes, this game is very fun. And there is a feeling that you can put it down. Not only is the operability and playability strong, but the mode of human-to-human battle is very attractive. Tan Shui nodded. "Everyone, you and I say a sentence. You are reading www.uukanzu.com is praising the game for fun. It will definitely be popular. In fact, this game has become so popular. Whenever there is a game hall with Street Fighter 2, the people queuing up to play the game are already at the door. In the game hall, from time to time there will be again and fuel consumption calls. Goldman Sachs acquired Capcom Corporation for Henry and played a little conspiracy. When Kenzo Kianban called for the second time to inquire about the sales of Street Fighter 2, the marketing manager had been bought by Goldman Sachs. After the conclusion of the first round of negotiations, Goldman Sachs sent people to investigate and learned that Kenzo Kianban called the marketing department immediately after the negotiations. As a result, Goldman Sachs knew that the reason why Kenzo moved to the present was so late that it was waiting for the sales of Street Fighter 2. Then, the manager of the marketing department bought a lot and said that the sales volume was high, so naturally he stopped thinking about moving to Kenzo, and could only sell the company. When the sky comes to the cloud, you can get the view.